Yeah. Yeah. Hall of Famer, how did you not know? Championship, about to win a Super Bowl. Fans in the stand, love it when I'm in the dome. Touchdown dance, celebrating cause I'm home. Fleeks on my feet, running routes all day. Shotgun, wildcat, I know all the play. Could've been a quarterback, just put me in the game. I was born a champion and I just want the ring. MVP, I'm the best on the list. You can join the team cause we headed to the ship. Hey, you looking at a champ. Hey, you looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win. All I do is win. You looking at a champ and we going to the ship. We going to the ship. We going to the ship. Hey, all we do is win. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win.
You're looking at a C-H-A-M-P. Every time I do it, make it look easy. Better be prepared when you come for me. Don't talk me to death, you know that stuff cheap. I go hard on the west, I go hard on the east. It don't really matter either way, I'ma eat. You know I do numbers, 1, 2, 3, count on me like work easy. I can do it in my sleep, I do not know defeat. Championship rings on my hand, go bling in games when I please. Good night, R.I.P. Ain't no OT. You are not a champ, boy, you don't wanna be.
You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win. All I do is win. You looking at a champ and we going to the ship. We going to the ship. We going to the ship. Hey, all we do is win. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win.
Get amongst it, get on out there, get on it, get amongst it, get on it now. Get amongst it, get on out there, get on it, get amongst it, get on it now. Get amongst it, get on out there, get on it, get amongst it, get on it now.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Spring 2020. I'm Atlas, I'm joined by LS, and it is time for our final day of Week 2. And the final match of our final day is a real exciting one, Gen.G versus T1. But first, KT to take on DWG Gaming, two teams that had pretty rough week thus far.
They've had a super rough week. KT obviously struggling to really find any footing as DWG, even their drafts are starting to lose.
Yeah, their attempt against Gen.G this week was startling, to say the least.
Yeah, that was... you know what? Why'd you remind me?
Well, I mean, we just filmed our next episode of the POG State. I reminded you plenty of times during that as well. I feel like it's my job at the moment to do my best to trigger you at each and every moment we are in front of a camera.
Oh, it's your job?
I think so. I mean, that's what I've been doing, and I get paid, so I don't know.
No! All right.
Sometimes you got to stick to what you're good at.
Yeah,
if you
keep
find
doing
something
it.
that you're good
Glad I
at,
did.
then do it, you know? Follow your dreams. My dreams have been to ruin Ellis's life for as long as I possibly can, but hopefully today he gets a little bit of a break. Bring up the standings, you can see that, yes, it is going to be top versus bottom. As T1 and Gen.G, that will be our big match. But DWG versus KT is certainly some bottom tier gaming.
Now,
-1 versus -4 as far as points are concerned, though.
Not negative gaming here.
No?
Not on our screen. As DWG, they're going to be looking to try to put themselves back onto the left-hand side. So with a 2-0 victory, they actually do go ahead of Hanwha Life Esports. So that would be nice for them. As KT, the upside for them is that even if they lose, as long as they get one win, they still stay ahead of APK.
Well, staying ahead of APK isn't necessarily what they're gunning towards at the moment.
No?
I think This is KT Rolster. This is a very storied org in the LCK, and I have a feeling they are extremely disappointed that despite the fact that they completely reorganized their roster, they haven't been able to get out of that relegation zone, which they continue to sit in. Hanwha have been a little bit luckier, especially with their creative drafts. That certainly helped them out. Now in 5th place, they're used to 6th or relegation zone. So
they really are.
5th place is incredible, as we are now going over the points of the match for this one. Performance doesn't meet the expectation. We've got a long way to go. Damwon didn't change anything other than coaching staff, and that seemed to have absolutely destroyed this team. They look like a shadow of their former selves.
Yeah, they really do. They're struggling so hard coming back into 2020. And we have to wonder what is going to make it stop. Now, in their previous series in the week, obviously, I was just wondering where were they going with some of the choices that they were making, both in-game as well as in Champ Select.
Yeah, in everywhere, by the sounds.
And the next thing about Damwon can't play around topside forever. They need nuclear power in bot. I'm not so sure that's, well...
So I was talking to Wadid about this earlier on today, just discussing Damwon and their history. You know Beryl and Hoyt used to actually be teammates on this team. They used to play bottom lane together.
Okay.
When's the time that Beryl gets back his 80 carry pants and heads
like
towards
Vista.
the bottom side? Yeah, because
All right.
like we've already seen Vista do it pretty successfully. These questions are certainly ones worth at least thinking about. As gold lead at 10 minutes, 85.7%, and they've lost so many games.
Yeah, and they just end up throwing it away. And, you know, remember that Nuggery managed to steal a game away earlier on by CLGing.
Yeah, he
the enemy
CLG'd
team.
extremely hard.
Yeah, and so able to backdoor that Nexus. And honestly, if you look at some of the ways that Damwon has won their games, it's not a very good feeling. It's not clean by any means, and it's not what you would expect
They're not
of a team that stuck together after Worlds.
Yeah, it seems like they don't know how to play the late game anymore. That's the issue that I'm seeing, right? Like, and I don't know whether this is a practice situation or what, but it feels like they are able to lane very well. Canyon's able to execute his early jungle paths very well, as he always was able to. But what they can't figure out is cohesion in the late game, which is super ironic given the fact that they're the only team that stayed together as a 5-man unit after 2019.
Yeah.
Let's check out some of the highlights here from Damwon. As this is their Gen.G match earlier on this week, and there aren't too many highlights from this one. They had a few moments, this one being one of them. And, you know, Rascal at level 1. Yeah, spoiler alert, Rascal turns this lane around pretty hectically.
Yeah, he ends up turning it around, and this Renekton just got so far ahead, but it just didn't end up mattering.
Nope, because level 6 happens, and then you get the superplex, which you like to talk about.
I like that. You're calling it that now too?
No, I'm not.
What? Yes.
I
No, you are.
To
It
you
feels
using
better?
that one. I'd say suplex, because that's the real
No,
term.
it's a superplex.
Superplex doesn't make any sense. I don't even know what
That's
that
a real
is.
wrestling move.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Suplex is the wrestling move.
And then superplex is the super form of it.
What? Where the wrestler actually does a backflip in the air?
Well, off the top rope.
Oh,
So it's so
okay.
big. Sort of like sets.
I actually thought Superplex was like a really old video game.
No. That's why I call it the superplex.
Ah,
It looks like off the top
spelled
rope.
super, like ER?
Superplex.
Ah, because Superplex
Yeah.
is that's the old video game.
All right, well.
All right. I was a bit perplexed. All right. Well, I'll be using Superplex from now on then.
Great.
We just needed to provide the viewers with context, and if you're going to be watching the VOD, then you're going to skip this part anyway. So I guess maybe some people just straight up won't have the context. As we check out some of these KT highlights, not many of those either from the Telecom War earlier in the week. This was a T1 masterclass in how to dismantle a struggling KT, as Bono versus Canyon will be our key player matchup. Bono probably had one of the worst games that a jungler has had in a very long time in Game 1 versus T1.
Well,
and he's desperately going to be trying to turn this one around.
And the other thing about it is Malron came in and actually, surprisingly enough, wasn't sinning a lot inside of the jungle on that Gragas pick, and so definitely very perplexing.
If KT bans Jarvan, we can assume that it's against Bono and not Canyon.
Yeah, absolutely.
It was just
There we go.
not great. Just not great. As he has the lowest KDA of any jungler in the league at the moment. There is a few extra junglers because we've been subbing Malrang, so theoretically there's an 11th place as well, so not entirely sure how those standings are, but last place as far as how many teams there are is certainly bad news, and Canyon has been playing all right. I think he navigated the early game on the Talia especially very well.
Yeah.
His ability to camp Rascal, and then the game fell apart around them, but Bono, if he doesn't win early, they lose. So I think if Damwon are going to be favored in any matchup, I think this one is one where they are, based on Bono's playstyle and how he's able to translate any of his leads, because he hasn't necessarily been able to do that unless he's got himself ahead in the early game.
And even if KT does manage to get ahead, it's not like Damwon don't have good enough individual players to come back, and so also seeing the manner in which they get ahead and with what kind of champions, I think is also going to be really interesting to look forward to, as no real big surprises coming out here today in game number 1 as the players take their seats.
Yep, going to be heading out. No bows to the audience or anything like that here today. Coronavirus is still a scary thing. In fact, our producer with a little bit of a fever at the moment. Thankfully, we have G-Sun to take care of us here today, but it just means that as soon as your temperature is a little bit up, you ain't allowed in here.
Well,
got to be as careful as possible, and that's why the players, the audience, no longer allowed until further notice, until this is well and truly behind us. As we check out the starting rosters, Canyon, Nuguri, and Showmaker still definitely the players to watch on this team. Bottom lane struggling a lot and still not able to decide on which support player to utilize. Hoyt down there this time around, but it was Beryl that was settled on at the end of last year, and now Hoyt seems to be starting more often than not.
yeah, he really is. And KT being on red side might end up being able to favor them in today's match.
Some counter pick opportunities, maybe.
Aiming and Tushin down there. And we are still on 10.2, so none of the new stuff with like Ezreal Yuumi combo gonna be coming in.
Yep, looking forward to seeing that again. Feel like it's a direct buff to Harmwell Life, depending on how their bottom lane's able to navigate the 80 carry position. We know as soon as Yumi's good, Lance pretty damn good. But he's not in this game. This is Damwon now with our first ban opportunities. We get into the ban and pick for our first one of our final day of week 2. Certainly taking their time. Is Olaf going to be the first ban here, away from Bono?
Akali quickly banned away as well.
Yep, still Damwon, the team that you definitely want to be banning Akali against, and a blue side Aphelios ban is a curious one, but giving a lot of respect over to Aiming, who has been one of our better Aphelios players, showing that Damwon might be wanting to get one of those priority picks. Maybe going away from the we're going to nah counter pick and we're going to actually pick the set, which KT also realized and immediately banned that one away.
Damwon now have to decide on the last ban. Will they just ban MF? I was talking about this earlier on in the day, watching LCS.
Yeah.
That was
That was a good time?
well, you know what? It was.
Nice.
Okay. You know what? It's very fun.
I woke up this morning and watched a bit of LEC rebroadcast
Okay.
on my way over here.
I only caught the last game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Some surprises over in the LEC.
Yeah.
One
A bit
could
of a
say.
surprising last day
Yeah.
to close out this week.
Shulker. I'm a new fan.
I mean,
Who wouldn't be?
yeah.
Oduwamne has that really depressing interview where he's talking about his feelings, trials, and tribulations, and then they beat G2. What a beautiful storyline. But this storyline is a very different one, as Olaf,
That's the best
about
storyline.
to be first picked by Damwon.
What? Ornn.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Did I say Olaf? He was first banned. The Ornn going to be first picked. Thank you for the
That
correction.
is really weird.
What?
That's one of the weirdest. Imagine.
They're both 4-letter words and they start with O.
Ooh. Hello, Atlas. What if Ornn is his nickname?
Olaf's nickname?
No, Ornn. What if he has like a full name?
Oh.
Like Ornicus.
Ornanaga.
Ooh, Ornalagalagummak.
There's
like that?
I actually had a friend in World of Warcraft.
With that name?
It was
Great.
called like Orngana or something. I don't remember. It was
Okay.
like 10 years ago. So that's what Ornn's name always reminds me of.
Well,
MF,
Damwon-
we're sinning on
Yeah.
KT side. Real hard.
yeah, with the Aatrox there by KT. MF, though, pretty standard. We'll see how Damwon are going to respond to this. So we've obviously seen an uptick in Ezreal picks here in the LCK. He was also getting picked in the West as well.
Yep, picked in the LEC when I was watching it. In fact, as the Zoe picked up from Showmaker, that means that it's likely that Noguri is going to be playing the Ornn, which excites me a lot because you've been talking about top laners that haven't been able to navigate the Ornn lane very well in an aggressive sense, you know, identifying when you can combo people to death. That's what Noguri's really good at.
Yeah.
And so maybe he'll be able to demonstrate that for us as we've got a mixture of composition identities here for Damwon Gaming as the Rek'Sai comes in for Canyon, one of the champions that he debuted with a lot of success on. As KT now to think about most likely their jungler. Bono can go for his Jarvan if he wants to.
No. All right.
Their flash in the Gnar is a little bit of a troll, I think, as Kuro will be most likely locking in the Gragas and does so.
Now, the really interesting thing here about not picking any AD or support is it makes it so hard for KD to ban because everything is just so wide open.
Yeah.
And so...
And also, I mean, this could be Hoyt's Ornn on the bottom side, and then Damwon
could.
can counterpick the Aatrox if they would like to. Aatrox a difficult champion to hard counter or anything like that. He just survives in lanes, which is why you see KT picking up blind in their first round. Does sort of have only one identity when it comes to when he's going to be strong in the game, but is always able to get through a laning phase.
Well, Varus being banned away by KT. And they're just going to ban away the generic ADs, I assume, so either expect a Ezreal or a Xayah ban.
I reckon Nuclear's playing Kai'Sa this game. That's
Yeah.
what I think. I think Ruler opened the floodgates, and Nuclear was one of our premier Kai'Sa players. And by premier, I mean he played it
Especially
the most.
even during Worlds
Oh, yeah.
as well. He played a lot of Kai'Sa over there. And the other thing about if you don't ban away Xayah is the enemy team can actually just B4, B5 Xayah Rakan.
Yep, which is why that's going to be banned away. I was actually thinking if it was left available, they would just pick it. Hoyt's the Rakan player on this team as well, so it's a bit of a no-brainer. And I like that KT are forcing Damwon to think a little bit deeper on what this bottom lane is going to be comprised of. Still, they've got a few things to think about as well, which is where this Gragas is going. Could, of course, be Tucson's support if they want to go for a kill lane. Can actually work very effectively with the Misfortune, but we haven't seen very much Gragas support so far today. Oh, KT. Do you know... I want to...
Lucian Flex.
Lucian Flex, Gragas Flex, into Karthus jungle.
There you go.
Final pick for KT.
Beautiful.
That's what...
What
that's
a
what
symphony.
That's what the perfect draft looks like.
I'm going to just call you
KT's
Mozart
side. Thank you.
at this point.
I'm more of a Bach man.
Yeah, I'm
myself.
more of a Bach.
Yeah.
Okay.
I just like trees.
All right.
As that final band was the
So,
Braum. We didn't
you
talk
wanna
about
see
that,
an
but that's
Ivern.
gone.
Basically is what
Hey.
later on, that's what. Okay.
And here we are. So
Yeah.
it seems my waters are, in fact, the right temperature here today. Kai'Sa going to be locked in for Nuclear, and Hoyt going to be heading over to the Leona this time. Now, Tucson, just lock us in that Karthus. Just show us that that KT's been doing some learning.
You already know. You already know that Sir Thomas
Yeah.
is on his way.
Oh my
Can you please stop
God.
pretending?
Oh my God.
You already know, Atlas.
Oh, don't do it to me. Don't do it to me. Alistair is a little bit more exciting at least.
Oh.
So they are going to lock that one away.
The catfish has evolved into a cow.
Jesus.
That's
We
it.
skipped forward like millennia.
Yeah, we did.
Didn't we?
Yeah.
My God.
Well, so this is going to be the end team composition. KT are interestingly going to be the ones that are sinning this time around. Now, the Gragas does get to actually scale quite well into the later stages because coupled with the 80 top laner, 80 mid laner. So Sorc Pen Boots plus Oblivion Orb probably going to deal true damage to the Zoe and the Kai'Sa, and then come pretty close to doing it to the Rek'Sai as well, and those are the targets that he's gunning for anyway. But the late game scaling of Damwon, as well as the power of Damwon's team composition in mid game if they're on even footing, is super insane.
I'm actually really happy with Damwon's draft, with what they've put together, because they've got abilities to come online at really interesting times. I mean, the Ornn actually lanes very, very well, so that gives Canyon a clear gank path, as we're seeing the composition here. Showmaker can really control the mid game on this Zoe, and setting up Nuclear to be able to follow up on picks with that killer instinct is very, very strong with the amount of long-range CC they have in the Solar Flare, in the Bubble, in the Ornn. The amount of follow-up that they have available to them is very, very high. So Damwon, I think, navigating throughout this entire game won't be as difficult as a lot of these Ornn compositions can be if they fall behind. So we'll see. Also very excited to see Nogari on the Ornn pick this time around. Some interesting turns in this draft as we get into game number 1 of Damwon Gaming versus KT Rolster. Both of these teams desperate to bounce back after 0-2s against the two teams playing later on today. Gen.G and T1. A super hype matchup, guys. That is going to be so good. This is a precursor. Has already had an interesting draft. Let's see whether this game's actually going to work out.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. But sometimes the support act is actually just as good, if not better.
Ooh,
it's happened to me quite a few times, actually. You know, you go to gigs and you're super excited about seeing Ed Sheeran, you know, and then One OK Rock comes out and opens for them, and you're like, damn, this reminds me of my childhood. Yeah, I don't actually have examples other than my own life.
Alice, are you a fan of My Chemical Romance?
Yeah, I was.
You actually are?
Yeah,
Do you know that they're going to Japan?
Really?
Ooh, they are.
You know that tickets to Japan from Korea are like $100 right now? They're
less than that, actually. I was actually looking at them today because one of my American friends is going there. And the lowest one that I saw was $44.
$44?
Yeah.
Damn, there's a bus ticket that's more expensive than that. Jeepers. Well, you might be able to convince me. It depends how much of their stuff before the Black Parade they're going to be playing, because honestly, after that, I lost a bit of interest.
I want to make a joke. I just don't think that it's very appropriate right now.
Is it a you know what they do to guys like you in
prison
joke?
No. I'll tell you
that's
after.
That's a song by My Chemical Romance, by the way. That was not a slight or anything like that. It's actually very difficult to talk about a lot of those songs from the album.
Yeah.
But I'm Not Okay, that song was so good.
I'm Not Okay was good. Teenagers, Famous Last Words.
Yeah.
There's a lot of songs. There's probably a lot of people in chat right now. They're born in
exactly.
They're born in 1999.
The amount of Boomer spam in chat right now is just crazy. As Hoyt and Tucson going to coordinate their aftershocks very beautifully. But Hoyt taking a little bit more damage there.
Yeah. Oh, man.
You okay?
Someone's example of a Chemical Romance is locking in Elise. So cute. That really, landing the cocoon just really gives the dopamine. You know? Oh, man. Famous Last Words, open mid. Oh, jeez.
Well, we'll see whether everyone's going to be okay in this particular game, as Tucson aiming at the moment, just casually farming. Tucson using his Pulverize in order to lock down a cannon creep and get a lot of damage onto Hoyt. Love it.
Well, let's take a look at what is going to end up happening here in a couple of minutes, though, as everything has just been really standard. And so, you know, I took a little bit of a gamble starting things off with the lull state talk.
Yeah.
I think that we really just hit the nail on the head, and I'm feeling really good about it.
I think you've nailed it, yeah. Your lull state recognition.
Yes.
Just 15 out of 10. Really
well,
like it.
Except for yesterday. Let's not tune into the VOD.
Yeah.
I said a game couldn't end after top inhibitor was taken. It ended like a minute later.
Oh.
That was a bad one.
That's a yikes.
Yeah.
But you guys had some good games yesterday.
We did.
KT pulling things. Dragon
I was dying.
back.
Fortunately, though, I had sunglasses.
Yeah, you're having a rough time as in goes Noguri. Someone gonna flash, but the flashes immediately follow. Noguri gonna make him brittle and take him down. First blood going over to Damwon.
And so right now, in this game, the Ornn getting ahead of the Aatrox is a pretty big nightmare because Aatrox is already disadvantaged in the matchup. So we'll see how Nuguri is actually going to choose to build here. I am personally a really big fan of Ruby Chain Vest. I talked about this before on the broadcast.
Ruby Chain
Vest.
Ah, okay.
Oh.
That was about the max distance of the Searing Charge right there.
And Nuguri doesn't end up doing it. And so the differences between Ruby Chain Vest versus Bommies and Ruby is that you can't freeze the lane. And that's really the only big downside. You also miss out on some of the armor and whatnot, but it makes it so that your only option is to kind of push, play for lane resets, and then try to kill Aatrox in lane that way. And so you don't have as much control over minions with it.
Yeah.
But you do have more ability to kill your opponent. But Ornn already has such a high all-in threshold as it is. Anywhere from 750 to around 900 with the Ornn combo.
The thing that makes me curious is this Ruby Crystal that isn't a cloth armor. Because I would have thought that Noguri building towards the Bramble Vest will be very, very powerful, even if he is going to be going the Balmy Cinder a little bit early. Because say you're going to be tanking waves and taking them down, your wave clear becomes just ludicrous with those combination of items, even very early.
Soan actually has to be really careful right now. If Noguri hits 6, Soan is in lethal range. He's still in lethal range at 690, and that sounds really scary. But I have to wonder how aware both of the people in top lane actually are of it.
Void messed up the auto cancel. A little bit of an issue there as KT were considering a Mountain Drake. Not actually going to head there as the gold basically just a kill in difference between these two teams. The Lucian farming things out very well, which is largely what's keeping KT in it.
And other than that, Ornn is getting further ahead as Nuguri is pretty neck and neck actually with Soan up there, but it does look like Soan is ahead in XP, and some people might be wondering, well, how's that possible as he ended up dying? Well, that's when the Jungler Nation attacks and taxes your lane, so.
Not to mention the fact that Soan was able to teleport back and pick up the entire minion wave underneath his turret. Damwon weren't able to actually zone him away from that or invest any extra resources in diving. Someone actually thinking about staying so that he can miss an ability and then go home at a different time. As Bono is at least towards the top side of the map. We'll just see which album Bono's going to be releasing here today, because, you know, some of them got bangers, some of them not so great. Well, it might just be a beautiful day. We'll see. We will see.
Kuro, I mean, we're just having ping pong in mid. I mean, we're having ping pong in every lane now. So, yet again.
Oh dear.
Bit of a lull state unfolding. And this has been happening so much inside of the LCK. And I really hope that in the new Korean League segment that they have, I think airing tonight, Sunday Night League.
Yep.
SNL.
Yeah, well, Sunday Night League is actually going to have a bit of a discussion about player of the game as well. I know we've been talking about it. You and Valdez tend to talk about it a lot, but talk about the differences between the Korean and the Western idea when it comes to like who should deserve player of the game. I think it's actually going to be very interesting hearing from the Korean side their opinion on players that we deem worthy.
And obviously, my perception on player of the game or an MVP vote is who was the most valuable player all around.
Yeah, it's about a consistently good player.
Right. So, in everything sort of, it starts at a neutral number, and then it can go up or down even into the negatives.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
If you're playing your lane phase really badly and causing lots of problems that only end up getting rectified by your play 20 minutes later, you're not a candidate for the vote probably in most cases.
No, if you're like the reason why a game had to be pulled back from the brink by one of your super players.
Even if you bring it back.
Yeah, I know, but if you bring it back, all you're doing is bringing yourself back to neutral, actually.
Yes, yes.
Which is, I think this happened in the Griffin game when Sword picked up an MVP earlier on. And he was part of the reason why things weren't so great. A lot of the votes went for him, though,
right.
because he had a great play at the very end of the game. So I think that's sort of like the quintessential example of just a different mindset when it comes to that Player of the Game award, which I think is cool. Like, I don't get triggered by it or anything like that. I just find it really intriguing that there are so many different ways to go about voting for different players. And a lot of the time, like, everyone's in line with one another, but sometimes you realize that, hang on, opinions are different.
Well, so far in this game, I don't think there is an opinion that we just have to come.
Well, that is going to be cleansed, immediately gathered from aiming. Hoyt asking for that one very, very kindly, and aiming saying, oh, well, of course. Hands it over, but otherwise not too much going to come of it. Dama have pulled themselves pretty far ahead, and they haven't even dropped Shelly just yet. 2 plates taken by Nogri certainly tells that story. He's going to be building towards his Catalyst now. Decided to forego building anything like a Bramble Vest. Just feels like he can smash the lane regardless. And look, to be perfectly honest, based on how things are going, I wouldn't blame him. There's the on-horn. No, Kuro going to get knocked up, but Showmaker not actually going to offer anything back. They notice Bono. They disengage. Nogari not too worried about not having that ultimate, as he's just going to head back towards the top side and continue farming things out casually.
Well, we are at 11 minutes here with 1 kill, Atlas, so...
Yeah, we're lulling.
We
lulling
are
pretty hard.
Yeah, I need a Jigglypuff for this one.
No, you don't. You
What?
need an anti-Jigglypuff. Jigglypuff just puts you to sleep.
I mean,
need
yeah,
a coffee.
along with all the players.
Ah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If everyone's asleep, no one's in trouble.
Yeah. Okay. Nuclear shoves the wave in. Not going to do anything interesting. Just going to go up, place a ward, get the heck out. A couple of wards down here in this lane, so they do know that Nuclear is staying in the area. Snoggery clears out vision. He's got a Sheen. Of course he does. Oh dear. At least we know that Nogri already has the Sunfire key, so he's going to be upgrading that first.
This is true.
As somehow he doesn't
And,
get the knock up there.
You know, if he's intending to build Locket of the Iron Solari or something of that value, or Adaptive Health, something very valuable in the Magic Resist department after this, I don't always mind Sunfire into Iceborne when the enemy team has a heavy reliance on physical damage.
Yeah, actually,
But
I think that it's fine to build the Sunfire into Iceborne and then build an Abyssal Mask for your second upgrade. Like, you can still do that as well. That's fine.
Well, the issue is you won't have the third item by the time.
Ah, yes. Showmaker, well, I mean, KT don't have a mid laner.
That is true. See all those dubs?
Yeah, it's just really dead. Kuro used his flash, used his cleanse, and still died through everything. As, yep, Shelly going to get a huge charge. Bubble going to land onto Bono, but Showmaker not overextending. A lot of discipline here today on Damwon's side. With Sohan moving to the mid lane, it means that Nogri is just going to be able to eat all of these plates. On celebrating a Greek wedding up there towards the top side with a lot of broken crockery.
And Canyon is up 2 levels over Bono. Lucian has fallen behind, did not manage to achieve anything. As Nuclear and Hoyt, I mean, everyone's just playing ping pong. We take a look at this one more time. And Showmaker, really good synergy with Canyon right there, just popping the Lucian into next year. 2 dragons already on the way for Damwon. This game is really looking like a 25-minute game end.
Yeah. And this is the composition that has all of the scaling, all of the options as this game progresses as well. The amount of different, like, the various modes that Damwon's composition has is pretty endless. I mean, they have pick opportunities, they have poke opportunities, they have siege opportunities, they have front to back team fight opportunities. They can fight around barons. They can do, you know, what they like. It is pretty flexible, which is always impressive. Very close to that Iceborne Gauntlet. Very close to another item here for Showmaker. We'll see whether he does decide to complete an Oblivion Orb next, which I actually don't mind, to be honest. You have Double Pen and the Luden's Echo. You're just going to be doing a lot of damage. Nogri has broken down this tower. And I think we were talking about Demolish being taken for Ornn pretty recently. And Nogri actually utilizing the passive really well because he recognized that Ornn is a very strong early laning champion and that he will be able to get some time with the turret.
Well, I mean, he gets the first turret of the game, so
yeah,
doing a fantastic job, and that is a giga big Ornn, by the way. 2 completed items, not even 15 minutes into the game.
Yeah, that's going to be most likely a dead Kuro. No, down to 200 health. It's now Canyon in trouble. Void Rush to get him out of it. But the bullet time will be able to secure that kill. Bono's going to be killed in response, but now Hoyt has to flash, and Nogri teleported in, but I don't know what he can find as now Showmaker has to flash out. Not going to be his own as now Nuclear dives into the backline. That's what this composition can do. The Killer Instinct helps save the Ornn and take down the pretty anemic Aatrox. Showmaker looks for aiming at Tucson, not quite able to get the bubble far enough. 2-for-1 trade in the end in favor of Darwin, and they keep the pressure up.
And it just, even though it's a 2-for-1, they're going to get so much value. KT are just missing out on so much experience inside of all of the lanes right now. And things are just going so good for Damwon here. Rek'Sai probably not too far away from the Black Cleaver. We take a look at what KT are doing. They're trying to make a pick. They're in desperation mode because of how hard they're losing this game. Bullet time comes over, tries to do something of value. Doesn't really matter. Nuguri ends up coming in via the teleport, summons the Ornn Ram a little bit late, but then Soon, not having his Q available, can't interrupt the R2 part of Ornn's ult.
Yeah, aiming actually just couldn't find a position to actually fight in that particular engagement. Only a few auto attacks were actually available from the KT 80 carry. That's why Noguri went down low, but managed to actually get the second shot on the Ram. And that's what was all she wrote for KT. Cannon and Hoyt coming down towards the bottom side as Bono lying in wait. I believe was spotted by the Tremor Sense.
Yep. And there's the double ornament coming in for Ornn. He just gets so many stats right now.
Down, both at the same time.
Yeah, level 12, massive gold lead right now for Damwon Gaming. And remember, they're the ones with the superior scaling. So now, okay. Well, they sniffed that right out. And I love it, man. I love Sinner team compositions just panicking. They look like they're about to sell their soul to the devil or something or try to come back in this game.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we did give them the winning formula for their composition. We gave them the winning formula, and they just ignored it. They picked an Alistair instead. Sometimes you just get punished. It's going to be third Drake of the game. And the bubble landing on the Tucson here. Not going to blow the ultimate or anything like that. No panic here from the Cow. So he just wanders on back, but it looks like a KT with not too much of an idea on what they're supposed to do next. Stormrazor collected from Nuclear. Slightly updated build. When we saw Ruler playing it, he was playing the AP Kai'Sa, just because their damage was certainly a lot more on the physical side, and they were utilizing him in order to even that out. But with Showmaker here, Nuclear is going to be free to build whatever style he wants. Not to mention Noguri being very strong as well. He's going to be doing a lot of magic damage, actually. As Shirley being considered. Down to about half health here, as KT should be able to take this one away. Noguri may move on down, but
and the thing is
going to be secured.
If a team fight ends up breaking out over something as minuscule as this Rift Herald, they would just be throwing the game away. So really fortunate for them they're able to sneak it, but honestly, everything is just slipping so far away. They're going to have an ornament come in here soon on Zoe.
So Showmaker has Proto Belt.
Yeah, that's... I mean, it's something.
It is. I mean, it adds to his burst combo.
It does.
You know, there's that.
That is
It's
a thing.
probably better than Morellonomicon.
Well, against the enemy team composition, I would actually say no. And the only reason that I would say no is, well, okay. Proto Belt's probably, well, Proto Belt is better than Morello, but worse than Oblivion.
Yeah.
In this spot.
So if an Oblivion Orb was purchased, that would have been the perfect mid-game
Yeah,
option.
Oblivion Orb and then moving into another item because there's no magic resistance present on the side of KT. And so we take a look at Lucian. He's at 43 magic resistance, and that's because he has the magic resistant runes because of the laning phase.
Yep.
So he opted into that rather than either HP or armor or whatnot. And Alistar down there at 39. So if Zoe just had Spark Boots plus Oblivion Orb, you get 33 magic 10, almost true damage onto both of those targets. Ends up being so valuable, and then you start putting the excess gold towards another completed item, like Rabadon's Death Cap, or something of that nature.
We're going to need Nuclear to pick up an Infinity Edge ASAP, so that Molten Edge can come in. Waiting for that Black Cleaver so that Nogari can upgrade it, and also waiting for him to head towards the mid lane so that he can help Showmaker out with his Luden's Big Echo. Luden's Cacophony. I like Luden's Cacophony.
Luden's Pulse.
I know that's what it's actually called. Luden's
Oh, do you?
Cacophony.
Okay.
Luden's
What is
Cacophony.
Rabadon's upgrade called?
That's the, what's it, hell, cap thing. I don't remember.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah. It's fine. Not a big deal.
Damn it, I did know that.
Yeah, I'm sure you did. I'm sure
I was
did.
almost ready.
What is the Black Cleaver one?
Obsidian Cleaver?
Oh.
I know that one.
What's Triforce?
Trinity Quadraforce? You call it a Quadraforce?
I am.
God. I actually don't know. Is Canyon Tunnel's out. Uses the flash as well, though. Nuclear split pushing on the top side. Has Hoyt in his back pocket to try and help him out. Ward there, I believe, gave Kuro the idea that there was a Leona coming in. He does have his cleanse available to get out of any CC. Now I'm triggered. I want to know. I want to remember what the Death
Your
Cap item
items.
is. Yeah.
Well, Death Cap item is Rabadon's Death Crown.
Death Crown. Oh, that's.
Sounds like Death Crown Citadel.
I know, right? That's Ice Crown Citadel.
Yeah, I really want a Lich King Mordekaiser skin.
I mean, all of his abilities are from Death Knights. It's actually
Yeah, they
pretty
are.
good.
He is a Death Knight.
Yeah.
So,
Right. Well, that's true, I guess.
yeah, you know.
But it's just.
And he brings you to the Death Realm. You know.
Which the Death Knights like to do. It's like straight out of Nax.
Sort of like the Ebon, yeah.
Ebon Plague.
Yeah.
Ooh. Were you an unholy Death Knight player? Is that what you're telling me right now?
I actually did play Death Knight.
You dabbled a little bit in the
Wrath
Death
of the
Knight?
Lich King, though, I was a Resto Druid.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Resto Druids are actually really strong
In Wrath, yeah. The tree?
That was when they finally did
I
something.
mean, that's why I love. That's why they call me LSAK Love Soraka. You know?
Aha.
It's all making sense.
It is.
I also like Ivern.
I've now figured it all out as Tucson goes in for the engage. Rek'Sai nowhere to be found as Tucson actually just not going to get too much follow-up for the longest time. Bono comes in, hits 4, finds the carries in the backline, and Showmaker destroys Bono. What a beautiful team fight thus far as Nuclear hunting after the Lucian. Will pick that one up, and there is another 80 carry here for him to find. Aiming, picks up a Summoner Airy down to about 50% health, but will be able to make it to relative safety. But honestly, this game is basically done and dusted. Damwon are free to move to the Baron if they would like to, or they could just start pushing things down as Ocean Soul now collected for this Damwon squad.
Yeah, I mean, it's just super insane what is going on right now. Damwon 8-1 is the gold score with Ocean Soul. This game is completely a wrap. They're going to be able to end with just the Baron as the Sinners. They've been purified here in game number 1.
They have. It's been an exorcism in this game.
I like that. I like that.
Be
I like
gone,
that.
evil spirits.
Spirit's not in this game.
And you know what happened?
Yeah.
The holy water was sprinkled. I got a bone to pick with Spirit. I spoke to him yesterday, but We do have a replay to go through first. As you saw Tucson, he went for the engage, but the follow-up was so slow.
And the other thing about this is that Nuguri, he has his flash available as well. There's just no universe where KT can ever realistically win this fight, but they feel compelled to do it because they're sort of forced to. It's the Ocean Soul.
Yeah.
So even if there's a 2% chance that you can win there, you have to try to get that 2%er.
Well, they weren't able to. The Merlin Omicron we were talking about was actually third item here for Showmaker, so he has completed that. I believe put it together, just the entire item. He had a lot of money in his back pocket. Stopwatch there as well. This is going to be a Zoe very comfortable. The next team fight is, can 4 people kill Noguri, especially with Nuclear on his way down? That is going to be the question. Bellows Breath comes down. He's already taken a lot of damage, but Searing Charge will get him out. And now Solar Flare comes in. We look for the carries. We find them in the back line. As Hoyt's also there. Kuro obliterated. Double kill for Noguri. As the Misfortune does get one back, but now Tucson with the ultimate not going to keep himself alive for long enough, and so on now finds himself alone in amongst this one. Double kill for Showmaker as he cleans up the fight. And it's an ace. And they only have to sacrifice Nuclear. This should be the game.
This should be the game, but the death timers are still so short because we're at 25 minutes, so all this can end up happening is likely both of the inhibitor turrets are going to end up going down.
I love watching Showmaker when he's in form, by the way. His Zoe has looked impeccable so far this game.
Yeah.
Difficult to find any difficulties, to be honest, when you have the Ornn so extraordinarily accelerated in this game against one of these Sinner compositions. All of the free stats going over to the carries, like we talk about all the time. And Nuclear's building towards a Zeal item next. He just doesn't want the extra stats from an ornament. As we have a look, we were right to presume that Noguri, most likely safe, had Flash available, had Searing Charge available, soaks up as much as he possibly can until everyone gets here, and it's re-engage time.
And re-engage time, 3-man Ornn Horn ends up coming out.
Not sure what Nuclear was thinking was going to happen there, standing in the bullet time forever, but
yeah,
it didn't actually matter. The more time they spend trying to kill him, the more time this gentleman right here and the rest of the squad is able to obliterate this team that is so anemic in this game.
Says I have ultimate.
Yeah. And then gets a free ride on the Gragas barrel into the front line. It's exactly what you want.
And no one's talking.
Yeah, it's actually pretty tidy in the comms.
Okay, well.
Oh my god.
Okay. Yeah, sure.
That's almost a one-shot. That's why Showmaker wants to put the Proto Belt together. Of course, it does amplify Battlestar damage because it allows you to travel further.
Yes.
So in theory, it has a lot of Zoe synergy. Just not one of the items that you see all that often. It's not very tanking damage, I think. It's not really showing on his health bar as Nuclear supercharges to get out of the Infernal Chains. Noguri currently very far ahead.
454 armor.
That's a lot of armor.
On the Ornn.
The value of a Last Whisper would be a fun conversation this game.
Yeah.
Whether anyone could ever afford one. Oh no, Aiming's already got it. Nicely done. It's irrelevant, but he does have one. It's good news. Inhibitors all still alive, but the inhibitor turrets have been taken. Now Trouble Bubble being thrown around, so much non-committal CC here on this Damwon side, but so much follow-up if anything does land. Kuro throws out the ultimate, but Searing Charge knocks him up down so incredibly low by just the Ornn, and the Zoe's going to pick that one up as Soan's going to get knocked up on the front line. I like the reposition of that Ornn Horn as Hoyt goes in with the Zenith Blade, aiming down very, very low as Nuclear's Q is just destroying this KT squad. The Showmaker looks for the back line, but it's actually going to be the Gragas cast that creates the distance for him to get out and start working on these Nexus turrets. One more to remain is now Bono on the fountain. So on. I just don't think he's going to be able to do anything, even if those Infernal Chains land. The heal is going to be there. The Nexus not going to be focused on just yet because this is Damwon. They like getting the kills on the fountain if they can get them, as in goes Noguri with the Searing Charge. Tanks up about 1 trillion damage before the Nexus eventually falls. 17-2. It's a shellacking for Damwon.
Yeah, and that is an absolutely insane game number 1. One of the faster ones that we've had in LCK 2020. And
Also,
well,
probably our best on performance that we've
Yeah.
seen so far, from laning phase to team fights. I really enjoyed watching Noguri on, a champion that's not necessarily one that a lot of his fans would want him to be on, right? Like, a lot of people watched Noguri at Worlds, watched Noguri during the 2019 season where he was just clapping people on split pushes, on these damage dealers that like to pick up things like Trinity Forces and all that sort of stuff. Nice to see Sunke in the gang for a little while before we were back on the screen. But I just think that, like, watching a Master on the Ornn after we've had so many Ornn performances that have disappointed you,
Yeah.
Mr. Ornn aficionado, it's great to see how it's supposed to be played out.
well, you have to wonder what KT is actually thinking now going into game number 2, because it really just felt like they weren't playing to win that game. They were playing to not lose.
Yep.
As every single lane was just playing ping pong, nothing was really happening. They drafted a team composition that, in theory, would want to play aggressive and play proactively.
Yeah.
But then every single time they were just doing stuff in the lane, it just felt like nothing was going to go on, and they hand-took ping pong all around. And then as soon as the camera cut to them, if they go backstage, none of the players are saying anything. And so maybe they're already just defeated.
Well, after, their first game, Telecom War is a big one. Emotions would have been running high, and they did not perform very well there. This was very cut and dry. Look at that exponential graph of the gold. Things started badly and ended badly. They got 1 Rift Herald, they got 2 kills, and otherwise they got absolutely nothing. No turrets the entire game. The map was Damwon's from Go to Woe, and look at the draft. I mean, this is an Ornn comp. This is a Kai'Sa comp that was able to navigate an early game very, very comfortably. In fact, almost too comfortably, being able to pick up everything that they ever wanted to. A couple of kills going the way of KT, but they're going to need a full rearrange as we move into game number 2. That will be happening right after this short break. Don't go anywhere.
그니까 뭐랑 없어.
가볼게. 가볼래? 높에. 아트아트.
아트.
나 빡치게 되는데.
아,
가볼래?
알려줘. 야, 비포.
되나?
사업으로 나야. 야, 사업 치자. 웨이브 없어. 사업 쳐야 돼. 야, 그만.
나 뺄게 타워으로.
웨이브 오면 돼.
타워 너무 많이 봤는데?
근데 우리 다 받아라.
시작 끝났어.
야, 다 잡자.
빨리 바꿔봐.
일단 타워부터 할게.
일단 타워부터. QA 할게 QA. 되나 이거? 안 될 것 같아.
같은데?
아, 개워봐. 하면 되나?
딜량 올리자.
죽여.
다 잡아. KDA, 우리 KDA 복구야.
레전드 오브 룬테라의 세계에 오신 걸 환영합니다. 이것은 실력 지상주의 뇌지컬 세계. 자, 이제 그럼 한판 붙어볼까? 레전드 오브 룬테라.
네, 안녕하세요.
We're back
일요일 분석 데스크로
for the
찾아왔습니다.
Sunday's
오늘
LCK
시작해보도록
Analyst
하겠습니다.
Desk.
안녕하세요, 김민아입니다.
This is Mina
빅토리
Kim
와디드님
and we'll be
함께할게요.
joined by
안녕하세요.
Victory and
네,
Wadid
반갑습니다.
for today's Analyst
자,
Desk.
담원과 KT가 맞붙었습니다.
담원 taken
두
KT
팬들이
roster,
모두 정말 기대가
and
많았던 경기였는데요.
Both teams'
자,
fans were
사실상
expecting a lot from this game. However, Damwon Gaming was having a bit of a easy win. What went wrong in terms of draft? Well, I don't see any problem in terms of their champ select. They both went with very go-to champion selects. However, we got Nuclear's Kaisa over here, one of his signature picks. This reminded him of defeating two rulers Kaisa in the previous game, because he lost lane against the Call Kaisa, so Nuclear maybe felt really bad after that game. However, he actually used that energy into improving himself, so he pulled off a great performance on Kaisa overall. For KT, well, except Gragas, they actually had all AD damage, so they had to really find somewhere to break down Ornn. However, it was not that easy. Their plan B could be doing a lot of damage around Gragas, but KT did not make it happen in either way. Well, they let Damwon Gaming take points so easily in their first game, and
네, 맞습니다.
going
이후에
on, they were just all falling
보완되긴
apart all
했지만
throughout the
사실상
game.
너무 일방적으로 좀
So this game
네,
was really one-sided.
KT에게는 많은
So it was a
생각이
very
드는
bad
장면들이
game for
아닐까 싶고요. 일단 첫
KT.
번째 장면 만나보도록 하겠습니다.
So nothing much was happening until this team fight. But this is the moment where KT players pulled trigger. They went in for Rek'Sai and they managed to find him. However, their teamwork over here was so bad. Because Zoe had the W flash, there was no meaning in finding her with Alista combo. So they actually should have gone for Ornn. However, their decision making was very off. So that was the point where they could shut down Nugget's Ornn. However, because they weren't really clean making their decisions in the team fight, they were actually letting all 5 Damwon Gaming players to scale after that fight.
안타까운 경기였는데요. 이후에도 뭔가를 해보려고 했지만
So there was
오히려
another
치고받은
attempt
장면보다
coming
좀
from
더
KT
더
Roaster.
보여줬어요.
However, it was not it was worse than the previous attempts. So we want to focus on the main tanks right here. Alista Ultimate removes all crowd controls effects and also reduced the incoming damage. But Ornn also had a huge armor, so he also has very huge damage reduction as well. And in fact, Ornn, even without ultimate, well, his set actually outnumbered Alistar. So Damwon Gaming was much more sustained throughout the fight. So as soon as the team fight started, Tuzin was just melt down. However, Ornn was so strong, he never fell. We could also see Ornn walking out alive after taking so many fountain lasers. So we could see the difference between the tanks in game number 1.
과연 협의가 됐던 1.4였는지도 약간은
So I guess
궁금해지는
KT have to
장면이었습니다.
improve their
자, 이렇게
communication
1세트
skills as
담원이
well.
차지를 했고요. POG 만나보시죠.
The player of the game for game number 1 would be
오랜만에 담원 선수들이 좀 재밌게 한 경기가 아닐까.
Nuguri on Ornn.
신나서 협곡을 날뛰더라고요.
Nuguri, even though today he was on a tank champion, he was just popping off everywhere on the rift. He had 94% kill participation, which is also really impressive. And with such a low health, he never died. And also, at this moment, he was getting chased by 5 players from the KT side. However, he just walked out and he got so many backups from his teammates. Also, his teamwork with Rek'Sai was also really impactful throughout the game. So I think Damwon had their best game in this split so far, so I hope Damwon can step up based on this game. But KT Roaster also, there's no back for them. They really need to commit for the next game. They need to try something they prepared. They were just falling apart very powerlessly in this game, so we want to see a better KT Roaster in game number 2. So let's go check out who will take the rift in game number 2.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Spring 2020. We're up to game number 2 between KT and Damwon, and someone's going to be subbed out for the first time this season. Ray, who just came over from EDG, is going to be hopping into that top lane position. See whether he can save a floundering KT here alongside Malram, who is also going to be taking Bono's place. After Bono once again had a pretty lackluster performance. Definitely better than his Jarvan game, but still not paying off so far.
And, well, we're going to have to see what is going to happen here in game number 2. And Ray, he's been one that has been playing some of the more unorthodox picks. I know that I've talked about him a few times on broadcast so far.
Yeah.
In 2020 Spring, as he's the one that is willing to play Sona. Or he was one of the few players.
A Sona picker, as it were. Well, I'd be excited to see what he's going to be able to bring to the table here, especially being able to mix things up against Nogari, who just came off a Player of the Game performance. Excellent work on the Ornn, probably the best that we've seen so far this season as far as Ornn play. And what, you know, it's to be expected from a player of Nogari's caliber on the top side. So good to see that the solo laners from Damwon are still pulling their weight. Showmaker also had, quietly, a pretty fantastic showing on his Zoe. Was always one of our sort of top 3 Zoe players. I like to give it to, well, top 4. Say that Dove, BDD, Chovy, and Showmaker have been definitely standout Zoe players, in my humble opinion.
It does look like KT, they're just going to be adjusting, I guess, as having substitution sometimes does end up happening.
Yeah, it does sort of take a little bit of time before you can get everything together. Currently, I'm trying to find Ray's solo queue account to see what he's been playing, but can't quite find any of them that are active at the moment. He's got one in Diamond 1, but I don't know whether that is one that he's actively playing. Oh, no, he has.
Yeah, that's him.
All right, wow. Chilling in Diamond 1.
Well, he has the Soraka. Hey, there's a lot of people in Diamond 1. Faker's in Diamond 1.
All right, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Wow. Who would have thought? Just not putting as much time into the solo queue at this point in time when scrims are aplenty. Can understand it. Also, the amount of red in this recently played is extraordinarily large.
Yeah, no, it's not about that pros aren't putting in games. There is lots of pros right now, D2, D1, on the ladder.
Wow.
It is insufferable.
Oh, no.
And what I mean by that is it's just a lot of diversity going on inside of the games.
Diversity. That's going to be his word. I feel like you have evolved, you know? You've found different vernacular to really put your opinion out there without necessarily saying the bad words. As Rek'Sai and Olaf, 2 sinners, both removed. As despite the fact that Bono is left, Malrun going to have his Olaf focused away. Syndra taken away as well here by KT. Wouldn't say that Syndra is necessarily a priority ban against Damwon, but Damwon respecting the Ornn pick so much they actually decide to ban it away from KT here.
And the Akali now being banned by KT.
Wow, Akali ban on blue side.
Yeah, a little bit surprising.
Ray not wanting to play it, and I think that the blue side ban here is purely because Solon's been subbed out. If KT are to play the Akali, generally it's the top lane version because Solon did show himself as one of our top lane Akalis that was able to really find success on the champion, especially in 2019. So far, Akali hasn't been a great pick in the LCK. In fact, I believe she's lost every game that she's played, all 2 of them.
Yeah.
Felio is going to be the final ban here on Damwon's side, and now KT have set available and will lock that one in.
And now, does Damwon actually respond to set here with a proper pick? Hopefully we don't see any of those Gnar shenanigans. I don't know, I was getting a little tongue-tied right there.
Yeah, don't worry, I've been joining you on that one. As Nogari, yeah, I mean, the Gnar is generally his go-to, but hopefully after that last game, he never goes to it again. Misfortune. More comfortable pick here, certainly second tier as far as AD carry is concerned, and I say second tier as the tier below Aphelios, but still certainly up there as far as priority. Canyon, no Rek'Sai availability, can lock in a jungler here if he would like to, but certainly a lot of other options would like to go there too. Lee Sin, Swain would be odd, but might be a choice into the set. Lee Sin going to be locked away here. Interesting that we haven't seen very much Swain. I remember he got buffed a little while ago and we were like, where's the Swain? And then just never really happened.
Well, Lee Song getting locked in by Damwon. And what is going to be the response is KT, okay, here's the 1-2 punch for the Zyrakan that we mentioned before as a possibility.
Yep, wasn't possible in the last game because the Xayah was banned, but now Showmaker can try and fashion something here in order to derail what KT has already put together. Very thematically, you know, art style correct here on KT's side. Everyone looking
Everyone's
basically
from
the
the same
same.
race as well.
Yeah, and same hairstyle, vibe.
Yeah.
You know, it's very anime over there on KT side.
Yeah.
Zoe going to be picked up here by Showmaker. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Well, let's take a look at what the bans now are going to end up being as Damwon.
Probably going to pinch the jungle here, I would assume, as Gragas is going to be the first ban. Looking at something like, I guess, Jarvan, Elise
Now,
for the second.
Malrong actually was one of the Karthus players last split in summer, so right now KT is very lined up to pick Karthus as it currently stands, and Damwon does have a lot of champions that are susceptible to him.
It could be Lucian Karthus here for KT to round out this draft.
It
They'd
could.
like to.
Yeah.
Wouldn't work too badly. As what will Damwon ban after this, Gragas? They could ban the Lucian if they feel like it. Depends. They did deal with it very effectively in game 1.
Maybe Elise? No, it's going to end up actually being Jarvan, and that's a little bit surprising, all things considered.
It does deny Jarvan Rumble being picked up immediately after this for KT. That would also suit their composition relatively well.
KT, are they going to end up just banning another support? No, it's actually going to be the Mordekaiser, and that's really strange when you have the Set, because Set already beats Mordekaiser. And then
that's
when you
what we've seen. Yeah.
pair it with the Zoe, you incentivize the Merc Treads to be picked up. QSS as well is an option. Hex Drinker.
I want to see Fiora or something like that for Noguri. I want to see him to go full split push. We're not going to see it yet because we're going to wait until the full team composition has been revealed before Noguri is going to lock in his champion. But if ever you see these counter pick split pushes, it's generally at last pick on red side. So still an opportunity as the Elise that we were talking about is going to be hovered. Feels like a trap these days. She hasn't been doing a lot of winning, but when she does
these
win,
are my
it
favorite
does
two
look
jungle
good.
champions, Atlas. Elise and
That's Sejuani.
Okay.
Damwon were very good at losing to Sejuani in their last match against Gen.G. So, I mean, there's that, as this would be a lot of physical damage.
That is
KT.
insane amounts of physical if they would end up going with that, and so...
Glad that they changed their mind. 4 seconds to go. Orianna the consideration. Won't be too difficult up against the Zoe. Being able to shield yourself and all that sort of stuff does help the Orianna. As KT with a very standard front-to-back team composition here with that follow-up, and that's the Fiora that I was talking about. This could be an opportunity. KT have shown face-up that they want a team fight.
Oh, Kale.
And Noguri's going to do it back to his old favorite in the Kale. A champion that can also get that split push happening, but can also play a team fight game as well and adds an extra carry to the arsenal of Damwon. A very exciting pickup. Let's see whether KT can use this very stable comp in order to answer what Noguri is going to be able to put forward. But it's going to be, once again, a really difficult mid-game for KT to get past. Malrang going to be hard for him to have too much of an impact without getting himself to a couple of items and really being that rock in the front of the team. Him and Ray going to have a rough time, but both of them fresh off the bench. In for game number 2, and KT, they haven't won a game number 2 yet. Game number 2 being the hardest one. In fact, haven't played a lot of game 3s. Game number 2s they have always lost, and they've won a couple of game 1s. See whether they can turn it around here up against Damwon.
Well, Set, Sejuani, Orianna, Xayah, and Rakan is going to be the champions for KT here. And so they do have quite a bit of late game as well as a massive mid-game power surge available to them in their picks. And on the flip side, Nautilus, Misfortune, Zoe, Lee Song, and Kale. And so the Kale pick, interesting response to the Set, able to almost entirely neutralize them in the later stages of the game. And then Kale, no stranger to scaling.
Certainly going to be able to scale pretty effectively here for Damwon, but otherwise their composition does peak around the mid-game. given Lee Sin and Zoe. Zoe just in general. As soon as you see her, you know that the composition can do stuff in the mid game. Because that's where she absolutely excels, when the map becomes a little bit more open and the bubbles start being frustrating for the opposition. Having a look at the runes, it's going to be the fleet footwork on this Kayle this time around. A bit of experimentation since Klepto was removed. Kayle didn't really have a go-to keystone. It's generally the precision tree that you see her occupying these days. So we are going to clear out the vision. Hoyt just having a little bit of a wander around. Interesting that we don't see Beryl switching in for game number 2. It feels like Damwon have gone back to Hoyt. The beginning of Damwon's time in the LCK, it was Hoyt that was playing most of the games. This was in the height of Rakan priority. And then Beryl towards Worlds. Him and his Alistair were really getting some things done. But now it seems like Hoyt has picked up the reins once again.
And Malrong is going to be starting the red buff here, also using that sweeper. Going to let aiming pick it up.
But full information given as to where Miss Piggy is going to be starting. Ray up here towards the top side. I believe we'll know that Noguri was helping the Lee Sin get a bit of a leash.
And okay, well, Ray up here has the E start. Isn't actually using it.
Yeah, Facebreaker held on to, which is interesting.
Kayle was absolutely in range. That is so bizarre.
It's pretty strange. I guess he was worried about the follow-up damage, as there's the Facebreaker finally coming out.
Gets the level 2 as well.
Maybe that was the timing that he was looking for. Gets that big punch. Now Malrong will find Canyon. Canyon turning it onto him immediately, but I don't know whether this is a fight that he necessarily wants, as the permafrost does come down. Oh my goodness. Of course, level 2, he gets his redemption. As Canyon walks over a wall, but isn't going to be able to steal the Grom. Level 2!
Level
really?
2 redemption is it quite good insane RNG.
Good player.
Yeah. Very talented.
We talk about this. The earlier you get redemption, just shows how much of a better Zoe player that you are. It does certainly trigger me, and that was utilized very, very well there from Showmaker.
As right now, Showmaker just gonna be trying to keep the Orianna underneath the turret. Lee Sin and Sejuani completely even right now in terms of CS, but Lee Sin has a lot more resources available to him.
Yeah, Canyon spending some time on the top side of the map certainly did help take away some of Malrong's options. As Kuro back to a pick that he certainly did love many moons ago. Now Ray playing very aggressively here towards the top side. Of course, Noguri before level 6 is going to be quite susceptible. Still needs to get to his Kaioken form.
Noguri also level 4, as Ray is still stuck on 3.
Another big face breaker down to 200 here for Noguri.
And this is a very scary timing right now. Malrong is going to come up in here to top lane because you know that Noguri just can't resist trying to shove in this wave, but meanwhile,
Nuclear in a lot of trouble. Tucson dashing around this one, but Nuclear does find a little bit of extra damage back and is going to be okay for now. I believe Damwon were baiting for Canyon, who was here on the bottom side. However, not able to actually find a window in right here. Push the wave again as Lee Sin did decide to go back. Nuclear standing on a ward, but will eventually just go for a reset. No teleport available or anything of that nature. As Noguri had teleported back towards the top side, has himself a couple of long swords building towards the Gunblade, most likely as his first item. Gunblade, Rageblade, Nash's Tooth, generally the build path for the Kayle these days. We've seen one so far in the LCK. Don't remember whether it was Noguri off the top of my head. There's another Facebreaker max range there from Ray. Doesn't find the sweet spot on the Haymaker. This is one of those interesting matchups where right now, yeah, you can see the set is doing a great job, but that's what is to be expected even if the Kayle was picked into him. Just based on what the options are going to be moving later into the game, as Showmaker finds a very comfortable paddle star. And also maximizes his levels here in the mid lane. Kuro will be able to even out that experience bar. Canyon takes away the Cloud Drake. We've got an Ocean next and either Mountain or Infernal Soul to come in.
And all of those are really exciting.
Mountain's going to be brilliant for KT if they can get it.
They have the Sejuani, they have the Orianna as well. It also just really helps with resisting Zoe bubbles in the later stages of the game. As Infernal Soul also super good for both of these parties.
Oh yeah.
As Nuguri, I mean, he's up here in top lane. You pick the Kayle against the set to scale, not to win lane. And Nuguri's doing a pretty fine job keeping up in the CS department. We'll see what build Nuguri ends up going. I think that he's just going to go for the Gunblade as the initial item. It takes Kayle a very long time to get going.
Yeah.
In Season 10, no longer has the Kleptomancy available to her. As every other lane state is just completely even right now. So, not a lot of action going on. Malrong could die here.
Well, Battlestar doesn't find the mark, but we've got a Trouble Bubble that lands onto the Rakan. Broken, in fact, by the Aftershock, which I don't think is what Damwon actually wanted. But Rift Scuttler is going to be claimed by Damwon Gaming. Just muscling out. KT from the river. Is now level 6 has been hit. Nuguri has found himself a ranged form, and this is where the lane starts to turn back for the Kayle. Utilizing range advantage is, of course, what you want to be doing. Is now Canyon once again being aggressive in the jungle. I like it on this Lee Sin, putting the pressure on when you're going to be stronger. Because if the Sejuani's just allowed to farm, then something's gone wrong on the other side, right? Because she needs to spend some time getting towards items. And Canyon, you can see, already itemizing for early power with the double longswords instead of going towards finishing off his skirmishing saber or anything like that. It's Ray throws down the Q, but
has
he's just
the
going to miss
E.
the Haymaker, yeah.
And doesn't use it. And this is so many times now the camera has panned to top lane, and I haven't understood what Ray is trying to do on this set.
At least lands a Haymaker there, but didn't have a lot of grip built up, so following up can be difficult. Great slow from Nuguri to deny Ray's advance. Also denies the Sejuani any sort of entrance. Nuguri's just toying with Ray right now. This is super comfortable for the Kayle.
She has that range form now, and so Set is going to start losing. He does need a recall, though, very badly, as Ray did end up doing it. Now, we're going to see if Ray is a sinner or a saint when it comes to, does he build Black Cleaver on Set?
Well, so far, both options are available to him. Couldn't quite finish the Pahage as he went home. As the Ruby Crystal and the Longsword still sitting in his back pocket as Canyon is continuously diving into Malrong's jungle. And taking away camps. You can see 51 to 36 right now. That makes me feel like Malrong is just farming extremely slowly rather than Canyon actually, you know, farming fast on this Lee Sin. The Sejuani's going to really be struggling. Level 6 already gained from the Lee. And I believe still level 5 is Malrong. Yeah, lowest level in the game. This is what can happen. Showmaker discovers the ward. Will know that Kuro is paying a visit, but Tucson, I believe, unknown to Damwon. Now discovered as he walks over towards his control ward. Kuro here will clear out this minion wave. Tucson taking a bit of damage, but otherwise it's going to be fine. Guardian going to be there, able to walk next to Kuro and pick that one up. As Canyon is the one that started off onto Shelly. Malrong in the area, doesn't have the ultimate, as Ray behind the pit was looking for a way in. Showmaker now in position. Nuguri as well, up here ready to zone away the set, who's just desperately trying to get back towards this lane as the bubble is going to land. Haymaker comes forward. The timing's brilliant from Showmaker there as he weaves in the Paddle Star after the shield was mostly dealt with. Now the set with no teleport has to deal with 3 members of Damwon and only a fresh level 6 Sejuani up here.
And no Rift Herald actually being summoned either. They just end up zoning Ray off a bit of CS, and they take one of the turret plates, as now Nuguri gonna be able to shove in this wave as well. Canyon coming over, and I think what they're trying to do is lock up Malrong and Ray.
Yeah, and they are going to load Noguri up on plates here as well. I believe Canyon's going to try and continue his snowball by collecting some of the gold here as well. Space Breaker does come down, but Safeguard's pretty good ability. That's going to stop Ray from doing too much. Noguri, bit of an interesting choice when it comes to target selection, as Ray doesn't find the sweet spot on that Haymaker either. As double recall is going to come forward, Noguri just takes that plate because it's there and he deserves it. As Showmaker takes a lot back from that one, but Hoyt looking for a dredge line, can flash for it if he'd like to, and does so. Gets the flash immediately out of Kuro. Kuro will switch immediately over to the Ghost, and I think probably not worth it considering the spellbook, as Hoyt now won't have any options other than the dredge line onto terrain.
And we can see that, I mean, Kuro, this is definitely not negative gaming. I just want to point that out. Ghost Cleanse is perfectly fine here, as the spellbook is being used in order to get that ghost, as
I think they're the most common Nunu runes, the old Ghost Cleanse.
they are quite interesting.
Yeah, certainly common ones.
Makes me want to go disco dancing.
I want to go disco dancing as well. I went to
wanna
a
build
roller
a
disco
snowman?
when I was in LA.
Oh, it actually snowed today here.
It did. It was incredible, wasn't it?
It was really pretty.
It's one of the things that I really love about living in Korea is snow, because I'm Australian and we just don't, snow doesn't happen in my country, really, unless you're on top of a mountain. Hextech Gunblade completed as Noguri teleports back in, and Canyon might just be dead, but no, Safeguard once again going to help him out. Lands the Q, not likely to go back in as he's still quite squishy. Warrior Enchant is complete. The KT now gathered themselves some control around this Ocean Drake that has spawned. Shirley will be coming up momentarily as well, as Shelly went down pretty early. A few things to fight for on this map in a few moments' time. The lead for Damwon is there, but it's not gigantic.
And Ray is not even going to go into Trinity Force or Black Cleaver. Actually just picked up the Spectre's Cowl, first item. So purely defensive set, and this is going to mean that Set is not going to be doing anything in the mid game as it stands.
Well, there's the Glacial Prison into the Shockwave, a very dead Canyon in that river. Standing a little close to the sun. First blood, actually, is what that was, is now Showmaker looking for the second one. Now Nuclear throws out the bullet time. Tucson has to get the hell out of there as the depth charge was popped, I guess. But the image was still there. Featherstorm will indeed do that for you. Showmaker still tussling with Kuro, but just going to find the heal. Nuclear holds onto his flash. Bottom side, aiming with barrier and flash also available to him. Double heals missing from the supports.
And Kuro doesn't end up landing that bubble. He's just trying to get another plate, as he's so close to getting one in mid. Ray trying his best to defend the final plate that he has remaining, as Noguri looks AFK. I don't really know.
No, he got stunned. It's fine.
Yeah?
He got shot by a sword as well, which is quite confusing there, did Ray. Now, see whether he can withstand for another 20 seconds to deny that final plate. Looks like he's not even going to bother because Canyon's trying to steal his stuff. And Showmaker with the Paddle Star probably did more damage than Smite was capable of. There's 8 seconds, and that plate should just go down for Noguri. Gets the ward in, 2 seconds to go, not even
gets
close.
The plate,
baby.
gets first blood turret. As we take a look at how this all transpires, Glacial Prison just comes out. And honestly, that is such a cookie-cutter kill.
I mean, very easy. Not sure why Canyon was playing so far up. I believe they did have some form of vision. And he's quite squishy. Here's the little Lee Sin. You can see Malrong's actually closed the gap very effectively against Canyon.
2.5 minutes, or actually just under 3, I'm sorry, until the next dragon ends up coming up, and it is going to be Mountain Soul, and so for Damwon Gaming, it's more so to just deny the opponents, although you do have some resistances that you can end up building.
Hoyt's, of course, going to have a stone plate as quickly as he can.
And Zoe can end up getting the Banshee's Veil if she wants to. Lee Sin obviously able to build tank items as well. Kale, not so much.
Nope. You are pretty priced into your first 3 damage items, being the Rage Blade, Gunblade, and Nash's Tooth. Where you go from there is certainly up to you. See what Noguri decides is going to be worthwhile for him. I like Phantom Dancer. I feel like having... Oh, there's the kick flash onto aiming. Not sure what Canyon was thinking, though, because there was absolutely no follow-up, and he just dies. Bullet time, thrown down. We've got triangles being thrown at one another, but aiming uses his defensively, and there we go. Death Charge from Hoyt. Used onto the Rakan, who can't actually break out of it. Now Showmaker in trouble, grabs himself a barrier. Chili Smite comes in there as well, but Malrung going to help Kuro pick up that kill, and Showmaker maybe a little bit overly aggressive. Damwon hold on to their gold lead.
Yeah.
But otherwise, these fights are going all KT's way.
And now it looks like Malrung and Kuro want to try to come down here potentially into bottom. Malrung still does have the Glacial Prison available. And remember, Kale hasn't entered fights yet.
Another Dredge line coming in here as Malrung sees Noguri. Hoyt's going to go golden. Should be able to survive this because no one really wants to go near Noguri now that he's level 11. And he actually has Super Saiyan form. Level 12, as I say it.
Super Saiyan 1. As we take a look at this one more time, and I don't know what he's trying to do.
Yeah,
I actually just have absolutely no idea. I'm trying to think what he was thinking, and all I'm getting is just a blank image.
Well, it seemed to me like he didn't quite know which direction to kick his
But not even
target.
that. There was no way he was going to get lethal, and there was no way that Misfortune could end up getting there to help out.
Yeah.
As we see here in this follow-up, Malrung taking a bit of damage, ends up getting away. Hoyt did have to use his stopwatch. And now we're going to have a fight over the Mountain Drake.
And this is where Damwon really do want to start winning some fights.
Yeah, and Kale doesn't have teleport available, so probably just going to start moving down now.
Yep, movement speed options available for the Kale. And this is the time where we're going to be looking at Showmaker to help Damwon out. KT, they have their front-to-back comp working. They have Koro with his first item. Noguri coming down, actually looking for his first kill as the flash has to be expended. The mini wave going to be taken control of. Malrung spots the members of Damwon Gaming. Sweeper not going to be utilized, but this Control Ward does take away the vision that KT have for themselves. Control Ward put over the wall there by Tucson as 5 members of KT are here. Nuclear still a little bit late to this party. Trouble Bubble doesn't find the target as Hoyt now looks for Tucson, who gets the grand entrance onto Noguri. Noguri still looking for these kills. Has the ultimate available, remember, it does use it now as he gets just dived on. Finds the kill onto Malrung, but they trade back pretty immediately as Blade Caller looking for Nuclear, doesn't get him. You're going to land there as Canyon looking for Tucson potentially. So far, 4 versus 4. Feels like Damwon still have control of this river. Showmaker is still a very scary force. Nuclear there as well. Doesn't have bullet time, but does have bullets. And the Mountain Drake will go to Damwon.
Mountain Drake, yep, gonna go over
Hoyt.
to them.
Bit of a face check, does at least proc his Aftershock to try and keep him alive. Dredgeline, max range, gets him to safety. Double up, works onto Kuro. Does do a lot of damage. That was a hijacked flash used by Showmaker to get him over the wall. This bubble going to be haymaker to make sure that Ray doesn't take too much. And he'll get himself out of there. He's still 20 CS behind the Kale. That is probably going to extend as Noguri makes his way back towards the bottom lane. Nash's Tooth going to be second item, in fact. Might be going for a more AP variant of this Kale.
And we're going to take a look at the replay right here as Damwon, they come in on the Dragon. The team fight ends up breaking out. Noguri trapped amidst the chaos as he's just trying to deal as much damage as he possibly can. Malrung Kale ends up ulting and then eventually is brought down. So not the best positioning for Damwon prior to this, but they still do come out on top with the Mountain Dragon.
Yeah, just thinking about it, KT don't really have very many superplex targets in this game, do they?
No, they don't.
It's like largely Hoyt, but he's not even building health because, of course, the Stone Plate is so strong on these supports. And Canyon, he's not going to have health for a very long time. I guess he'll have Black Cleaver, but otherwise it'll be the Guardian Angel coming in next. 900 away from getting that Nash's Tooth here for Noguri, and we'll be able to see where he's going to go next. Rabbiden's Death Cap wouldn't be too bad, but I'd still like a Rage Blade.
Does look like Ray is also a bit of an intellectual. Gonna be building Trinity Force on set. I die a little inside every time I see Black Cleaver.
Noguri is going very aggressive to Ray here, taking probably too many turret shots, one could say.
Almost has the Nashor's Tooth actually completed for himself, as Kuro and Malrang, they're trying to push in top lane, as Damwon maybe looking to make a play here in mid. Remember, Tushin and aiming with barrier heal, so
very
much
defensive.
more durable than normal. Trinity Force finally completed on Ray.
It's actually pretty big because that was a dagger and a phage.
Yes.
Immediately turned into a Trinity Force, so Ray might be able to at least fight back a little bit more effectively, which he's going to have to. He's 40 CS behind. It feels like that lead is only extending as Noguri does have so much control. Inner turret falls on the top side, luxury turret like you like to talk about, but still is going to line the pockets of KT and form them about a 1,500 gold lead at this 21-minute mark into the game.
Now, one of the unfortunate things about the itemization on the side of KT, aside from Set just having the random Spectre's Cowl, which will end up serving purpose later against the Kayle and Zoe, but right now it's not really adding all that much value, is the Orianna, she picked up a...
the Forbidden Book.
The Forbidden Book.
Works with a Kayle, you know? Kayle's got a heal button. Has been building a bit of AP with this particular choice.
That's some blasphemy if I've ever seen it.
Yeah.
Analyst, okay.
What you're going to do is Malrang tries to smite the blue, but actually just helps Noguri take that one down, and Noguri is actually able to take the Gromp as well. Which one of these players is the jungler is, I guess, my question.
Well, Kayle is level 14, so actually very close to going Super Saiyan 2.
Yeah. And he's going to be the one to watch here this game. It's all about Noguri and what he can actually do, and maybe this is going to be the time as Canyon just doing some funny business there. Going to interrupt his resonating strike with his safeguard onto Noguri. The mind games coming out here. Right now, KT do have really good item timings. In 2 items on their Orianna, 2 items on their Xayah, and that Trinity Force that just came in. Quite able to find opportunities for fights, but as you can see, Nuclear probably sitting on a bag of cash right now, given he only has that BF sword and not the completed Infinity Edge.
And only 50 seconds until this Mountain Dragon ends up coming up, so it's definitely looking like it's going to be extremely Damwon favored. Some people, they might look at the gold score at the top right now and think, well, isn't KT in the lead? Absolutely not. So, unless Malrang and Kuro are able to find some sort of a pick-off prior to this Mountain Dragon, it should go over to Damwon Gaming every day of the week.
Oh, Showmaker, really clean stuff. Grand entrance used to exit on Tusin's side, but does keep his health bar intact. I mean, anything can happen. I mean, a Shockwave play could come in, but this, what's happening to Ray right here is the biggest problem, as that's the kickback Haymaker, not going to find any damage, the Superplex does nothing, and Noguri just picks up the kill. That is how difficult it is to go for a flank if you're this particular set, because Noguri has the same idea and he'll just kill you.
The other thing is that Set can't really hold a side lane here against Kayle. So this is one of the interesting counter picks that Set eventually gets forced to teamfight, but as we were talking about earlier on...
Has to be flashed.
Oh, man.
Yeah, Vision going to come in. Nuclear very late on that bullet time. But the Mountain Drake has been picked up. Inner turret traded for it, so Damwon not going to be super excited about that particular decision. Is now the team fight. 4v5 at the moment as Showmaker flashes away from the feathers, but now Hoyt has the ultimate on him, keeps himself alive for a while, but a 3-man Shockwave will take down the Nautilus, and aiming going very aggressive onto Nuclear. Noguri still at full health as now the teleport comes through from Ray. He's desperately looking for someone as the Facebreaker does come in. Noguri has the flash, uses it to get out, and KT look a little bit silly, finding no one.
KT, they don't find anyone, and because Noguri has the teleport available, I think KT are going for a Desperation Baron right now. They do have the Ocean Dragon that's replenishing some of their HP, but Canyon is so close with full HP. Noguri here as well. Superplex, though, is available on Ray to pull the Lee Sin away. Baron, half HP.
I believe kickback is going to be there as now Noguri looks for Ray, finds him now. Canyon wants to get into this pit. 1,800 health, but they decide they don't want to go for the 50-50 and an intelligent choice from KT.
And now Damwon!
Oh, just take the leash. no worries there at all. Hoyt comes on over, and now Showmaker, one of the best defensive Baron takers, is able to stop them from coming in.
And Super Saiyan 2 Kale, so...
Yeah. I've seen these episodes. This is, that's the rough point. This was Gohan against Cell, you know. He's only got one arm, but he's got all the power.
Yeah, he's got
and
Goku.
I mean, look at 2 arms on
Which
Kale.
maybe Baron is Goku.
Maybe.
As we take a look here, Gunblade coming out, Ray not really having a response here. Had Flash available, and so I think that there's a world that he can end up actually living if he's really quick to pull for the Flash Duplex and try to end up getting away. But right here, Hoyt trying to go in onto Kuro, they just didn't quite have enough damage. Kale ultimate not doing enough right there. Flank came in from Ray, but as we saw, wasn't able to find anything. And then Ray, he was just making Damwon stay.
He was. And honestly, the Baron wasn't fast enough. It was a bit of a desperation call regardless. And Damwon, they pick up the health bar at around 50%. Grab that Baron for themselves. The gold lead's certainly not there just yet, 1.3k, but we've still got minute 45 on this Baron. There is a fair bit of standing gold still available. Inner turrets aplenty on this map for Damwon. And the Mountain Soul will be available in 2.5 minutes. Stusen standing on this ward. Hoyt also standing on a ward. He's now Canyon. Arctic Assault comes forward. Safeguard out onto a ward. But no Dragon's Rage available, as Damwon will be pushing down the first inner turret of this Baron buff. Take it on the top side.
So they finally end up, you know, getting a somewhat of a gold advantage here. It's about 2,000. But again, you factor in team composition, that Kale, the fact that the set just isn't really doing anything in this game at all.
27-minute Flame Horizon, not too bad.
Yeah.
Not agree.
As Death Cap also completed.
Yeah,
for
I like
Showmaker.
This. It looks like Showmaker's going the Super Soaker Death Cap into Void Staff combo.
Yes.
Which is probably one of the bigger 3-item spikes you can get. It's like you could exchange the GLP for something like Illudens as well, but it's neither here nor there. Generally, if you go 2-3 Rabidons after your first mana-related item, you're going to be feeling very, very strong once that Void Staff is complete. Despite this Xayah actually starting to get very strong. It just doesn't seem to be enough as the bubble going to register there onto Malrung. Gets himself out of the way. Paddlestar misses onto Tucson, as does the Super Soaker. Nogri will take everything if it's in front of him. Without too many worries. 2 levels ahead of Kuro. 6 levels ahead of Malrung.
Yeah.
7 levels ahead of Tucson.
Yeah.
Wow.
This is a really, really gross deficit for KT to try to figure out how they're going to get out of this, as their champions pound for pound are just so far behind that of Damwon's. And 30 seconds now, Mountain Soul, and with that, it's definitely going to be lights out. All that extra HP against a KT team composition that really only has one champion that's going to deal a lot of damage to it.
Whoa, Showmaker. Fair bit of damage there. Mountain Soul, or Mountain Rift, is like a Nautilus's worst nightmare because he can't dredge line anywhere, but Zoe loves it. So Damwon sort of good and bad as far as that Drake is concerned, but now a potential fight here around the Mountain Soul opportunity for Damwon.
Kale's level 18, and Sejuani's 11.
Yeah, Nogari's also just completed a death cap for 4 items on the Kale, has teleport available, and KT are looking for a fight.
I mean, Nogari did teleport in.
Yeah, he's going to be here for this one. Canyon just looking for a target. Dredgeline missing onto Ray. Now Damwon will get themselves that shield. Glacial Prison comes down, but it's Nogari that secures the dragon, and now Malrung's just going to get taken down. No, able to get out of there as Hoyt does find Ray, and the Q is going to land from the Lee Sin. A lot of damage out of Nuclear and Nogari, and KT nowhere to go. In fact, they're going the wrong direction, moving towards the enemy base. Now Nogari moving Canyon super quickly. Now continue pushing things as we've got a minute 20 until Baron is up. Elder Drake now spawning in 5.5. Damwon not too worried about those neutral objectives. They just want to push down this mid lane and start smacking on this base.
They're going to be able to do it. I mean, you just look at the value that the Mountain Drakes and the Mountain Soul are doing 18% amplification. It's not much, but it's a Kayle that has 105 armor and 50 magic resistance, which does make her a little bit more durable. And when you consider she's healing a lot because of her Gunblade as well as the fleet footwork and things of that nature.
And pressing her W.
Yeah, and pressing her W as well with having quite a lot of AP. This game is definitely over for KT outside of some miracle Baron fight and then also somehow stealing the Elder Dragon and winning a team fight.
Yeah, they need to drop something on Nogari's keyboard, I think. That's going to be my tactic. Okay, that's one way to figure out that KT are lying in wait. Canyon saying thank you very much for buffing the range of the Sonic Wave. As he's able to pick up all of that vision from safety. Set's going to give vision to himself bottom side. He has that teleport up. Nogari doesn't, which is why he's going to be going top side as this Baron spawns. Just came up just then. Kuro throw his orb over. Nuclear is going to be able to clear out that ward from safety.
And Canyon now.
Well, Nogari's just going to try and solo this.
Yeah.
Hoyt's going to be there, but too soon. Just gets kicked out. Sorry, mate. Not going to have too many opportunities there. Able to hop over the wall pretty effectively, but look at this. Damwon just shred through this Baron. Canyon is going to be able to get into the pit, but not able to steal it. The bubble actually activating, and Marung going to go down there as well. Hoyt just trying to play defense and dredge lines to get himself out. Flashes after the Haymaker is now. Canyon dives on in, but Ray sacrifices himself. Oh no! Not exactly the superplex that you were looking for. Is Nogari down half health? A flash in from Nogari. Kuro running for the hills, but this Kayle is so big. Canyon, just stunning skill shots. The ace comes forward, and Damwon look for a clean 2-0.
Yeah, Damwon now with the top wave in close proximity. They're going to be able to buff it up with Baron. And with the champions that they have, they're going to rip right through the turrets, and this is going to be a 2-0 in about 1 hour's time, not factoring in champ select, so...
Yeah, it's currently about 6:36 KST, and T1 versus Gen.G is in an hour and a half. Starting at 8 p.m. As Malrung, he's respawned, but these Nexus turrets, they definitely won't. The Nexus won't as well until our next match, and Damwon come back with a vengeance after a very, very rough series earlier in the week. If you want redemption, there is no better way to get it than to kill your opponents on the fountain before dealing that last beautiful shot to the Nexus, just like Showmaker did. Fantastic performance once again from that top lane god himself, showing us that he can play the tank, he can play the carry, he can scale, he can sin, he can do what he wants.
Well, he didn't sin, he came to purify. That's why
he purified this game, but earlier in the games, he's picked up player of the games on. Like it's the opposite of Morgana, who's like the devil lady.
No, she's not the devil lady. She's misunderstood.
Ah, is that how it is?
Yeah, why do you always jump to that conclusion?
Oh, I just read the lore. And devil doesn't necessarily mean, you know, like you're a bad person. Have you seen the Lucifer TV show? He's theoretically good.
Love that show.
Yeah, I haven't.
The next season's coming out soon.
I'm in the lull state of that show,
What?
which I think is like season 2. It's like
it
not
gets
quite
bad.
as good. Yeah, it gets a little bit iffy. So I'm trying to like trudge through it until
it comes
gets
back.
better. Yeah, okay.
It gets really good. Season 3, season 4.
All right, nice, nice. Well, that's exactly what Damwon did. They got slaughtered by Gen.G. They were making draft errors. They were messing things up in that series. This game, however, their first draft was beautiful. Their second draft, they had the answering Kayle split push and team fight option that did very much work out. And I just love watching Nogari play this well, you know? A reminder that this team just has carries that are so good. And despite not having a great start to the season, there is still a lot of season to go. This is only the final day of week 2. There are many weeks to start off the LCK. Still in the first round robin, still with plenty to play for. KT, they're going to need to think that as well, because honestly, this has been a lackluster second week for them.
The thing is that KT has no identity whatsoever.
Yep.
It is so bizarre that you can't ever really tell what they're trying to go for. They did get some wins,
Yeah,
so far.
Their game ones in week 1
Their
was
game one,
actually
yeah.
pretty good. But not quite able to figure out anything else. As this is a highlight play for some strange reason. As Canyon just getting a kickback for no reason onto aiming there.
Well, it's a highlight because of the ending right there. I saw the green ooze.
Yep, true.
Yeah.
Got it.
As Showmaker.
Once again, going to get caught out. And I actually like that this is highlighted because Damwon were playing a bit fast and loose.
Yes.
Throughout the early to mid game. But it was after Noguri picked up 2 to 3 items that it really did feel like the inevitable was just, it was like a freight train of Super Saiyan 2 Kale destruction. And even here, like the level advantages that were able to be picked up by Noguri after this team fight was just disgusting. Because you can see they're even here, and then all of a sudden it was a 3-level lead.
And, I mean, the other thing about this is Ray, whenever the camera panned to him in top lane, remember, I kept saying I didn't understand what he was doing on set.
Yeah.
In so many of those instances. And once the mid game started coming around, he looked so lost. And I really feel like the Peacekeeper set kit skin was really fitting. He was trying to keep the peace. He was a pacifist this game.
Yeah, well, that's not what you want to do. This is PvP, guys. You can't be doing that. He gets booted back into the opposition. Showmaker throwing a Super Soaker for no reason, but Marong, he was bubbled up, trying to go for that 50-50 opportunity, but Canyon and Noguri just had too much security on that Baron. Superplex was buffered there by Ray, as Canyon was coming in to try and kick him back anyway. It was an odd move, but we're going to listen in on Damwon as they obliterate these Nexus turrets and then look to try and dive some fountain.
죽일만 한데 나 궁뎅이네. 조지겠다. 몰라. 죽여. 몰라.
나이스.
That was Hoyt. That was Hoyt. He just wanted to kill the champions.
Noguri did, I mean, he did all right here.
How much damage did KT do as a team? Only a little bit more than Noguri.
Yeah.
Only that was very close to actually.
Yeah.
It was like 4,000 less, 4,000 more damage than
So
Noguri did.
you know someone's
alone.
going to clip this and add it up, and you just said 4,000. You just doomed yourself.
Did I? Why? My mathematics is wrong?
Yeah.
It might be 5,000 because I don't think I factored in Tushin. Anyway, 31k damage on a Kale. Not too bad at all. A very comfortable laning phase to an even more comfortable mid game into just destroying KT.
Now, he might not get player of the game. Alice.
Yes, he will.
I don't know if that you saw there. No.
No?
No, he's going.
If
he
it's
doesn't,
Canyon.
something's wrong.
It's Canyon for that sick kickback onto Ames Hoyt. Ah, right. So what did I don't think I agree with that player of the game assessment. No, you think that's... All right, well.
Let's take a look at Noguri. Most likely going to be player of the game.
I think that he probably is going to get a 12 out of 12 here. That's what I'm assuming. But we shall see. I don't know whether they'll show us exactly the ratio at this point. Still deliberating. As his face should come up onto the screen any time now. Any minute. Any moment.
All right.
I haven't seen it just yet.
We are waiting.
Yeah. There he is.
Yeah, there he is. Okay. Double MVP.
And now leading as far as the MVP vote, I believe, by 200 points.
Yeah.
As coming into today, he was even with Faker's 300. There are a few players, I believe, on the 300, as I can actually look this up. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, beginning of today, Faker, Noguri, and Chovy were all 300 points. And now creating a bit of a gap. Faker has the chance to answer back in our second series, but that won't be for a while.
A little bit over an hour until that one will end up commencing. Obviously, we're going to go into the interview with Noguri here in just a second. It'll probably be an hour and 15, hour and 10 minutes.
Yep.
Until the next match.
It's always good when Noguri gets the double MVP as well, because we know how much he likes to talk. And so now, you know, he just has Mina to himself in this interview and doesn't have to give up any of his time, so he can continue to be excited Noguri. which is always a joy. So speaking of which, let's throw it over to Ji-sun for some translation.
Thank you very much, guys. Let's hear from the solo MVP today, Nuguri from Damwon Gaming. Nuguri, this is your 5th POG. You are the only POG player in Damwon Gaming so far. How are you feeling, Mr. Greedy, Nuguri? I mean, if we lose today, we knew we were getting doomed, so we were really nervous. Well, I'm really happy that we got this win. Well, we have to say, well, fans were really hyped for Damwon Gaming, but you guys were a bit underperforming. So how was today's match? Well, I guess like compared to the previous matches, I think we did kind of improved, but still there are so many points to work on. So last time you played Nar, and this time you played Ornn for the first time. Are you looking for some change in style? Well, the meta changed, and also we kind of need consistent champions on top lane, so we are working on that part. So we're trying to try a lot of things. So Ornn was really doing so many works, especially in terms of taking damage. So your position was like you are dragging the enemies to come in. Yeah, because my items were almost like full build. I got scaled up so much, so I was really confident. I mean, yeah, you just walked out casually in that fight. So did you calculate all the damage? So that was the point. Point after I could like upgrade the items. So I had a lot of 80 armors. So I had the power spike at that moment. So I was really confident. And you played Kale in game number 2. You played it in the previous T1 series as well, but you didn't have a good game, to be honest. But you went with Kale against Seth again. I mean, you suffer a little bit in the early phase, but still it's so good in the late game. I mean, you are just doing all the works by yourself. You are the only 18 level champion at that moment. Well, I used to play those champions a lot, so I'm sorry for Kenyon. But whenever I play such champions, whenever he goes for a golem, he just walks away and let me take it. And also he lets me take the control wards, he let me take all the lanes, so they do a lot of work for me. But still, you did not purchase any control ward. You are really selfish. Still, I'm not buying any control wards. I mean, if there's the right situation to buy it, I will, but a lot of times I just don't want to buy it. Well, maybe next time, once. The typical top laner agree with the interview over here. So with this clean 2-0 win, I hope you guys can roll on. How are you gonna prepare for your upcoming series? Today as well, we did get a 2-0 win. However, we were a bit shaky throughout the game, so we want to improve on that. And we're having a lot of matches coming up, so throughout that process, I hope we can step up. This will be the end of the interview with Nuguri from Damwon Gaming, and I'm going to pass it back to our casters. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ji-sun, and Nuguri as adorable as ever in his interviews. He always is, and we're so sorry, guys. I mean, Damwon they beat KT too quick, and now we've got what?
This happened yesterday,
70 minutes or something like that until 8 p.m.?
Yeah.
Oh no, it's 6. Yeah, it is actually. It's
70
exactly
minutes. That's the way the math works out.
Yeah, that is. I was hoping that maybe there was going to be a
You're
little
from
bit of a delay.
Australia, not America.
That's true. But also there is going to be like a highlight package. So as far as the timer is concerned, I think there'll be a timer for like 64 minutes.
Damwon, they make their way over to the left-hand side.
And this, I believe, is the top 5 that you illustrated in the POX Day in week 1. We did it. So let's just stall it here. In fact, our next 2 teams are already there, and therefore they can't actually maneuver around.
League Supreme.
League Supreme.
2019.
Just absolutely nailed it. Incredible stuff. And if T1 wins, I think that it's actually in the order that I said. But I don't know whether that is going to be the case, because it looks like Damwon were the tougher opposition, and they made them look pretty similar to KT versus Damwon and also KT versus T1. So T1 versus Gen.G will be coming up after the break. You do not want to miss it. We'll see you in about an hour.
Yeah. Yeah. Hall of Famer, how did you not know? Championship, about to win a Super Bowl. Fans in the stand, love it when I'm in the dome. Touchdown dance, celebrating cause I'm home. Cleats on my feet, running routes all day. Shotgun, wildcat, I know all the play. Could've been a quarterback, just put me in the game. I was born a champion, and I just want the ring. MVP, I'm the best on the list. You can join the team, cause we headed to the ship. Hey, you looking at the champ. Hey, you looking at the champ. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win. All I do is win. You looking at a champ, and we going to the ship. We going to the ship. We going to the ship. Hey, all we do is win. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win.
You're looking at a C-H-A-M-P. Every time I do it, make it look easy. Better be prepared when you come for me. Don't talk me to death, you know that stuff cheap. I go hard on the west, I go hard on the east. It don't really matter either way, I'ma eat. You know I do numbers, 1, 2, 3, count on me like work easy. I can do it in my sleep, I do not know defeat. Championship rings on my hand, go bling in games when I please. Good night, R.I.P. Ain't no OT. You are not a champ, boy, you don't wanna be.
You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win. All I do is win. You looking at a champ, and we going to the ship. We going to the ship. We going to the ship. Hey, all we do is win. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win.
Get in our way every time we touch. It's like a paradise. Come on. Come a little closer, babe. I want you right here next to me. I have a feeling that this will be a night we will never forget. So come a little closer, babe. 'Cause tonight it's just you and me. I have a feeling that this will be a night we will never forget.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK 2020 Spring. I'm Atlas, joined by LS, and it's our final series of the week. But you've all been waiting for this. Gen.G versus T1. It is exuding storylines across the board. We can even go to Kellen, and he's against another former Jin Air alumni over the other side of the rift. Like, there is just storylines aplenty throughout this entire match. And I can't wait to see which one of these teams is going to be better. I think after the Damwon series versus KT, smart money goes on Gen.G because Gen.G utterly obliterated Damwon, and then Damwon utterly obliterated KT, and T1 managed to beat KT and not Damwon. So theoretically, the harder team to beat was Damwon. You know? Are you following? Feel like Gen.G should theoretically, moving into this, be the favorites.
I do like that. I like that, Atlas.
It's a little bit,
you know.
Yeah, I don't know whether it works as rock, paper, scissors is that generally in the LCK, but we'll see. But there is a lot riding on this. If T1 lose 0-2, they are in 6th place.
Ooh.
Because they lose the head-to-head against Hanwha Life. They'll be even on points, but because Hanwha beat them earlier on, it means that they will be behind.
Yeah.
And that's why these matches against the theoretically lower-tier teams means so much, because you can find yourself in precarious situations like this even at the end of the season.
And the other thing about this matchup here today is, obviously, this is the conclusion of this week, but a lot of people have their eyes on what is T1 actually going to do here, because some of the wins that they did manage to pull off. Yesterday, I believe on the cast, we talked about how they've had like one good draft out of all of their games.
Yeah, when we were filming
so
the POG state, it was 1 out of 8.
1 out of 8.
As far as winning drafts, yeah.
It's going to be really surprising because some of the wins that they did manage to muster up came through just sheer outplaying the opponent on a mechanical level.
Yeah, that was actually their Damwon series.
Yeah, very, very long struggles. And so It's going to be interesting to see what ends up happening here against Gen.G, because I don't think that they would be so fortunate. And so I think the drafts, as always.
Yeah,
as always.
It's always going to come down to that. And Gen.G had some creative drafts that we saw in their previous match. They were playing the Sejuani before it became cool. We saw Malrang trying that one out in our last series. It didn't quite work, but Clid won back-to-back games on that champion against Damwon Gaming. They were the first ones to bring back the Kai'Sa.
Yeah.
And we saw the AP Kai'Sa out from Ruler, and it looked fantastic. Seemed to open the floodgates for Nuclear. We saw him win on that earlier as well. Feels like Gen.G are doing a bit of trend setting here in the LCK.
Yeah, and I think that a lot of people have them as the favorites coming into today. I know that when I was browsing around various Discords, as well as Twitter and just general stream chats, it does seem like Gen.G.
Let's have a look at the points of the match, though, because this is biggest match of the split. I mean, it's a big call, but likely a true story, unless we're going to see DragonX really pull ahead after their victory over Afrika yesterday. Off-season issue makers, and of course, you know, you've got Clid defecting from T1, moving over to Gen.G. This is going to be the first time that they've met in the LCK thus far. We'll see who's going to be getting the better of them. Rascal and BDD going up against Cuz, their former teammate. So many storylines here, and BDD versus Faker in the mid lane takes us back to 2017 Kingzone Destruction, where BDD was always beating Faker in this matchup, and then things undulated, things changed. BDD on KT, not quite up to snuff against this squad. Is BDD's time to shine 2020? And we'll see whether Faker can answer that with his already, you know, plethora of Player of the Game awards that he's got. 300 points only just recently eclipsed by Nogari after his back-to-back MVP performances in our last matchup. There is just so much to talk about for this particular series. Going to check out the team stats. Gen.G, just the best in the league at the moment for the majority of their statistics. And wins with First Blood is an interesting stat. Both of these teams not finding 100% of them, but honestly, it feels like First Blood.
Turret.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah,
both of them with 100%.
Ooh, that can't. What if they both get first turret? You've never seen that before.
No, I think I think it's impossible. Well, it'll require split second.
And they're gonna do it, Atlas.
Oh my god. I don't think I'm ready.
You know what? Actually, port priority, I believe, goes to blue team.
Oh, really?
I think so.
Ah. Yeah. Well, T1's won then.
I might be wrong on that, but I believe it's the case. So T1 actually automatically wins
any of these draws. Well, let's have a look at some of the highlights here, starting with T1 on the bottom side. Teddy showing us some pretty exemplary Aphelios play in their most recent match. And in fact, this was largely depressing for KT, honestly, watching this series. But Teddy put on a masterclass throughout this matchup.
Yeah.
And Canna making his way to top spot as well, I think is a huge deal, because Roach did look like a player removed from Canna's skill level in the beginning week of the LCK.
Canna looked a lot better than Roach, even though T1 is still clearly struggling to find an identity up there in the top lane. And coming into today's match, obviously, a lot of focus is going to be on the AD carries as well as the mid laners.
Yeah.
And so Gen.G, they might, you know, be able to get the unexpected edge though because of that top lane dynamic, but we'll see how Canna can actually do up against Rascal. Not one of the Elite 3 or Pokemon Trainer Red, so he's gonna be just fine up there.
Of course, referring to Chovy there as Pokemon Trainer Red. Rascal has been finding a lot of success, though. He had a lot of attention in their match against Damwon Gaming and was able to turn it around after 2 ganks going awry in Damwon's favor. And then on the set, was able to just get the work done. And sometimes watching BDD play Azir is just what you need, you know?
That was the game that was, they were winning and then they won.
Yeah.
But the enemy team was winning until they were losing.
Yeah.
That's how that works.
Yeah, you gotta, the Scar reference works in one of those positions. This is such a cool matchup. Ruler versus Teddy, 2 of our elites. I think I'd put Deft in that list. Otherwise, they are the top 3. It used to be Deft, Bang, and Prey. And now it feels like we've got to Teddy, Ruler, and Deft in the LCK as our elite 80 carries that really set the tone for how to play this role. You can see neck and neck, 15 to 15, as far as player matchup against one another. There are so many of these stats, guys. I mean, we're highlighting one of the matchups right now, but there are just so many of these that we can go back to. We have to remember that, you know, Ruler was on this on Samsung, I guess now Gen.G, when they crushed T1's dreams when they were SKT in the world final. Like, this goes back a very long way. This is a huge rivalry between these two squads, and I feel like Telecom War gonna have to move over because we have a new match of the split for you this time around. And Ruler's got a pretty good KDA at the moment, just to point that out as well. He's only died twice so far in the LCK.
I mean, he's doing pretty good down there. He's also been one of the more creative 80 carries, obviously piloting the Kalista Tark.
Yep.
Dynamic down there in bot lane, and so we'll see if Kalista does end up coming out today. Obviously, Teddy, one of the other Kalista enthusiasts.
He is.
And with T1, they're going to be starting on blue side. I'm going to say that's actually a disadvantage for this matchup, and so Gen.G should have the leg up there.
We'll see what the first pick is going to be. I think there are a lot of really interesting things to look for in this draft to determine who's going to win out. I do need to highlight Teddy doing 37.2 of his team's damage. That's largely to do with their last series. He was absolutely destructive on any pick. I mean, he picked the Xayah, made it look busted, picked the Aphelios, and he is busted. Very impressive stuff. Ruler's so far played 2 of those Kalista Taric matches, and we'll see whether we are going to get another one moving into this series. And I want to see if Cuz is going to bring out the Karthus. Because I was talking I was talking to Spirit the other day, right? I was back in makeup. I didn't actually work yesterday, but we filmed the Pog State episode 2, so I was in the area. And so I went into the makeup room. I was having a chat to Spirit. I was like, "We're going to see Karthus today?" And he was like, "No, Karthus is a bad champion."
Yeah?
Yeah. And then he picked it twice.
Nice.
Oh my goodness. In the first game, he absolutely destroyed on the pick. So I don't know what to make of it. I don't know whether that means that community sentiment here in Korea is that Karthus is not a good pick, or whether he's just trolling me, and I
think he's trolling.
I think it's probably the latter. Let's be real. It's Spirit. It's what he does. And Kuz has been having a hell of a lot of fun on that particular pick. But Clid, if there's a jungler that knows how to get around certain matchups, Clid has shown that he is smart enough to navigate it.
Yep.
And now, despite the fact that things have changed as far as the jersey that he's wearing, he is still the same player. We'll see if Clid, alongside Rascal, BDD, Ruler, and Kellen, whether they'll be able to bring us over the line here.
Well, no big surprises, obviously, out of either roster. To kick off this day, we are going to go into the pick ban here. Game number 1, Gen.G versus T1. For all the marbles, and Atlas, I'm gonna call this game from the draft. Okay.
All right.
So
we're watching one of the restreams. We're watching one.
Yeah,
we're co-streaming right now.
Yeah,
we're co-streaming.
This is actually a replay. They're not actually behind us. That's why they don't appear on the camera.
Got it. That's we're not actually putting us on the screen for the rest of this because we've been teleported.
The date right now is Sunday, February 16th, 7 p.m. KST.
Aha.
Right.
Well, Pantheon and the set to be banned away here. Haven't seen the Ornn just yet. I have a feeling that T1 will be looking for a B1 of that one.
Pantheon obviously banned away. He's getting a lot of attention here.
Yep.
In the recent week here, LCK, as Ornn is actually going to be banned away, and that's so surprising.
The blue side ban.
Yeah,
the
blue
just
side
crazy.
Ban of Ornn is Gen.G now going to ban Soraka, so we got some draft spiciness obviously coming out here as Aladios.
No surprise for the Aladios pick, but I have a feel. Oh my goodness, Akali slipped through. And remember, this team has 2 Akali players that are extremely good.
Now,
BDD and Rascal are very proficient on
Yes.
this pickup.
been very vocal that there are answers to Akali. I believe she has 2 losses.
Yeah, she's 100% loss rate.
Yeah,
so
she's
far.
100%
Otherwise,
loss
she's
rate.
being banned.
And this is going to be the last 10.2 before Akali has her kneecaps caved in
Ooh.
10.3. As T1...
This is a much better item.
Okay, Gragas, nice pick, nice pick.
Thank goodness they saved it. They were going to go really, really bad until
Ready?
they
They're
went
gonna-
really good.
Just going to Yasuo here. They're going to Gragas Yasuo.
Oh, I want it, man.
After-
I've been predicting this a lot, but we just have never actually got it.
After all the times of just saying that if a team wanted Gragas Yasuo, they would pick it first phase.
Yeah. Oh, that's a Renekton. That's going... We went the other way. Oh, dear. All cleared. That's his clean Lee Sin that we're hovering right now, and he is going to lock that one away. Gen.G with a lot of flexibility in their draft so far. Jungler locked in.
Gen.G
Stable
just
AD carry and a flexible solo laner right now.
so much more versatile right now with what their champions are able to do. The Renekton is really dragging down T1's team composition. This is not Spear of Sojin Renekton.
Yeah.
When this champion, if he's even, he's behind.
But also
and if he's
remember,
behind, he's...
remember that Gen.G dismantled the Renekton that was put forward by Damwon. Dismantled it.
Well,
I feel like T1 playing into Gen.G's hands just a little bit here so far in the draft, but still, we're only about halfway through. A little bit over as Rumble to be banned away.
and the LeBlanc being banned away as well.
And do Gen.G just go straight to Kalista after this? Sorry, they can't because they've got an MF. Never mind. I assume lock away the support
Yeah,
and
they're
then
going to
keep
end
all
up...
of your options open.
I mean, Atlas, you already know.
Brad.
You already know what the support is. Why you? I don't know why you're playing hard to get here.
Nautilus? Oh,
Braum,
Braum. Oh,
of course.
God. Okay. Well, it wants to block some barrels,
Now,
I guess.
there's nothing better but to handshake it with a lovely Rakan or a Nautilus.
Oh, no. Orally.
Here
or
we
they're
go.
Fresh. That's fine, too. It'll probably be the Nautilus.
Wouldn't want to pick a Zyra here
No.
when the enemy team's all short range
No,
and
don't
has
do
to
that.
engage.
That's crazy talk.
Wouldn't want to do that. That'd be...
Nah. No.
We're allergic here to...
No, Zyras just have too much trouble getting any experience.
Yeah.
That's the issue. Never gonna pick one of those. Silly Billy.
I mean,
Oh no.
we've been seeing more support mages and enchanters lately, though.
Yeah, that's true. I mean,
across
the
everything.
Bard certainly
And
has been picking up some steam as
I
that's
find it-
Victor locked in.
So funny when some support pro players will try to insist that mages can't go there, or that Braum and Tom are actually blind pickable, and it's like, no, it's mostly incompetence, the same way that most AD carries, even when mages were potent in bot lane, there were very few AD carries around the world that could really make them work, truthfully, and so it's a you problem, not the champion problem.
Yep. Well, that's Talia. We're going to set up some walls around this rift, and no Braum on the other side to break them down, because they have, of course, picked that one up themselves. This is an old favorite for BDD, dating back a very long way. He's going to be piloting that in the mid lane. No surprise that Rascal is on the Akali top side, as he was always the Akali player for Dragon X when they were picking this champion many, many times, and he got extremely proficient on this champion as well. Gen.G feeling like they do have a mid-game composition, but one that does certainly round out very well, and all spikes at similar moments in this game. T1, on the other hand, have played a lot for lane. The Renekton doesn't lose lane. The Victor doesn't lose lane, but what do they do cohesively in the mid to late game is the question.
We're saying that they don't really lose lane, but Talia initially rose to power as an answer to Victor back in the day, as well as Azir. So
True.
Talia's completely fine in this lane, and then also her high mobility and being able to influence the side lanes. Victor doesn't have that wave clear super early on, so he's going to struggle for a little bit. The Renekton, he's going to decay off really fast as well. The Gragas, fortunately, going to be doing some pretty good value here for T1 in this team composition. Aphelios and Nautilus need no introduction.
Nope.
Obviously, as they stand pretty strong and tall in the current meta in terms of how they are perceived, as Kali, Lee Sin, Talia, Misfortune, and Braum And I like Gen.G's comp so much more for so many reasons. They have so many more gears available to them. Obviously, the Lee Sin, not a very big fan of it. Would much rather prefer the Gragas, but the Taliyah and the Akali, I think, are so much more valuable than the Victor or Nectar.
Yeah, I also think the way they nip around the map in the mid to late game stages, or at least mid game, I'd say like 20 to 30 minutes when it's teams trying to get towards turrets, things like that. I think the Taliyah will be so useful. Rascal on the Akali can be such a nuisance around that time as well on a couple of items. And Clid is also going to be hitting his stride, and we have to... Sometimes you talk about drafts based on, you know, what these players are going to be doing, but then sometimes you're talking about, like, this is Clid's Lee Sin, you know? It's not just any Lee Sin. This guy's just really good on this pick. A lot of comfort here on Gen.G's side. As T1, just a lot of stability in what they decided to pick up. We've had many conversations about Victor. And yes, the Taliyah lane can be a rough one, but Victor doesn't have too many that he can't withstand. Both of our mid laners taking the phase rush. Looking into it. Some Conquerors towards the top side.
Alright, well, obviously Victor, like you're saying, is playing for lane. Has that Scorch on him as well. Taliyah, very interesting to see.
Yeah,
as you can see, yeah,
a lot,
we're getting
actually,
it. Yeah, we're having a lot of Scorches, and it's very bizarre, especially because both of these teams are not trying to just win the game early. And so Gathering Storm scales so much better than Scorch. And when you're a champion like Victor, yes, you can bully and you can out-trade the opponent and whatnot, but you can't really out-shove a Taliyah. And Victor's just trying to control everything. Now, I really do like...
God, BDD.
Faker has teleport, but Faker is... He's done with this lane. He's going to have to recall here in coming moments.
Not having a great time, but is farming well. As you can see, a lot more red dots for him to pick up, and he's already ahead. As Seismic Shove is going to land. Onto the Victor. You can see what BDD's trying to do. He's trying to kill the champion. Doesn't really mind too much about the minions. It's Teddy and Effort down here. Have made it to level 2. But I'm so interested to see the power level of both of these AD carries, because both of them have been playing against lesser opponents so far. Neither of these teams have played against Dragon Axe yet. And Teddy and Ruler, I want to see which one is going to be on top in our trinity of veteran AD carry players.
Well, let's see what ends up happening here as Cuz continuing to declare his jungle. As Lee Sin, he's looking to Sin, and this is what I was talking about earlier. Taliyah has that high mobility, able to get places, and Victor has a really hard time at responding to it. So, Wave is coming back into mid lane. Faker even recalling right now. Maybe not gonna elect to use his teleport, as you can just see how fast Taliyah is.
Yeah,
and yeah, he does use the teleport, and so BDD's gonna find himself with a leg up actually in this lane, even though he's down 3 CS. Faker's gonna be down a very early teleport and having to build into items that Victor doesn't want to get right away.
And also BDD is going to be able to make much more potent roams around this this early to mid game as well. So look to see what BDD can actually do to help the rest of his lanes. And I'm looking at Rascal because we haven't seen an Akali make it to a mid game where she can dictate her own terms. All of the Akalis that have played so far haven't been able to find any success when it comes to mid to late game because they've been put in a hole very, very early. And we need to know why this Akali is still being banned so much. Because honestly, if you started watching League of Legends in 2020, you'd be very confused as to why that's the case.
Well, we'll see what ends up unfolding here in this game. Cloud Dragon, first one coming up. Not super big, really, for either team. So a bit of a lackluster Dragon. Clid gonna be spotted out on this ward.
Not a bad ward here by T1.
As now Cuz, he's just going to continue to keep power farming, and this is one of the things I really don't like about Lee Sin. So as a champion, yes, he has a lot of early game influence and power, but if laners are just playing their lane right, they're playing safe, they're playing stable, it takes so much more effort to make the champion work. And if you go into mid-game on even footing, you ask yourself the question, who would you rather have, Gragas or Lee Sin? It's pretty easy.
Whoa, that's a flash forward from Kana. He's looking for Rascal. Shuriken backflip going to come forward. Flash going to be used, not over the fat part of the wall. Flash is traded. BDD moving up towards the top side, but doesn't have the Weaver's wall.
And Rascal with a winning lane state as well. So, manages to get a really good recall. Faker using that Chaos Storm just so that he can crash the wave and get the recall off without BDD being able to do anything. Now, a little interesting, he recalls in the middle of the lane, and I suppose that he's able to do this because he thinks that BDD doesn't know about anything around mid lane, and so has to obviously respect Cuz if he would try to interrupt the recall or something like that. As Victor picking up the futures, or the Lost Chapter.
Yep.
Now going to be completely fine sustaining in mid lane.
Yep. BDD going to go back home, and he's going to start his first item as well. I believe Lost Chapter is probably going to come forward from the Talia as well. I think Super Soaker probably likely to be one of his options, as Kana doesn't have flash, remember, as flash forward from BDD. They find it. The perfect execution is exactly that, and first blood goes to the Akali. This one going to have a lot more money than the others we've seen.
And Rascal actually sharing a lot of XP though with Clid. And Kana not having teleport available. This is going to mean that Cuz is going to have to show himself now up here. In top lane most likely, or Wave is just going to go into the void.
Dredge line lands as Effort going to get stunned up. Aftershock now down as Ruler able to do a fair bit of damage, but Teddy, Infernum equipped, not able to find too much follow-up. Skellen and Ruler in a pretty good position here in this lane. Currently Teddy is ahead by a fair bit of farm. The waves are pushing in here for Gen.G. Now another fight, Teddy taken down to about 300. Oh my goodness, the damage back onto Kellen. He has to flash as the exhaust comes forward onto Ruler. That is an advantage for T1 bottom side. Exhausts traded, but the flash from Kellen will mean that it'll be a sitting duck if Cuz decides to go down there and pick up that kill, because he does have explosive cast now available. Let's have a look at this pro view from Clid on the top side.
I'm going. Go. Let's do it.
Really nice stuff. Influx of 600 gold for the team.
If he wanted to do something. I didn't pick up the... he asked if you want to hold the lane.
And I believe they said no. They shoved that one out. As Gen.G pick up the first Drake of the game. Second one will be the Infernal. So we have Ocean Drake or Mountain Drake as our souls this game. Not bad ones. Especially,
both teams have ways to fight back against Mountain,
which
is really good.
Mountain is not exactly coveted.
But Mountain does...
Nice work, dude. Oh, Barrel comes in. Blast gun going to be taken.
But Mountain really does just completely asphyxiate the top laners. If several Mountain Dragons end up coming in, you end up getting the Mountain Soul. Akali and Renekton are not going to be having a pleasant time.
No. Well, in this case, Akali or Renekton. As BDD and Fake are very close as far as these experience points are concerned. Rascal and Kana as well, neck and neck. Cousin Clid, exactly the same. I love this. So far there is 300 gold between these two teams. First Blood and First Dragon went to Gen.G, but they are down. That gold that we were talking about, and that has to do with Cuz power farming his jungle.
Yeah.
Teddy winning his lane as well. Slight advantage for Kana up top. And 10 CS is Faker ahead of BDD. It's going exactly how we expected. T1 pick for lane, and they are able to win out in this stage of the game, despite Clid finding success with his first gank. When this mid-game rolls around, though, will Gen.G be able to orchestrate the turns of this particular battle is going to be the question, because BDD will have so much more agency on this Talia to get around. Faker does have the teleport, but the cooldown on that one, I don't think you need to be a scientist to figure out that it's a little bit longer than the Weaver's Wall. And not to mention the rock surfing that BDD can do as well. It's vision given over. Effort moves up towards this control ward, as Cuz should be able to take Shelly off the rift. and allow for a few plates to be taken here from T1. Looking to try and snowball what has been trolling all of these lanes and more efficiency in the jungle from Cuz.
Well, still just having ping pongs now, occurring over and over. 2.5 minutes until the Infernal Dragon ends up coming up. As BDD is going to be handed over the blue. He doesn't have that lost chapter like Faker does, and so this is a lot more important for him. He does have the tier 2 boots, and so now combined with the ability to just activate all spells on a whim to shove in lanes, he can really start looking to try to run around and create pressure. Now, they know about Clid. They know exactly where he is. Cuz level 8 as well. As Clid is, he's looking to sin.
Well, he's playing the right champion for it as he finds the Q, spots out where effort is. I like the cool-headed play. No Lee Syndrome here from Clid. As a very, very close early game. And I think you can feel the pressure that both of these teams are under based on the expectations from these squads. BDD and Clid, this is what can happen. They are at the level where they can begin to take control. Whether they'll be able to is the hard part, right?
Yeah, and that's a really good ward to the right of the Raptor camp that is just protecting Faker there in mid lane, giving him the exact amount of information that he needs. And also, Renekton first item, really nice. Pick up Icona, Hexdrinker. No, it does end up staggering Icana's build.
Whoa, Clid finds Cuz. He has to actually flash out, but the resonating strike is going to be there. BDD flashes over, and Cuz gets the heal, so the movement speed will keep him alive. Now Effort breaks his stopwatch, but keeps himself alive and isn't going to get stunned. The answering plays out of both of these teams is so beautiful, but no kills so far in this exchange.
That was a really nice attempt by Clid to try to set that play up, and Rascal coming down as well means that in the end, T1 is going to make out by reacting to it with just pure defensive play. Nice response out of everyone. Now BDD, he did crash a wave in mid and also get a turret plate, so it's not totally the end of the world. Also,
same thing happened top lane though. Canna was able to grab a turret plate up
yeah,
there.
Yeah.
As Rascal is moving on back, so answering plays across this rift as we have a look at this one once again. Really cute from Clid to try and get Cuz's flash out of there. As Body Slam had to be used as well. 2 walls to get over, that's how that's going to work. But Teddy with the heads up heal when he was at full health just to make sure the Seismic Shove didn't land and it kept the Gragas alive. Bit of a gentleman's agreement towards the end there to disengage. It's 400 gold now, the lead for Gen.G. Flashes available on the bottom lane apart from effort. So we'll see whether Gen.G can find some leverage there. You can see Clid is on the bottom side. His flash now on cooldown. As he traded that with Cuz. Infernal Drake going to come in here, and one of the really great things about Talia is her single target damage, able to help here as Cuz just steals it away. He doesn't care at all as now Clid has to safeguard to get himself out. Chaos Storm now on cooldown from Faker, but Clid is behind enemy lines. Ocean Rift now going to make the Rift beautiful, but nothing looks beautiful here for Clid. He's trying to get the heck out of there. Turret shot's going to come forward. That'll be... No execution as Faker will lock down kill credit. Man, that timer for the drop of aggro, one could say, was certainly getting there. Clid not able to tick it over. So his old teammate going to be able to take him down.
It's a really nice kill and just a turn of events to really even the scores here, as now we will be getting Ocean Soul.
And now Ocean is... This is one that both of these teams really want.
Let's take a look at this. Clid not quite able.
That timing was so slick
to beat Cuz right there, and yeah, Faker getting the Chaos Storm, tagged him for the aggro.
Ooh, that's a backflip. Faker incoming. Backflip is on cooldown, as we were talking about, as Rascal has to use the ult in order to get out. Won't be able to in 10.3, but it's 10.2, remember, so still able to do that. Cuz having to run around from BDD, but look at the phase rush, making him so fast. Worked ground, unable to actually follow up with too much more. There are so many stalemates this game. These two teams just seem so evenly matched.
Definitely a bit of close calls by both parties right now, as Cuz narrowly able to escape right there as Rascal, he is falling behind in terms of just lane control overall. Lots of turret plates went down in top.
Heart monitor of a gold difference. But remember, it's a gold difference of 700 either way. So there is no gold difference between these two teams so far. No one able to get themselves any large edges. First blood did go to Gen.G, but remember, the lane control was certainly there. And this is going to be global gold most likely for... Oh, 5 health. Okay. So a gust of wind will take down that turret.
I think actually it would have been correct to let the turret die there, just because there's no proximity gold. And so it would end up detracting from some of the true first turret value, and it's not like Gen.G are actually in a race to get a first turret anywhere.
The only argument would be is if Gen.G wants to fight soon, and they have an opportunity to do so, is okay, Kellen. Unbreakable's going to get some work done as he tries to answer with his own ultimate, but Effort just walks out of the way of it. Bullet time now on cooldown as well. The Moonlight Vigil is still there for Teddy. The advantages are not exactly large for either of these bottom sides, but now swings back in the favor of T1 just slightly. See if Rascal does jump back onto Kana here as the 5-point strike comes in again, but he's in his shroud. He's going to be all right. Cuz moving on up. They really want to try and get some damage onto Rascal, but he's underneath the turret that isn't going to offer him any support as he flashes out of the way of the barrel. Doesn't find anything. As T1 can't actually get towards this one, Cuz is going to end up walking over, and I believe that auto attack was able to do 5 damage. Congratulations. Not able to get the kill, just the flash, without having to trade Cuz's own. And now should be able to grab Shirley as well. Unless this ward dictates that Gen.G do want to try and fight this one.
Ruler and Kellen, they're the ones with first response. As you can see, they're barreling down through mid.
Yeah, bottom lane for T1 were away. As now Cuz going to be taking Shirley for a merry jaunt through his newly beautiful jungle. Zephyr and Teddy, slightly slow. Going to be moving up the mid lane here, giving up on the laning phase, bottom side of the map for the moment. Understanding that the top side of the map is where they want to be fighting around. First Ocean Drake will be up in a minute, but it looks like we have a trade of heralds. Shirley for T1, Shirley for Gen.G. They will take that one down. And where they're going to use it is going to be the question here.
And...
oh no, cannon missed. It's all over.
Ended up summoning it up in top lane.
Yeah, give Rascal a little bit more lane control. And grab him that extra gold that this charge will get. Hextech Gunblade completed for the Akali, so first power spike certainly there. Likely to be something like Oleandri's Torment to come in next after he could potentially grab himself the Tabi. It's what we've been seeing, I think, mostly as far as second items. But now 3 seconds, Ocean Drake coming in. Ruler, slightly dangerous positioning, but Gen.G are ready to back him up. Control ward going to be taken down. Teddy in vision now as this ward does spot him out. Cuz will find his own control ward here in the brush. Q goes wide. A bit of damage there, but Rascal, he's rotated over. This will be a 5 versus 5. If a fight breaks out, Death Ray doesn't find the target. As I don't think Gen.G really want to go for a 50-50 because we know that Cuz's ability to line up all of his skills at once and guarantee that burst damage is just too good. So Gen.G do back away. Just trying to hold on to their vision and then hold on to their lane control. Teddy with the crescendo, lots of damage onto this turret. Make it rain, slows down the Aphelios. Faker takes a fair bit of damage there. I believe a turret shot after a death ray.
Yeah. T1 now, they're going to manage to pick up the Scuttle Crab right now as Gen.G, they don't want to let this Ocean Dragon just go over for free. And no matter what, though, we're probably realistically looking at a 35-40 minute game if we're going to get 2 souls.
Oh, yeah.
And unless something catastrophic goes wrong at 25 minutes, it's really looking like we're going to have another one of those super big lull states. And again, a very big byproduct of this is all the lanes were just sort of pushing in each other's minion waves and then trying to do something on the sides. But then because the sides were also doing similar stuff, not really too much able to be achieved. without the enemy being able to respond. And so we're at the stage of the game, and you can see both junglers are falling really far behind the solo laners in terms of XP. And they're even almost being even level with the supports. And so in spots like this, what would you rather have, the Lee Sin or the Gragas? And it's a pretty obvious answer.
Yeah, Gragas is just going to be better. But so far, it's not like one team is able to eke out more gold from this particular lull state. It has been 300 in T1's favor for, I think, most of the game, is what it feels. BDD is going to go up towards the top side, grab this crashed wave, and T1 will win the war of attrition. They will be able to pick up this Ocean Drake number 1, and we'll come back in 5 minutes and see whether a fight will actually happen over the next one. Cleared going to steal away the blue buff, which actually might be a big deal. Faker certainly wants that, to be able to have that reliable wave clear. As Ruler and Kellen, they'll be pushing in this mid lane. Tower's pretty low, and turret plate's certainly in T1's favor this game. As Rascal heads down towards the bottom side, BDD's going to go home. We'll see what he's going to pick up next. It looks like Rascal is going to be,
well,
yeah, a bit of a forbidden book purchase here, which is unfortunate. Yeah, he is. But BDD's got a Fiendish Codex, so don't worry, he's not sitting alongside him.
You see, what he's really going for here with the Morel and Omicron is he's trying to reduce the healing from both of the refillable potions on the opponents. Yeah, see, I
thought it was the passive healing from Cuz's W that he was trying to alleviate.
No.
Oh, no, not Cull the Meek's Lifesteal from Canna. That's not.
And the other thing is, the Oblivion Orb and the Morello as well, they're already bad purchases because the enemy is already stacking magic reserves. Well, and you know that they're only going to get more in the later stages. Victor will most likely end up picking up a Banshee's Veil, probably 3rd in this game. And so you know that magic resist is going to come in. Gragas already has Spectre's Cowl. Renekton opened Hex Drinker against you. And so just some really, really suboptimal itemization here. This is definitely a losing to Shopkeeper moment.
It is.
For Rascal.
Doesn't feel great. Hasn't even completed his Ninja Tabi, which I believe is what he was going for. Earlier on, goes home. And
Fable, there it is.
That's well, at least now he can't build it again. So it can only make us so disappointed. As Gen.G with a team that were able to actually impress us with a lot of their item builds recently. So Rascal letting the team down just a little bit is cleared. Going to be discovered. Not sure how that information was gleaned, but Effort has to flash in order to get out. Gravity Field from Faker, just trying to zone as T1 take the Baron Pit exit from the enemy jungle. We're once again going to have the pressure alleviated and the lull state resumes. Infinity Edge is what Gen.G is waiting for on Ruler before they can start off any reliable fights. As there's the barrel. Cuz can start a fight if they want to, as Faker's going to clean up the 80 carry. Kellen goes golden as Canna has already teleported in and cleared. He's clearing out wards. He doesn't care about anything. And because there's no way they're going to take back this fight. And the Baron has been started. Rascal just face checking right into T1 as he does get out of the gravity field.
Gonna have to be really careful. Weaver's Wall coming in, and that is, the minions are about to go on a bit of an adventure. Hold on.
They really are going on.
Yeah, they are.
That's a key one. As BDD taking a bit of damage, but out of dredge line range, which is going to be the most important part. As everything's exploding, the siege from this T1 squad is working out very, very well as we tick towards this mid-game, or tick past the mid-game. We'll have a look at this one more time, yeah.
You have to wonder, why is Ruler moving to the left-hand side? And there's no reason. There is absolutely no conceivable reason why he would feel compelled to move over to the left-hand side. Baron is not a real objective at that point in time. Doesn't matter if the opponent has vision over there on that side of the map. It ultimately is just luxury vision. So now, Gen.G, they found themselves down about 1.5 thousand gold as T1 is spending a little bit of time getting to waves. So it looked like 1.3, 1.4.
Yeah,
realistically.
The first real lead in the game now for T1. Teddy will move back to the mid lane, continue pushing this one out. It's a long lane for Gen.G. His outer turrets mid and top means that Baron vision control is going to be something that T1 can play around as we move later into this game. And remember, when there's a Felios, Baron is an earlier possibility.
Yes. Realistically, it's probably going to be on the table here around 28, 29 minutes by both parties. As Victor, yeah, it does look like Fiendish Kodak, so I think that's going to be the Banshee's Veil third, like I said earlier.
Be hoping so. Feels like a heads-up choice.
And that gives him the option to play a lot more forward against Gen.G.
Oh no. We're almost caught out of position once again, but Effort unable to quite line it up as Kellen throws down the door, but the ultimate isn't really able to do anything from Kellen. Barrel going to be dashed immediately out of, but that means no ultimate now available for Rascal after this second charge has been applied, and T1 will take that control towards the Drake pit. Gen.G moving over to Baron though. They might be going for some form of trade.
Yeah, they might try to actually cheese a handshake here, but T1, if they can just get this Ocean Dragon, there's no reason to go over into the Baron.
Well,
this is the way to lose the game.
Denied cleared! The Insect play is now Effort, trying to run out of there, but BDD says no. Seismic Shove collects the Nautilus. They are able to grab one pick, but the Ocean Drake will be going down in favor of T1, taking Canna a long time to actually lock it up, but they will be threatening Soul Point after this next 5 minutes of the game.
Alice,
yeah, man.
Drake Point.
It's Dragon Soul Point, isn't it? That's how it works.
DS Point?
DS Point?
No, that doesn't really roll. You know what? I think that we're gonna have a Twitter poll. And given my track record in Twitter polls, it's not looking good for you.
Ooh, that's a good point. I might actually check in on my T1 Gen.G Twitter poll that I did before the match, and we'll see who managed to win that one out. I only did an hour long. So,
I'm gonna make a Twitter poll after this game.
T1 by 2/3 of the votes.
Okay.
So judging by how well this game is going, T1 fans are savants.
Yeah. Not well. Are they sinners or are they saints? That's going to end up being the main question here, as we're in a bit of a lull state. I'll be honest with you. Did you know that the new Sonic came out?
Yeah, haven't seen it yet.
I saw a lot of. I don't mean to say this. I saw a lot of Facebook posts.
Oh no.
Yeah.
You still have
that? Well, you know my grandmother, woman. Have you heard about her?
No. Yes. Yes.
Yeah, woman.
Yeah.
Yeah. So. A lot of people, every single time I call her on stream, people they think it's so rude. But my whole family, her children, and then obviously her grandchildren, we all just call her woman or the matriarch. That is also the law. So those are her nicknames.
Oh my god, that is so good. The law, like from video game high school?
Just the law.
Oh god.
You know? Like,
we used to call my my grandma on my dad's side, we used to call her the queen.
Yeah, I mean,
that's how I learned
basically,
how,
that's basically the matriarch.
Yeah,
you know,
she taught me how to use cutlery at a fancy dinner table when I was like 7. So yeah, she definitely fit that category very well. T1, interesting item builds over on this side. Spirit Visage being the second fully completed item here from Cuz. Wanting to make sure that he survives against BDD and Rascal's damage, I guess. Should be able to help him out, but I mean, the extra healing not going to be amplified, LS, because there is a Morellonomicon ingeniously purchased by Rascal.
Well, the Spirit Visage almost ends up actually negating Morello.
T1 are just taking the Baron.
Yeah, they have Eladios, and so they are starting it up, but Gen.G does know about it.
Yeah, T1 were just testing the waters. Trying to draw the attention back, and that will save their outer turret bottom lane for the moment.
Obviously, right now, this is the start of the this is the phase of the game where I would start making suggestions about the magical F word, but
oh dear, don't say things like that. That's very rude.
Not gonna do it.
We don't talk about cold times here. It's snowing outside.
Are you a freezer or are you a melter? That is basically what ends up going on here. As
Fake
lots of stopwatches.
Right
he is melting the wave. And he's going to walk up. He's going to melt another one.
Look, you know what? I think you might be right just there. As 3 items here for Teddy, he is a big boy. We're still waiting for him to really have a pop-off. So far, he's already picked up 1 kill for himself and has a pretty big bounty.
We saw this as well between Gen.G and Damwon, where nothing happens for the first 35 minutes, and then there is one team fight and that's it. That's the end of the game.
Yep.
And so it is a huge build-up with just one ending. And I saw a lot of comments on Reddit about this, that this seems to be what LCK is, I'm not going to say evolved into, but
changed into?
Yeah. Let's go
Adjusted.
with that one. I think there's a prefix that you could put before evolved that would be very apt, but...
Oh, yeah. Pre-volved?
I mean, you know, prehistoric maybe with the kind of gameplay that's going on here, but...
Unevolved?
Devolved.
Oh, that's...
That
oh,
one.
that
Yeah,
one.
that one.
Oh, you were talking about a real word.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Strange.
Yeah.
It's unlike
Sometimes
you.
sometimes I don't do that. I like to make them up.
Well, 30 seconds until Gen.G have some tough decisions to make. Oh my god, Cuz! Knocks him out of his own flash, but now Canna. He can be used as a taxi in order to get out, but not if he's dead, Cuz. Gonna take him down. My god, this guy's Gragas is so clean. Moonlight Vigil, not so much, as Rascal able to walk casually to the left in order to avoid that one, but now with no jungler on Gen.G's side, it should mean Ocean Soul for T1.
And so Gen.G, they're just going to have to give this over. And honestly, I mean, you've heard me talk about it before. This is really sad to see that there's not even an attempt to see if T1 would end up making a mistake. This game is so over. If you lose with Ocean Soul...
Especially as this composition, right?
Yes,
like,
yes. The long range on the Victor, he's able to just constantly play forward now with the Banshee's Veil. The healing that is going to be present on this T1 team composition now. Doesn't even matter about the straight-up 5v5 that I tried to talk about inside of the Champion Select and some of the differences that can go on there. The healing is just going to make everything irrelevant at this point, and so if you're Gen.G, outside of some super miracle engage or
a free Baron,
Elder Dragon,
true,
you're probably going to end up losing. As Gen.G, this is definitely going to be a panic Baron. Weaver's Wall comes out. I don't know if they have the damage.
Should actually zone for quite some time as the 5 seconds is now up. Rascal now trying to dash around this fight. Finds a perfect execution onto Cuz, who gets into the pit. It's a 50-50, but Clid is going to win it. Cuz goes golden, and now redemption in the pit is going to help alleviate the Chaos Storm damage. Clid eliminates the Nautilus, but they are now fish in a barrel. Faker gets slowed down. Rascal taken out by the Aphelios, but he takes the long way round. Flashes to get Gen.G out of there, and they save 4 of the Barons.
And so they end up utilizing 2 of the flashes right there, and they do get some summoners as well out of T1. But because of the way that they're forced to back off, they're losing all of their minion waves, and this is a way that T1 can attack Baron indirectly.
This is so sick.
You can see the mouse really fast.
He knew exactly where Clid was going. Like,
yeah.
That interruption was just so incredibly clean.
Really, really good mechanics. And I remember when, well, I mean, we'll take a look at this replay and then I'll go into that point, but you can just see the healing that ends up coming out. Watch this Renekton get in there, and then the Ocean Soul is,
what is that?
So disgusting. It makes it so that
oh my God.
You have Soraka on your team right now. They are blessed by Soraka.
Mm-hmm.
And so
that's the sixth hooved lady.
Yeah.
Is the Soraka from the heavens.
There's like a Papa Smithy Soraka skin right now that's just blessing T1.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, like a Guardian Angel.
The Papa Bless.
Yeah, the Papa Bless right now. And you know, the preview that we just saw about Cuz, I remember when T1 initially picked him up and I said that it was an upgrade over Clid.
Whoa, Faker's flashing!
Oh, man.
That's the Chaos Storm. Does do a lot of damage to Kellen, but now Flash and Chaos Storm going to be on cooldown. Moonlight Vigil does a lot of damage. Just, my God.
That's a great
Caliber
champion.
Crescendum is disgusting. Oh, how does Teddy have it whenever he wants it? So silly.
Well, Aphelios is just going to lay down a turret. This game, even if there was a fighting hope for Gen.G, on even footing, there's just not going to be against this Ocean Soul. So unless T1 ends up getting CLG'd, I just don't see a way for them to realistically lose. It would take some super unrealistic cheese or... I don't even know, Atlas. I'm really trying to describe it to you, but words fail me.
Yeah, no, I can tell. The weird thing about it is that Gen.G are ahead in gold right now, so in theory, not too far behind. And they've got standing gold left on the map. You can see B2D going to be able to collect 1,000 of it approximately by heading down here, and that is going to extend the Gen.G lead. So far, I mean, the Baron power play was about 1,400, so it's not negative. But still, does feel like Gen.G up against this Ocean Soul are going to have a rough time. BDD's finished item number 3. The Void Staff has come forward. Rascal as well with his Zonya's Hourglass, but he needs a Void Staff himself. It'd be really cool if that book was a Void Staff, even if they are against an Ocean Soul. I feel like the Akali's AoE damage isn't going to be able to apply it extremely reliably.
And now also, the other unfortunate thing here is that BDD, he has the Void Staff, but he needs to also now pick up Morello. And there also needs to be an Executioner's Calling picked up on this Misfortune, as well as the Lee Sin. They need every single champion, realistically, to have healing reduction, just so that the debuff is constantly being applied, because against Ocean Soul, it's going to help them so much more than other typical 4th and 5th items that would end up coming in.
So we got to about 2,000 gold as the lead for T1. But so far, I mean, there's been a fair bit of stuff that's happened, but none of it's really pushed the gold lead in favor of anyone. Just feels like the Ocean Soul is what's dictating the pace of this game right now.
If Gen.G can actually somehow steal the Elder Dragon,
oh yeah,
that's when Yugi comes on the screen. Tells you that
we
Grandpa's
found the
deck
trap
doesn't
card.
have it summons Exodia. I like how the animation for it is actually just like that moment.
Teddy, Moonlight Vigil to try and answer back as we've got a re-engage from T1. Clid is looking for Teddy with the Q, but doesn't actually connect it. Safeguards out to relative safety, but now he is very low on health as this Elder Drake is spawning. He's gonna be gifted all of this honey fruit. That should help them out. You can see wards in both of these extended brushes that the Ocean Soul has given this map. Now Clid finds effort with a Q. He's still on 50% health. And Teddy is just a very scary man right now. Burnham Severum, so not exactly optimal weapons for this fight as Clid somehow threads the needle and finds Teddy.
This is such a difficult dance to do right now for Gen.G. T1. They could just turn around and start the Elder, but instead they're going to fight.
Yeah, here's the engage. Stand behind me from Kellen to try and disengage the situation. They do so. As BDD got a lot of worked ground to work with, which is not ideal for the Talia. The T1, they're looking at this Elder Drake, thinking that they might just be able to start it up. Rascal over, spotted by this control ward in the back of the pit. He'll clear that one out as Elder Drake will move out of this Drake pit and reset. T1 thinking of holding onto it.
Yeah, T1 is holding the aggro, and so Clid is getting a lot of HP.
Weaver's Wall's going to be here. If BDD can use it to split up this fight, it will be huge news for T1 as now the fight has started, but BDD hasn't cut anyone off. In fact, he's just cut himself off as now Clid finds the backline, finds Canna. The bullet time doesn't do enough. Gen.G, they just don't do enough as now we're looking to try and 50-50 this Elder Drake.
And Clid is just taking damage.
Yeah, too much of it there as well, as Elder will once again reset somehow. No one is dead, but so many abilities are on cooldown. No flashes invested, only Moonlight Visual and the ultimate from Renekton are available on T1's side as far as ultis are concerned. Just the Glacial Fissure for Gen.G.
And now T1, they're clumping up right now. Faker checking for Clid, finds him.
Really smart from Faker.
And it resets again. Alice,
this is so intense.
Oh, man.
We're just waiting for cooldowns to come back up. Dragon Rage is there. We're a quarter of the way before bullet time can be utilized. As Clid, I mean, he's got a clear opening. This is going to be a 50-50 as now BDD looking for Cuz, doing a fair bit of damage, but now Faker's moving on over, finding Rascal, just trying to one-shot him, and he does so! Now it's a 4v5, and T1 have control. Gen.G, they should have seen that and then gone for that 4v4 when they were taking the damage, but they're unable to do it. And Faker just takes matters into his own hands and declares terms. Is now bullet time going to be cancelled very early as Canna had closed in. Now Cuz has been zoned down by the Weavers while they have to stop damage, and they're taking so much of it. Teddy's got back to Calibrum Crescendum, and I think this should be the Elder Drake lockdown for T1. Cuz is in there, Clid flashes, tries to get the jungle around. They do so, he's got a GA, as now they're trying to burst it before he does come back up. No, they're going to intelligently just hold on to it as Cuz. Clid has gone down, Cuz is still dead. Faker locks down the Elder, and that should mean game for T1, despite them still only having 1,000 gold in the lead.
In Atlas, they're going to go over to the Baron. They're going to get that as well. And with Ocean Soul, Baron, and Elder Dragon, I don't even know what that is. They got. I don't think I've ever seen that in a game before, in competitive. Maybe it has happened and it's just blanking, but it is such an overloaded, stacked amount of abilities.
Oh yeah.
And just stats that are just gonna be given over, and actually they're not going to start the Baron, and so that's a little bit interesting.
Actually eating up a lot of their Elder Drake time by going for a reset here.
As Rascal, he's just trying to clear the mid-minion wave, and Faker doing a really good job coming in there as Victor, picking him off. Take a look at Clid and what he ends up doing here. Cuz doesn't have the Guardian Angel available. Gets the insect play right into BDD.
I think that might have been a mechanical error there from Clid, as he hadn't actually buffered the kick before he flashed. Slightly unfortunate.
Faker ends up securing the Elder Dragon.
But that was still a 50-50. That was super close.
That was such a long dance. We actually got to witness one of the rarest sights in League of Legends. That was a River Ram.
The River Ram.
Yeah, a River A-Ram.
Whoa.
All random, all river, you know?
Does make it so much harder to get minion gold.
It really
But
does.
that battle for the Rift Scuttler, that's a big one. That's a real big one.
You gotta pronounce it with a bit of an accent. Like
River Ram.
River Ram.
River Ram.
River Ram and down in there. Down in
I like
that.
it a lot. It makes me feel like a cowboy.
Yeah, down in that river there.
Yonder River Ram. Well, T1, they have started the Baron, and Gen.G have a long walk through darkness in order to get there. I believe blue trinkets not going to be available just yet as BDD gets to the back of the pit. Weaver's Wall coming down. Will block Faker an effort off from this one, but T1 should be able to lock down this Baron. Canna diving on over. Massive AoE. Piles forward. A triple kill already from Teddy. They'll collect the Baron as an afterthought as Cuz stays in the pit and Ruler watches everyone else on his team eviscerated in seconds. And that will be the end of the game.
This is absolutely going to be the end of the game, and so T1 managed to play a very slow and steady game. They end up picking off Ruler, if you remember, when he stepped into left-hand side river.
Yep.
Cuz just with a really good performance this game, picking off Clid at really key points. They get to the Ocean Soul. They win the River Ram.
River Ram. And
really
Ruler,
like that.
I do, I really like it. As Ruler is going to be taken down to complete the ace for T1. They held on to that game with the smallest of gold leads for so incredibly long, and then just played out these 5v5s so much better. And I feel like Gen.G had a great composition, but they could never utilize the chaos that you can provide with a Weaver's Wall and with the Dragon Rage kick when they needed to, in order to get them the kind of lead that could snowball them towards more of these objectives. And they needed to do it early, because as soon as that Ocean Soul happened, like, yes, we saw, like, up front, the drafts dictated that this will be a close game and then Gen.G should have an edge. But
and we never really
Ocean
got
Soul
to
transforms it completely.
Yes, Ocean Soul completely morphs what is balanced. As in this game, we never really get to see the team compositions actually clash. Where, you know what? I'm gonna vote for him too. But it's only because I already know that we're screwed on the other polls.
Well,
okay?
I think
you know. No, I'm gonna go ahead and give the actual
that's
one.
That's
okay?
a good one. That's
the reason that game got to that state is because of that player. okay?
Yeah.
I don't care that Faker went into mid lane and pressed 2 abilities on Akali and killed her, and then ended up getting the Elder, but it could have been a lot of other T1 members.
Yeah,
that
I
could have
actually
picked up
felt
the
like
Elder.
as a team, this whole squad
This
played
was
really
a
well. This
team
is one
effort,
of those, yeah.
And I feel like Cuz
Oh my
just did
God,
so
Teddy.
much to get them into that spot. Yeah, Teddy, I mean, Teddy doing Teddy things.
Oh, it's too much damage. Just ridiculous. So we're going to check out the post-game breakdown. Teddy still doing ludicrous damage, but Ruler doing pretty similar stuff. Faker, this was a Victor performance that allows me to understand why teams are picking Victor.
Well, I mean, he was able to go super stable in the laning phase, and even when he was getting outpaced at some points, the side lanes weren't really falling apart.
Yeah.
And so Talia's sins weren't really paying off all that much. And then once he got to the mid game, there was no team fight that actually ended up happening. Ruler ended up dying, and that had a chain reaction. And then Cuz constantly kept setting up things to be successful and bring them to the Ocean Soul point, and then ultimately the Elder Dragon point. Faker picks off Akali, and then he ends up getting the Elder Dragon, but it could have really been any T1 member. So he's probably going to get the player of the game for that. But
We'll see who does get it, but we'll have to wait until after the break, ladies and gentlemen. An extremely close Game 1, and I think everyone's now probably expecting that we're going to go the distance with this particular series. I personally hope so. It has delivered exactly what we wanted. Two, theoretically, of what could be the best teams in the LCK going head-to-head right now. Gen.G in top spot. T1 wanting to kick them down. They can do it with a win next game. Let's see if they can.
레전드 오브 룬테라의 세계에 오신 걸 환영합니다. 이것은 실력 지상주의 매지컬 세계. 자, 이제 그럼 한판 붙어볼까? 레전드 오브 룬테라.
네, T1과 젠지의 첫 번째
T1
경기
versus
함께했습니다.
Gen.G
많은
game
분들이
number one
기대하셨던
just
꿀잼
finished.
매치인데요. 일단
The biggest match of this week, or rather the split. How did the draft go? 3 OPs, Aphelios, Set, and Akali. So 2 of them was open, Aphelios and Akali. T1, without hesitating, they took Aphelios right after. So as we saw the key players' stats, Teddy is on top of every stat. And Teddy he's doing most of the damage in T1 currently, so giving him this OP champion was the key for SKT's champ select. Well, Gen.G was expecting something else, sharing Aphelios and Akali during the draft. However, T1 did a really great job, giving Teddy the most important champion. And BDD with the last pick took Talia. However, in the late game, Victor is much stronger, and also Victor is the key for letting T1 to hold on to all the other players to have their power spike. Well, Gen.G did make some attempts in the middle of the game, but T1 was also really good at absorbing those pressures. So we want to go through the most important point of the game, you know, the River Ram moment. So Faker finished that Elder Drake contest. So most of the players were down with their major skills. So this area mode was so extended so that they could just go for another cooldown. But Faker made a call, I'll go for Akali, just go, just go. So, well, Rascal was actually looking for a flank angle, then he rotated to mid lane for a wave clear. Faker, instead of staying for that River Ram, he actually chased him and then found Akali on lane. So I think this was really all calculated because even before they had vision on Akali, Faker was still keeping his eyes on her. So they knew Akali was down with ult. Faker had the confidence that he can just melt down, chunk down Akali with his full combo. So as soon as he saw Akali, he just went up to catch her down. It was like a minute or longer Elder Drake contest, but Faker was so focused on game, he kept checking the mid lane or other possible flank angle. However, Gen.G had one shot to turn things around. So this was a very dangerous 5v4 moment. However, Clid made a fantastic engage over here. He went in and picked up Gragas. He was waiting outside of the pit, and the rest of the Gen.G players were trying to poke him down, and as soon as he found him with his Q, he went in for a combo, and BDD followed with W. However, sadly, Clid was also picked up by SKT or T1 player after that engagement. So in the end, T1 took the Elder. I mean, it's really hard to decide in those kinds of moments, right? Well, actually, as Faker took down Akali, they were already outnumbered, and also T1 had the Ocean Soul as well, so I guess Gen.G wanted to make a play over there to find a breakthrough. However, T1 managed to play against it really well, so let's check out who is the POG for game number 1. It was Cuz on Gragas. Watching this game was actually praising Cuz so hard. I mean, this game was really hard to pick one specific most important player, but overall, Cuz was so impactful all around the Rift. So every play that happened in game came out of Cuz today. Cuz performance was on point today, so with that slight mistake with Clit, he was able to punish it right away. Well, Victory actually voted for Faker. However, well, Faker gave a huge final shot to close out the game. However, Cuz was the one that enabled their teammates to wait till they can have the game they wanted. I guess our English casters were on the same page as well. So it was 5 on Faker and 7 on Cuz. I guess definitely both players all deserve this POG today, but Cuz was the one getting this POG point for this game. So let's check on who will be the POG player in game number 2 heading over to the Rift.
Yeah, welcome back, guys.
Le Swinger.
Le Swinger.
Le Swinger. I was the swing vote right there.
Well, I think that...
Because if I voted for Faker too, it's 6 and 6.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, I'm Le Swinger.
Oh my goodness.
That's me.
All right.
That's
well,
it.
You almost,
Every vote
you
counts.
almost fell on the Faker side of that swing.
I was, but...
As well. But I was the sinner, which is what Twitch chat is letting me know about consistently throughout these broadcasts. But, you know, Faker played really well. In fact, everyone played really well. This was just a great game of League of Legends. A very, very close one. I don't think the River Ram necessarily needed to last as long as it did, but you can see that the tension is so high between these two teams. There are so many nerves that play such a part in a battle like this. And now Gen.G, we'll see whether they can turn it all around. They're going to need some pretty consistent mentality in this particular game, as that is a good ban to start this one off.
Gragas being banned away as Rek'Sai immediately following by Gen.G. T1 now banning away. Wow, these are going fast.
Oh yeah, these guys know exactly what they want.
And will Soraka end up biting the dust? It will by Gen.G.
Like it. Like it
so
a lot.
I do like this. You know what? The POG state, it was filmed a little too early.
I think so too.
As the bans have definitely been tightening up. They've been evolving and getting a lot better. Really glad to see Soraka banned. Looking forward to it in 10.3 as well. She's not touched there.
Yep, we're going to continue to see that. At least we might have a new 100% ban champion in the Soraka.
Yes.
As Gen.G lock away the Zoe for BDD. That was banned in game number 1. In fact, first ban from T1. And T1 didn't want to allow the Aphelios to be locked in first too. So Cuz can take away Lee Sin if he would like to. A few options still left on the table. Teddy can go towards Misfortune or any other choice that he might have towards that bottom side. The only other champion outside of Misfortune that he's played and Aphelios has been that one game on Xayah, but Misfortune, they're just going down the tier list here for Teddy, giving him that option. You can imagine that Gen.G are probably just going to lock Kalista Taric after this.
Definitely think it's a real possibility as T1 leading this series. Gen.G might just fall back to comfort things that are also powerful. Really like the Orianna. If they end up locking this in here blind, I feel like it creates a lot of potential trickiness further down the draft for T1. Gen.G now locking in
another Akali.
Yeah, another Akali. Akali continues her 100% loss rate, so...
Well, she might just be continuing exactly down that path. It means so much for the standings, actually, if this is a 2-0 for T1. It's a lot of leapfrogging going around towards the top of the standings. I believe that T1 will propel themselves towards 3rd place.
Yeah.
Outside of what was 4th. And we will have a new top spot, I believe, after all is said and done, because Dragon X are currently sitting on 8 victories. Gen.G with a better win record at the moment. But after losing this game, and if they lose the next, they won't be able to continue that through, as Cuz, back on the Diana, has taken that for himself here. So all we need is a physical damage top laner, and T1 have a brilliant damage profile, as well as the Moonfall plus Shockwave combo. My god, it is so strong. Because you pull them all in with the Moonfall and then layer the Shockwave over the top of it. And unless you've got crazy movement speed or many, many dash abilities still available, that is what you're going to be able to do. Kalista, intelligent ban here out of T1.
No, it's either going to be Xayah or Ezreal as the final ban for T1. Renekton banned away by Gen.G.
And I think we're looking at a Varus for Ruler if we're going down the tier list.
Yeah. Or we'd have something very weird like a Jinx end up coming in.
Yeah, or an Ashe or something like that.
Yeah.
Playing with a little bit more control.
Ooh,
As Kai'Sa was
Kai'Sa.
one that we weren't actually thinking about, but is certainly another option. Ruler showing us that choice in the Damwon series earlier on this week. Final ban will be that Nautilus. So now, Teddy, what are you going to be picking up here? And it looks like...
Gangplank.
And counter-picking for support as well on T1's side. I like it a lot.
Yeah, and Gangplank does annihilate Akali straight up. That would be a really powerful pick. Also gives you so much control across the map, but now Kled being hovered.
Also has a pretty decent time, and that one's going to be locked away as well. A lot of dive potential now that the Kled has been added. So it means that T1 can play very aggressively around the top side of the map, and we know that as soon as about level 3 or 4 comes in for the Diana, she does do a lot of work. Now that her dash isn't her ultimate, closing the distance is no trouble for this champion.
Yep. Counterpick support is reserved. Will we see a mage end up coming in? And this makes it a little difficult for Gen.G now. They might end up just going with the Xayah Rakan down in bot lane, and that would make 4 champions that are really susceptible.
Oh, Leona's still available.
All right.
That's a really easy lock-in here for T1 if they do want to go for it. Of course, does work very effectively into the Rakan.
Lux, Zyra,
Nami.
So there's so many mages that are available. Don't let me see the Leona.
Bard.
Although I actually don't think that the Leona is that bad.
It's not bad.
In a spot like this. But
oh, but Morgana's
okay,
also
right.
pretty good.
We got another mage. So this is quite nice. Now, it's not one of the super oppressive mages, at least not in this lane dynamic, as something like the Zyra or Lux. But it is definitely very controlling.
And do you know what it does? It protects you in the mid-game from these stray bubbles that are going to be flying around the rift. So if Effort is ever with one of his teammates, he just watches that bubble, watches for where BDD is.
T1's got... Now we're up to 2 out of 10.
Yeah.
2 out of 10, so 1 in 5 times they're getting a good draft.
Do you know what? It's better than week 1. Do you know how many times they had in week 1?
0.
Yeah, they had 0. So moving up to 20% from 0 is an undefinable increase. Just absolutely unbelievable. This is a wonderful draft out of them, though. Heads up, picking the Ori a little bit earlier. Of course, understanding that BDD did have the Zoe in the mid lane face up. Certainly still a rounded composition here on Gen.G's side, but it felt like T1 in that draft did have the answers and did understand what Gen.G were going for before they went for it, and that is something that Coach Kim has been able to do on Damwon in the past. I mean, this guy has drafted well in his history, and feels like he's finally found his sea legs on the T1 side of the table.
Morgana, Misfortune, Orianna, Diana, and Kled. Massive amounts of just raw engage potential as well as siege potential and poke. Make it rain. Crescent strikes from Diana as well.
And if just think about like the alley-oops for this Kled, who's going to be running in. You can attach a ball to him. The most comfortable of shockwaves available, and then Cuz's follow-up with the Moonfall. All the while, there is bullet time going across the entire team. As far as Wombo Combo, this is a really beautiful and new style of Wombo Combo comp to come in here. I like it. I like it a lot.
And even though Xayah is really good against T1's team composition, the other 4 champions that Gen.G has is not. And so it's going to be really difficult to see how they're going to manage to survive mid-game unless they manage to get nice advantages in the early phases somehow, as first dragon of the game is going to be the Infernal Faker continuing to take Scorch. It's so bizarre.
Also taking Phase Rush this time when, of course...
Well, he's going to be going GLP.
Ah, yes.
I do believe in this game. There's a lot of melee champions, lots of champions that are able to be influenced by that slow. GLP helps out with getting the Phase Rush.
Does mean that, you know, summoner spells are going to be more important for this particular Orianna, who has her spellbook well and truly sealed at this stage. Have to look to see how this one's going to go. Faker historically has been one of the best Orianas of all time for a very, very long time.
A little interesting, Cuz taking stopwatch instead of boots, and Diana is typically a jungler that likes to just power farm inside of the jungle and try to scale up. And you know, I really like the jungle diversity that we are getting. We're not getting the Elise and Lee Sin this time around. Obviously, in this game, we have the Jarvan. Now, I don't know if this Jarvan's going to go full AD, or if he'll end up going the full tank route that we've seen plaguing so many regions across the world.
Kind of having the worst of this draft thus far, as the Bear Trap on a rope is attached to the Akali. Level 2 now gained. Canna with the ability to joust around the top lane now. Most likely, still continuing to attach things as Faker with his dissonance, just trying to poke out B2D as best he can. The wave now pushing back towards the Orianna. B2D still able to reliably apply this Airy as this matchup continues. But now in the enemy jungle, we'll start off on this blue buff. Understanding that Cuz is likely to be trapped on his wolves just a little bit. His research pretty well. Is this Jarvan player?
Yeah.
Kellen going to move on over and help him out. So that is going to be a 3-buff start most likely here for Gen.G. Effort will spot that this Gromp is going down. And we're likely to see Cuz make a bit of a transition here at this stage of the game. He's just going to go back, try and grab himself an item advantage before he does delve into the enemy jungle, if he does decide to do that. Looks like Clid will be able to grab himself the Rift Scuttler, as Faker has to use his cleanse just to remain healthy enough to control this lane.
And so far, everything still going pretty safe and sturdy. I mean, obviously, Kana up there in top lane having a bit of a rough time against the Akali.
Yeah, Kana probably waiting for a few extra items before he's going to be comfortable, as Faker going to flash very early. Trouble Bubble lands onto a minion. That is because Faker flashed that one. But Clid finding the one-up against his former teammate.
It's really weird.
News.
You just saw Faker actually cast the QW onto the Zoe, even though he should have no intention of actually trading against her anymore. Because not only is his mana running really low, and he doesn't have a way to sustain that back up, but BDD can just crash this wave and then look to recall anyway. And so the damage that Faker's trying to put onto Zoe is irrelevant if you play out every sequence of events. So if we identify that as wave 1, on wave 2, is Faker going to be able to kill Zoe? No. And so Faker's mana pool is going to be depleted. And so in the War of Economy, BDD is winning out every single time. And so Faker's priority of what was important in that wave not really lining up.
Collected Flash is going to be used for BDD to jump through that wall. And Cuz not going to be hit by the Trouble Bubble, so he'll be absolutely fine. T1 continuing to struggle, though. You can see even Ruler with a 10 CS advantage.
Yeah.
Having a look at all of the camps that
The
are
map
still
looks
available.
really pretty when it's completely lit up.
Yeah, it's nice, isn't it?
Yeah.
Makes the mini-map look super weird.
It really does. I'm still waiting on Summoner Rift skins.
Oh, damn. Kana going hyper-aggressive against Rascal here. He gets his little shotgun. Just waiting for Skarl to make his way back. And Kana should be totally okay.
Skarl takes some time.
Yeah, you just gotta keep fighting.
Yeah.
Keep fighting. Keep hitting.
Yeah.
It's one of the most satisfying
Do you think
auto attack
Skarl
sounds.
is a sadist? Because he wants you to fight before he comes back.
Ooh, that's true. No. He's not a sadist. He just likes to pick his battles. And so if you're the one doing a lot of fighting, then he's like, all right, this guy's I'm willing to jump back in. I'm jumping back in this fight now.
In this moment where Kana is sort of dancing around, it really looks like he's really close to an item completion. We saw Akali recall here into Seeker's Arm Guard and refillable, so we would imagine... No, I guess the CS discrepancy is big enough. Kana will not have Tiamat.
Yeah, it goes back. Can't even get the Rejuve bead to help him out there. Has the boots as well as a refillable potion. But otherwise it is just those two longswords that you were talking about. Clid, to start this Infernal Drake, will be able to comfortably collect that for his team. So Gen.G, we were talking about the fact that they need to play well around this early game, well, so far, things certainly have been going well. Probably one of our largest gold advantages here at 6.5 minutes than we've had the entire series.
And the other thing about this is all the laners right now for Gen.G are winning.
Yeah. Bottom lane by a large margin, but this mini wave is going to help out. Kellen is trying to add some poke underneath this turret. Even takes a turret shot, but he should be otherwise all right. Teddy doing a good job collecting all of the money available for him underneath the turret, apart from that last one. I apologize for the caster curse. Is now Ruler. Just looking to blade caller these minions to death. And the pressure is unending from Gen.G so far. Ooh, good bind there, going to stop the back that Ruler was going to partake in.
That was a little unfortunate by effort, just barely missing. And now it looks like Rakan and Xayah, they crash the wave, they're immediately moving, I believe, over to Rift Herald. They're going to get there right as it spawns. They're going to end up capturing this, and look at the missing pings. Actually completely off-timed.
Yeah.
Is T1 is now they're going to end up recalling, and they don't know yet what is the response. Now, you'll notice, I've talked about this many times, so Akali's not missing out on any XP or CS at all with the rotation that's going on. MF is going to go down to bottom, and that is about a wave and a half worth of gold. So the wave and a half worth of gold is worth more gold than the Rift Herald that eventually ends up getting picked up. Now, this isn't factoring in the CS, or the XP.
Yeah, the XP.
So it's about 8 or 9 minions worth of XP and gold, and now this is going to crash into the turret. And if T1 end up getting a plate off of this, if Clid takes the Rift Herald top lane and ends up getting 3 plates, well, it almost actually balances out when all things are considered. So
not
even
to mention
though
Shirley's going to come up, and theoretically T1 could be in a better position to claim themselves that one.
And so I feel like a lot of people, they see the Rift Herald as this major neutral that they end up over-prioritizing sometimes. And in this instance, even if Gen.G ends up summoning it now, it's almost going to be pretty even in this regard. Now, fortunately, they didn't have to pull away VDD or anything like that and give Baker some free XP and CS leads, but definitely a bit feels bad, man, as now even the bottom lane state is bad for Ruler and Kellen. It's pushing back into Teddy and Effort, who are now coming off of a superior recall.
Yeah, and they're also going to get down here and be able to pick up the next wave of farm that's heading towards them and completely even out what was a pretty large advantage for Ruler bottom side of the map. 1 plate, though, going over to Rascal here topside. This is great news for Gen.G and for Akali enthusiasts around the world. Now, Diana coming back from base, has Runic Echoes completed. Faker with the cleanse. It is going to be available, but decides not to invest it, because we are round about the 10-minute mark. Faker thinking about going home anyway. Good bind that time for a method.
Managed to hit him, and that's going to keep him in the lane, which means that Teddy and Effort now are going to have the leg up. And so a lot of people, they might be wondering, well, this is Morgana in here, and we've talked about mage supports many times in the past. Well, mage support doesn't have to win lane always. It's that mage supports scale a lot better in all stages of the game, typically, than their counterparts. And so, even though not a lot of action has happened, this Rift Herald did come into mid, and it was used to actually do so much damage to the mid-tier 1. So in this game in particular, this ends up being quite nice.
Yeah,
they're able to get that much damage to a Control Mage's turret, because normally Control Mages, once they hit Lost Chapter, or they complete into Luden's Echo, it is so hard to actually siege their turrets and get chip damage, because their wave clear is so insane. 30 seconds until Ocean Dragon, and Gen.G are just ahead 2,000 gold with an Infernal.
Well, they're trying to dive a Kled, which is a tough one. He's just going to run his way out. Can ground target that particular ability as the minions do leave, and Canna is going to back out. But now he's at a huge disadvantage. He's decided to go for the Hex Drinker first. I respect that idea. And now it looks like building towards Black Cleaver and foregoing the Tiamat for now. It's Cuz up here towards the top side. He's trying to catch back up, but it feels like Clid has really put a dampener on this jungling experience for that Diana, Cuz has been practically a non-factor for this early stage.
Yeah.
An understandable point for a Diana.
Now at this point, we're just going to have ping pong keep unfolding in lane. As T1 just continues to bleed, and honestly, a lot of this is just credit to Gen.G. These kind of CS gaps don't have anything to do with the matchups. This is just Gen.G's players are individually playing a lot better.
Not to mention, Clid is able to create so much more pressure on his Jarvan pickup, so that T1's lanes do have to play so much more respectfully. It's a flow-on effect from everything else. Is another bubble is going to land, and Faker is going to cleanse it immediately. Clid moves on up, though, and now will be able to claim this control ward very comfortably. It's spilling over the control of this game, and this is, I think, the largest gold gap to happen so far this game. As Faker clears out the minion wave with the ultimate. Is now Canna looking for Rascal. He's in his shroud, and now Rascal's trying to find this one back as Canna jumps off. But there's the shuriken backflip. Rascal taking a turret shot, but the Hexdrinker, I think, really helping Canna there. As his little shotgun, his little blunderbuss, able to lock down those last few remaining minions. As Rascal now just cannot fight Canna because a few auto attacks and a Q, and he'll have Skull back, and that'll be a huge advantage.
Yeah.
But Gen.G, they should be able to take this mid-outer turret, and that is certainly high value for this team. Even higher value if you've got a Zoe who does value the map control so much more. As we move on, and this needed to happen. We have to remind everyone that this needed to happen for Gen.G in order for their composition to be able to stand a chance against what T1s can do in a coordinated assault. As now Teddy looking for Clit, a lot of extra damage here. Bullet time comes in, the flash comes out. As now Effort, he's got the black shield, and Kellen has to use everything to get himself out of the way, and this should mean Ocean Drake belongs to T1. And now Mountain Soul is what they're banking on.
Yeah, they really want Mountain against the Akali as well as just against the Zoe. And okay, you know what, Atlas? You are honestly a bad omen.
I apologize.
Okay.
Next
You
time I'll
just wished
pretend
for
that
it a little harder.
Yeah, I should have. Yeah. That being said, they do have a lot of key ultimates on T1 side, so honestly, it's not all
super
that
bad.
Yeah.
It's absolutely not bad at all. Kled, Diana.
And remember that Cloud Soul movement speed
And also
activates
on Morgana.
after channels. Yeah, it's fantastic on Morgana.
Morgana's going to be able to utilize it a ton. Kled, Diana. So this isn't a bad dragon by any means. It just means that it's not going to be nearly as oppressive as what we could have had with a mountain dragon. Getting amplifications to the resistances against an Akali, against a tank Jarvan. That is really good, because Jarvan already isn't going to be dealing damage to most of your champions anyway.
Yep. As Canna attaches another bear trap to this rope. And Cuz, he's in position, control ward in that brush, so he's not going to be seen on any of this vision. Now BDD has the Zoe exclusive item in the redemption. Cuz actually not opting into utilizing the Scryer's Bloom. I find that very strange. As I probably knew, I guess, that Clid was in the area. And Shirley is going to join her sister on the Gen.G side of the Rift. So we'll see where she is going to go.
We're both Gen.G fans, yeah.
Yeah, I guess so. I always thought Shirley was going to pair with T1. Didn't happen. And that is just a byproduct of Gen.G's control at the start of this game. 30 CS advantage here on the top side of the map. Now Rascal going to get a bunch of his health back. The minions also going to be repaired. And Canna, no availability. As far as helping this turret out is concerned.
I feel like I
will
cast
break
her
their
curse
second.
T1, by the way.
Oh yeah?
In regards to the draft stuff here, because they're losing individually every single lane and role.
Yeah.
I don't really call jungle a lane, I don't know about you, but...
Well, it's not a lane.
It's not,
It
well,
is
I mean,
a
what
role.
if it is a lane?
Whoa.
What if that's like a Mario Kart course, and that's just part of the lane?
Oh, maybe.
You never considered that, did
But
you?
I think a lane is considered to be straight. I don't know.
I'm going to Google now to actually ask if a lane is always straight.
Yeah, you could ask that.
I'm gonna figure this out.
As BDD Will spot Faker out here, but also spots a control ward. Trouble bubble, not going to find any targets. Control ward's now put down. Cuz takes half of his health bar. Absolutely not what you want. And now they're trying to keep control in the area, but as dark as this rift gets, the happier BDD does. As he's able to line up these trouble bubbles really nicely. This is the time of the Zoe that is dawning on us, 15 to 25. Yeah? Was that right?
Crooked lanes do exist.
Oh, okay.
You know, so.
I apologize.
Yeah, no big deal.
Well, in League of Legends, they don't.
Okay.
Well, I guess they are all a bit curved, aren't they? Apart from the mid lane.
It's just one big Mario Kart adventure. Or Sonic. You ever play Sonic Adventure 2 Battle?
I love Sonic Adventure 2 Battle. We've spoken about this.
I think that we have.
Yeah.
You know my favorite character, right?
You're Shadow there, right?
No, I'm Amy Rose.
You're an Amy Rose. So
yeah.
the opposite faction Shadow.
Well,
Knuckles, sorry. Why did I say Shadow?
It's because she gets her abilities faster.
I do like Shadow because he does have the rollerblades, and I'm a big fan of rollerblades.
Oh, you know, Shadow is pretty cool.
He is pretty cool. But I'm a Knuckles guy from Sonic and Knuckles. Because
Knuckles is respectable. If you said Tails,
I
was going to put in my 2 weeks.
What?
Yeah.
Jesus, I would have given him my own 2 weeks.
Yeah. I think Valdez probably is a Tails guy.
You reckon he's a Tails guy?
Yeah, right. Probably.
Oh, I don't know. I'd give him a little bit more credit than that.
Dr. Eggman?
Yeah, he might be a... Wait, who is that other...
Who? There's, is it Rogue or Rouge? I don't know how to say it.
I think Rouge is the other one.
The vampire kind of?
Yeah.
Knuckles' girlfriend or something? I don't know what's going on.
The opposite faction Knuckles variant.
Yeah.
Is what that one was. Did you ever play the Sonic Adventure 2 on Nintendo DS?
No, I did not. I never, my last Nintendo was, oh, hold on.
Yep, Cuz is going to be taken down instantly. That's first blood at 18.5 minutes, but Ruler has to Feather Storm to get out of that shockwave. Teddy and Effort are going to be able to take down this top outer turret. I don't know whether it's going to be enough to get them back from this hole, though. 5,000 gold is the lead here for Gen.G, the largest of the series. It's not seeming to let up at any stage.
And it just really doesn't look like T1 is going to be able to figure out any way to recover here.
Well, they desperately need to stabilize somehow.
Yes.
It's kind of not going to be one-shot because it's impossible. Should otherwise be okay.
Cloud Dragon probably going to go the way now of Gen.G as well. Now, when we look at XP points, it's actually not that bad.
Yeah, Solar Lane's doing very well here.
T1 are all ahead in XP. And what's interesting about this is I wonder if it's a byproduct of all the turrets going down and thus the minions going onto T1's side of the map and some of the minions being killed before they go back on the other side, which is very adjacent to freezing in some ways. You know, maybe that's...
I thought we forbid that word.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, we don't say that word anymore.
Fine.
It reminds me of Beauty and the Beast, you know?
Yeah.
Where it's like, no.
We just don't talk about it.
Forbidden.
Now, interestingly enough, freezing would actually be a way that T1 could hold things on their side of the lanes and slowly but surely recover.
Yep.
Because they're not so far behind that they can't actually contest in close proximity jungle camps, but also the jungle camp respawns. They definitely have a lot of time that they can end up buying, Cuz going to end up picking up that Scuttle Crab. Now, also, even though the solo laners are ahead, Cuz is very far behind.
Yeah. 2 levels behind Clid, I believe, last time of looking, and still continues to be the case. As thankfully, you're not going to have, I don't know, Cuz was able to leech a little bit of lane experience, so able to get to level 10. But he wants that level 11. Yeah, wants to be able to boost up that Moonfall as best as possible. And look, there is a chance that T1 find themselves that miracle team fight, right? Because their wombo combo is still extremely good. The problem is now is that Gen.G can split the map and play 4-1 super comfortably.
Yes.
And then Gen.G have no real option. Sorry, T1 have no real options. If Canna had had a better experience in this laning phase, then maybe things would have been different. But because Rascal can deal with the Kled, makes it much, much harder. As, yep, that's pretty linear. And that's what we look for when we look at controlled games. They're able to be played pretty textbook and by the book. So Gen.G really having a great turnaround after what was a disappointing game 1, after it was so close and then not quite able to get them over the line. T1 though not out of this one yet. Fat Lady ain't warmed up her vocal cords at this particular moment.
And everything is just really slow and stable. And honestly, this Kled not really doesn't have the skin, you know. And I think that was honestly a bit of a problem here for him. Personally, I'm a big fan of Count Kledula.
Yep.
Which, if you're a Kled fan, you like Kled, you like Scarl, you can find that in the shop for
the Riot
1350
store.
RP. Yeah.
It's a bit of a bargain, actually.
It
is.
is.
Feels like legendary skin, that one. It's really, really good. So, kind of going to get shot with a sword. Final Fantasy-esque maneuver there, but Canna now desperately just wants a few extra items, wants to be able to go toe-to-toe with Rascal here. Because this is a matchup that the Kled should be able to do pretty well in, you know? Kled has a history of being just pretty notorious for comfortably playing 1v1 side lanes. If you were Doinby fans, you'd certainly know that. Faker now looking for Kellen. Not going to find it with the Crescent Sweep either. So Rascal now alongside Ruler underneath this turret. Canna wants to deal with the minion wave, but he doesn't have a Tiamat. He can't get through these waves very fast.
Yeah.
Spellbinder done for Faker. Canna going to be left alone. That tower not going to be the priority. You can see Gen.G are just very happy about keeping everyone split, making sure T1 can't just 5v5. It's exactly what they want.
And the thing here is,
ow.
Oh man.
That don't feel good. Now an inner turret is going to go down. As a result, the power of Zoe has been witnessed. Ruler grabs that one for his team. Spellbinder completed for Faker. He's still 0-0-0 alongside the majority of the players on both sides. As we've only had one kill so far. Teddy comes back. He's going to keep clearing out waves, and we're playing some ping pong. But the more ping pong and lull state that's going to happen this game, the better it is for T1.
Yeah.
Right.
So the longer that this game does end up going, I mean, Klid, though, he's up 2 levels right now inside of the jungle. Now, that doesn't matter all that much once Cuz ends up getting to 11. Things are going to be fine. 30 seconds, though, until another Cloud Dragon is going to end up coming up. And I'm very doubtful that T1 is actually going to fight over it.
I think they might fight over the Soul because they want to extend the game for as long as possible without an Elder Drake spawning. They don't want to give Gen.G that other option to split the map open. They want to force Gen.G to fight around a Baron for as long as possible and allow things like the Cloud Soul to be coming in here as Teddy. Let's do a bit of damage there onto Faker, but in goes Rascal looking for the backline. Teddy gets a huge shield. They just dive on top of him. Shockwave onto a couple of members. Skull is going to leave it now. Cleared. Very low flags. Drags gets himself out as Cuz. Proto Belzer tries to escape. He does get out. The last tick of the Ignite not going to be enough to take them down as Teddy is traded for Kellen. That is not what you want if you're a T1 fan. As now BDD dives in. Doesn't get the trouble bubble though. Somehow unable to thread the needle on that one. And it looks like this Cloud Drake will be the reward for Gen.G unless Klid dies to it. Frightening stuff. I think he will be okay. Smite's available.
So T1 definitely stepping up a little bit too far, end up getting collapsed on very quickly. A little over a 5,000 gold lead here at 25, almost 26 minutes for Gen.G. We take a look at it again. Teddy trying to go into the Fog of War, getting a bit of damage down. Then he goes forward for the control ward, which is just not necessary.
Yeah.
And in doing so, gets collapsed on. And ultimates just don't even really get used here by anyone.
Well, the Moonfall was feather-stormed, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So they weren't actually able to utilize that Shockwave Moonfall combo.
No Kled ultimate ended up being used either. Effort ends up dinging level 9, but 3-level discrepancy in the jungle.
Well, Klid now standing on a control ward. We'll walk over another one as he makes his way out. T1 still with a fair bit of vision around this map, and they've stabilized his 5,000 gold lead for the last 5 to 7 minutes. Which, if you're a T1 fan, is certainly good news. Gen.G certainly with so much more initiative on this map right now. I feel like I would check this game off as one where Gen.G have successfully been able to get the lead that they needed to get, given their composition. And now, they're going to utilize that lead in order to try and get this Baron, as Cuz gets bubbled, but we're just buying space here. Gen.G, vision now given over to the Baron, and they do pull away. Kellen at half health. Rascal now pulling up on the side. Teddy is by himself, easily diveable by Gen.G. As, yep, there's Clid. Teddy gets into position, just walks his way out. No flash, so the Cataclysm not quite in range, but it's a free inner turret here for Gen.G, so still success for our guys in blue. Oh, bubble once again going to land, but that's the power of Black Shield. You know, with all of these Zoe picks in the LCK, you would have thought that maybe Morgana was banned in a lot of these games. She hasn't been. Another bubble lands though, and it's got a better cooldown as BDD diving on in. But enough body blocking is going to deny the Zoe, but you can just see, like, it is, okay, Clid just gets on top of effort. Stoneplate is there as now Faker can't make his way in. Bullet time gonna do a lot of work, but Rascal gets into the backline and eviscerates the Morgana. And that might be the pickoff that Gen.G needed to try and start off some sort of Baron and really put this game to rest.
Well, 6,000 gold lead now for Gen.G as things are just looking worse and worse. Cloud Soul most likely going to go the way of Gen.G as well, but this is a super slow and steady game being played by both parties. And it really looks like in this game that even though Gen.G, they're coasting ahead in every single lane, as well as jungle, T1 just looks like they're not playing to win, but they're playing to not lose as well.
Yeah.
Morgana obviously just ends up getting bopped there. And so Baron, yeah, it's a very real and scary threat at this point in time.
They're not over there just yet. You can see Control Ward vision is around the pit, but nothing inside the pit for Gen.G at the moment. His effort should be able to stop this back. It does so. Certainly good. Any sort of tempo adjustment here in favor of T1 is what they're looking for. But Clid has just continued to stay so far ahead of Cuz. It is just crazy. 2 levels, 40 CS, 10 camps in the lead, in theory. And these outer turrets are low for T1, so they will be able to take mid and bot lane, most likely, pretty easily if they are ever able to get an advantage. But if Gen.G just keep denying it, then the coffers of T1 just not going to have enough in them. Now, Faker, Dissonance out of the way of the trouble bubble.
And, I mean, right now, okay. Well, that Zoe damage definitely hurt.
Bubble unnecessary.
T1 are just having a very difficult time approaching.
Whoa, Faker is looking for Ruler here. He's running so far forward. Now Kellen throws down the quickness as Cuz goes golden and Ruler just destroys Faker. He's just too far in advance as the bullet time flies in. 5-point strike very easily dispatches
That's
the
gonna be the
misfortune.
game.
That will be the game right there, LS. You were entirely correct, as it's a clean ace. And Gen.G, they were thinking about a Baron, and they realized that, hang on a second, we can just win the game. It's 30 minutes. They'll take down these inhibitor turrets very easily. This is what we're expecting from this series. We will go the distance, as Gen.G will topple T1 in game number 2. It was a much more consistent affair from this team. We're closing in on a 10K gold lead towards the end. And Gen.G tie it all up.
That was, That was something.
That was something.
That was...
I'm trying to work out who to give the MVP to.
I give it to Clid.
Hey,
for the consistent CS advantages, or well, the XP advantages, as well as just
the jungle shutout,
stifling the Diana early on with some assistance, and then Other than that, I mean, every laner individually won on their own accord for the most part. Like, obviously, Faker had some pressure that came in from the jungle, but that doesn't really totally excuse what ended up happening there. And then Kana getting blown out of the water up in top lane.
Yeah, it looked like he wasn't super comfortable on the Kled pick, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Can we just get more?
Well, we can't.
They keep banning it away.
Yeah, it's being banned. So we are on Opsol, as we'd say in Korea. Opsol. Opsol. Yeah. Means we don't have on. It's just been banned every game. So what happens when you ban 6 champions before the champion select starts? That's sort of how that one works. But now we are going to be going to game 3. One of our first 5-game nights. Haven't had too many of the 5-game nights. It's been a lot of 4s or 6s.
Yeah.
So far, having a look at some of these highlights here as Ruler sidestepping the Super Soaker. And
look at Klid on the right-hand side. I mean, he's just drawing up so much aggro from Kana and Teddy.
And Rascal getting into the backside is
ends up using his stone plating. Teddy trying to get away from him. Faker just not able to do anything, and this is such a disjointed fight. And honestly, with the advantages that Gen.G had at this point, paired with how disjointed T1 just was in that fight, I mean, ends up just going the way of Gen.G, so we're tied up 1-1. The damage dealt to champions tells a pretty good story. No one was fighting this game.
Yeah. Cuz basically did nothing all game and then they lost. Is what it sort of felt like. Of course, Diana, if she's behind, it's just how it kind of works. Haru plays it very differently, but we saw that when Haru was put behind, whenever he did try to fight, he just died and gave away 300 gold to his opponent. That was just sort of how it worked. He, however, did have a successful game on it already, did Cuz, so looking to see whether he can tidy things up moving into game number 3, because now I got to decide.
I can't even say that the draft's going to matter now in game 3, unless it's something super weird.
It's the first time he's ever said something like that. Make sure you clip that immediately. As ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go to a short break. When we get back, Gen.G versus T1, the deciding match for our final game of week 2. See you then.
바텀라인 리더
봐도 된다, 나 봐도 된다.
봐도 돼 가고 있다
나머지,
이거 우리 하나
오케이, 천천히 빼면서 미포 와봐, 미포 와봐. 야, 이거 다이애나부터 봐줘, 다이애나부터 봐줘. 아니야, 우리 미포 잡을 거야. 그래. 미포 빠져.
이포 할래
나이스. 끝내자. 달려. 죽여. 나이스. 끝내자.
그래
앞에 한판 더 나와도 괜찮아.
네.
그냥 타워 해줄게.
레전드 오브 룬테라의 세계에 오신 걸 환영합니다. 이것은 실력 지상주의 뇌지컬 세계. 자, 이제 그럼 한판 붙어볼까? 레전드 오브 룬테라.
Gen.G manages to take a win and turn this series into a full match. Gen.G got their revenge on game number 2. Akali was opponed again, and Gen.G took it ASAP. So, what's your take on their draft? So, a lot of people were really curious about Morgana and Diana. So what did a world's quarterfinalist or semi-finalist? So we didn't hear about his thoughts on Morgana support. So Morgana up against Zaya Rakan? Well, actually it's a pick that you have to go very aggressively to find the value out of it. However, his rune and his itemization, he didn't really go with aggressive play style. And wards, the position of his wards was not really that meaningful at all. So it doesn't really seem like whether Morgana was a very prepared pick. I mean, T1 really went defensively this game. However, Gen.G is the team that can find a way through this kind of comp. So as what it mentioned about wardings from T1, let's check out where they started to have hard times. So let's take a look how the red team players placed their wards. Orianna and MF and Morgana, they warded in 3 different points to prevent the potential level 2 gank from J4 after his red buff. However, Clid actually soloed down the blue buff, so he did not expose any information about his location. And also Diana is really slow at clearing the camps in the early phase. And also, watch how he clears this camp, because he was taking his time to make the most out of the Hunter's Talisman. So he was able to regenerate some of his health. J4 was able to just invade or walk into the blue jungle, and he walked out with the blue buffs with him. And also, Gen.G players saw that effort on Morgana took W for level 2, so there was also more space for them for any possible turret dive after this counter jungling. So if they were gonna go really defensively, there could have been other choices, but Morgana. So Gen.G, that early attempts were really impactful, and this snowballed all throughout the game. So, well, some people say actually being offensive is the best answer to be defensive. So if they were so afraid of J4, maybe they should have just tried invading into the blue side jungle. Those 3 wards was not powerful enough to check where Clid was, and also they were so afraid of potential J4 all around the map. So J4 had so much gold on his first base. I guess it was a very smooth and easy jungle game for Clid. And SKT couldn't reach out the gold deficit. The POG for game number 2 would be Clid on J4. He was adding so much pressure to all 3 lanes, and he was really supportive of his teammates to make their play when they had to. 100% team participation goes to Clid in game number 2. He was really proactive opening those fights. Sometimes when the players were backing up, Clid went in for re-engagement and found meaningful kills. Sometimes Gen.G, they actually prefer to play around macros and rotation rather than making kills, but this time Gen.G managed to pick up a lot of kills and prove themselves that they are also good at aggressive games.
자리를 닫자 이런 식으로 선택할
So,
것인가 그것도 궁금하고.
I think the
그리고 또
interesting point for
저는
game number
계속해서
3 would be
스포츠에
whether
대해서 의문점이
SKT will ban
과연,
out Akali
물론
or are they
e스포츠의
gonna
종핑인
keep
건
it
맞습니다.
open once
계속해서
again?
픽으로 나오고 있는데
And also MF.
테디, 룰러, 데프트 이런
Teddy,
선수들에게
Ruler, Deft.
한계가 명확한 미스포춘이라는
Will
픽을
they just
지어주는
stick
게
to
과연
Misfortune, a
맞는가?
champion
이런
that
좀
has a
의문이
very
듭니다.
vivid
좀더
limits?
활약할 수 있는 재미,
Maybe it's
경기를
time for
펼쳐줄 수
AD
있지
carries to
않나
find
그런
another
생각을
partner
해보기도
to
하고요.
find the
참
win.
많은 생각이 드는 젠지
So
그
let's
투혼일 것
find out
같습니다.
whether
이제
two teams
첫
got a
번째
new
경기,
answer in their draft
재밌게
in game number
지켜볼
3.
수 있다면 좋겠습니다. 지금부터 만나보시죠.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jisun, as usual, for the translation of the final Analyst Desk segment of the week. And gentlemen, on your screen, a very well-deserved player of the game for that one. Still pretty close. I think a lot of votes over to B2D, who did have some pretty good bubbles throughout that game. But honestly, most of it was played on the timepiece of Clid.
Yeah.
Just made things work for the rest of his team, but now Gen.G need to use that momentum to move towards a Game 3 victory where we switch the sides once again. Because we're
Now-
100% blue side win rate so far.
Atlas, I want to tell you something.
Tell me something. Go, give it to
So
me.
in the 2 weeks that we've been here at LCK, the staff has never once made an error on giving us player of the game sheets. And I just want to let you know.
We have an extra
We're
one?
going to game 4.
Oh no!
We have one extra player of the game sheet here on the desk. So we're going to get a remake this game.
All right.
Hopefully it comes in at 68 minutes.
Well, I mean, that's the dream,
That is the dream.
obviously.
Chrono break that's not able to be fixed.
Echo
As,
confirmed to be picked.
Yeah. Team 1 now banning away the Zoe and the Pantheon. A little bit surprising. I would really like to not see an Ornn or anything get banned away. Gen.G showing that they also won't ban Akali. Faker could just pick it up.
Whoa. The blue side of Kali ban. That's a weird one.
That is definitely a bit weird.
Could be an Ornn ban here then. But no, the
I know,
Aphelios going to be
Aphelios.
taken
And
off the
so
board.
this opens up option to B1 Ornn. Kana is like, is it time?
Well, I mean, obviously it is.
Watch them do something like Jarvan. I'm gonna walk out.
Well, or the Gragas. The Gragas is another
Gragas is
first
really
pick.
good as well.
Yeah.
Ornn, Gragas, okay.
We're okay.
Unless I'm putting on my seatbelt. I think I'm here to stay.
We're strapping in.
We're strapping in for this one. Gen.G now. Probably watch them do something along the lines of Misfortune Braum, and I lose it.
Well, they could
But
just lock in Zyra
they
Khan
could,
here.
well, they
Or
could do
Xayah
Xayah
Gragas.
Gragas. Yeah,
Oh.
Xayah Gragas. See, we're learning.
That would be very spicy. Come on, Clid. Yeah, there we go. What is happening? This is LCK teams correctly drafting based on what we're talking about.
Now, the
They're
Xayah
listening.
coming out this early does leave her susceptible to certain AD carries. You're able to actually take Ezreal here and then wait to see if Gen.G shows a vulnerable support.
It's
And
likely that they will go towards Rakan.
Lethal
Could
Tempo Ezreal, really good if you pair him with a mage support or an enchanter, depending on what Xayah would end up picking, but that would require Gen.G to not...
Ooh, I thought
Oh,
Syndra
well.
might have been the choice there, but not going to happen as the Misfortune just locked away. Trying to certainly band-aid the MF's win rate thus far. She's been played 29 times, and I'm pretty sure she hasn't got to a third of a win rate yet. As B2D, the final pick here, likely to be Rakan, just to make sure that the lovers duo is not separated. And it looks like that marriage is not going to be annulled at this particular point in time.
Well, Zyrakan is picked up, and so there would have maybe been that spot had Ezreal been locked in, but instead we're going to end up getting Misfortune. Victor now getting banned away.
Yeah, that stable mid laner that Faker did play so well on in game number 1. Mordekaiser going to be the follow-up ban here. Not going to allow Rascal to have that one.
And we'll see what Rascal is actually going to try to pick here. into the Ornn. Now remember, the Ornn is also able to be flexed into mid lane.
True. Still plenty of options here for T1 as far as where things are going to go. I was wondering whether the Nautilus ban was going to come in. Gen.G just taking away some of the favorites from T1.
Nautilus.
Yep.
Being taken off. As, you know, I always say it. I say it every single time. The Gragas Yasuo. It's very bizarre.
It does work well with the Rakan paired with it as well.
It
But
does.
I think it's like better to lock down the
work.
Xayah Rakan.
And I suppose it also has merit, given that you do have the
Alright.
Ornn. And so
That's
Camille's
a Camille
actually,
up against the Ornn.
Yeah. So Camille actually doesn't beat Ornn until 3 items. And so Ornn is always going to be able to have control up until that point. Obviously, Camille needs to get to Trinity Force, Hydra, and the Sterix until she starts really taking over against Ornn.
Well, Misfortune Leona going to most likely come in here. Oh no, we're back to the Morgana. We're going to try that one more time. 2 options that definitely work into the Rakan. Now, with no Zoe to worry about, might be a better option as we're continuing to flex here. I love the Rumble coming in. Can be moved between top and mid as they like, as BDD thinking about going towards his Galio. He loves this pick and always has.
Obviously, Camille Galio, pretty iconic bread and butter pick of the past in Season 7.
Yeah.
I believe that is when it was really popular. So BDD gonna go to that pick here in mid lane. See what the summoner spells are gonna end up being as well for Faker versus BDD.
Certainly stable drafts on both sides. Both of them happy to scale as this game goes on. T1 gonna get all of that free gold in the Ornn items. But Gen.G just going to have champions that work very well together in a late game team fight, and they do have split pushing options as well in the Camille 4-1, and then disengage availability with Clid's Gragas. I do really, really like how this has been put together. 1-3-1 also an option given BDD being on the Galio. The heroic entrance can be utilized in order to allow a split push. So certainly lots of options here for Gen.G's composition. But Ornn really does change how these games work.
Yes. The amount of late game scaling that he offers to the team. You have Obsidian Cleaver, Rabadon's Death Crown, Molten Edge, and then I don't know the name of Zanya's Hourglass upgrade, but those are going to be the Ornn items that can realistically come in. And
I think it's Zanya's Rolex.
Oh, okay,
I think that's
sure.
what it is.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah.
Why not? So T1 with a lot of late game power, but I would say they start getting overpowered at around 4, or they start getting, they get overthrown around 4 items as Camille, Gragas, Galio, Xayah, and Rakan is going to be the picks for Gen.G. A lot more playmaking, definitely room for a lot more action this game with that Galio.
Also stable scaling on Gen.G's side, but whether T1 can get their lanes in order, does feel like the team that has had control of the early game and allowed the game to be played on their pace has been the one to win out. And Cuz now on the Rek'Sai, a much more stable jungler as we hit the rift for game number 3, the decider between T1 and Gen.G.
미니언 생성까지 30초 남았습니다.
Having a look at the standings, if Gen.G win here, they are outright first place. As Dragon X suffered one more loss, so one more 3-game series. On the Dragon X side, I believe that was due to a Freak of Freaks taking a match off them, and Gen.G being so consistent up against Damwon this week. T1 desperately looking for this. Currently sitting on 6-4. They can even out the scoreline with a Freak of Freaks and claim a joint 2nd place.
Yeah.
It'll move, a joint 3rd place alongside Afrika. Gen.G will move to 2nd. And then Dragon X will be our 1st place team in the league. But the top 4 will be neck and neck. So incredibly close. After this one.
See how the early game is going to play out here as Cuz going to be starting on his red buff. Gragas going to be getting a leash on the right-hand side. Ornn has that Q level 1.
Cuz, you also have to remember that I believe he debuted on this champion on the Rek'Sai. Played a very good first game. Scanner now, looking for
One
a
grass
little bit
proc.
of poke damage. Yep, grass prop going to work out there. Is the passive going to be a confusing one to utilize here for Rascal, as Canna weaves a lot of auto attacks as far as his trades are concerned. So want to try and get that magic damage shield if the Ornn is going to go for a combo.
You can see Ornn actually canceling some of his autos. Gets to level 2 slower than the Camille. Now finally has it. Misuses the Q and gives Camille a way to actually reach him by using that pillar. So Kana, this is not how Ornn versus Camille goes, level 1. Ornn should never be on the receiving end of the push, ever. More grass procs, Camille shouldn't be able to walk up the way that she's doing, and so Kana really misplaying the lane.
See how it goes as this game turns on, because honestly, Ornn, you might misplay, but half the time it doesn't matter. Because it's going to be able to take down that ward pretty well. You can see, yeah, I think Kana just built himself a Ruby Crystal potentially.
No.
He's just eating through his potion. Still sitting on some cookies. Both him and Rascal with those available. Rascal certainly having a better time of it as this wave stacks up. Cuz is going to move in though. Hookshot will be available for an escape.
Cuz coming in here, clearing out the ward, leaving a zombie ward as well in its wake.
Rascal comes down, he won't be able to replace the ward. Just gets rid of that zombie ward to make sure that everything will be okay as Rascal looking for the hook shot. Should be able to, oh no, doesn't even go for it.
Did not want to smite as he didn't even have it.
Nope. A little bit dangerous there as Teddy doesn't get the double up to Ruler and Kellen.
Now Faker, I'm sorry, I did not see. Did he cheat a recall? I wasn't watching the mini-map, but he has Predator boots as well as Doran's ring, so
you can't get them at level 1.
I'm thinking that Faker had cheater recalled. If you're unfamiliar with the terminology of what a cheater recall is, first time tuning into LCK, just means getting a recall off when the opponent is forced to respect the fog of war as you disappear into it with a sizable minion wave crash that causes them to push and respond too slow. So you end up getting back to the lane for free with better combat stats. If you have potions, they're replenished. And it just puts you in really advantageous spots. Typically, it's more commonly seen in top lane and bottom than any other lane. Mid is a little bit more awkward to do it.
Oh, Clid doesn't find the body slam there on Cuz as he's able to tunnel out eventually. Clid down here though, just trying to alleviate some of the vision pressure that T1 had put together. Ruler happy to sit here alone in the lane. Understanding that Gen.G certainly had help in the area, Cuz still farming things out, now only finally evening up the camp difference alongside Clid. Looking at the CS, you can see Barmy Cinder created by Canna in the Forge. And Rascal still with a slight lead and continuing. Gets the second proc actually of the E. Powerful stop searing charge will knock Rascal up, but otherwise not too much to worry about here for the Camille.
Remember, Ornn's all-in threshold is 750.
Is that at level 5? No, level 6,
level
right?
6, yep. And that level 6 is coming. It is
very
the
close.
First melee minions that are going to get here. Rascal's going to be the first to get it, but Rascal is in lethal. So if Ornn lands the Q at max range, steps back and casts the R, Camille can't respond with the Hextech ultimatum.
Yeah.
And so there's definitely the ability for Camille to get solo killed. She is in lethal range. Now, whether or not Kana knows that, I'm unsure.
Doesn't look like it. As we've got Camille rotating down. Of course, now going for that all-in. Maybe not the best of ideas as Clid spotted on the Tremor Sense. Ping's going out here as Cuz gets his sweeper together. Clears out this control ward immediately. And there's the hook shot. We're looking for it. Hextech ultimatum as the Ornn does come in. Clid gets the flash body slam to deny the return of the call of the Forge Guard. And that will secure first blood for the jungler of T1.
Clid ends up stopping that. He was going to die anyway, Kana, without really being able to get a return kill. But still quite nice, very clean. Wave now going in, and he's also going to be slowed That's going to cause him to miss some of the minions, so a very greedy teleport that doesn't really serve a purpose unless Rek'Sai is going to end up coming over. I think he's going to even miss that minion.
Yeah.
Oh, no, he gets it.
Thank you very much, melee minions, of the wave that was incoming.
And bombies.
And bombies, yeah.
You gotta think bombies.
That is definitely true. In fact, that might have been the majority of that damage. As we check out this gank once again.
Yeah.
Pretty cool,
So,
to be honest.
You just have to ask yourself, what is Kana really trying to achieve in this lane when he's standing where he is, attacking those minions? And, yeah, just...
There we are. All we needed to hear was the nice.
Yeah.
Got them, though, as now BDD will be able to take down this blue buff. Claims that for himself. Level 7 now gained for the Galio, so the heroic entrance is going to be available. We've got Grand and Heroic entrances, and in fact they can be used very, very well in tandem with one another. This is something in the height of the Galio days that we witnessed many, many times. Now Faker continuing to have a lot of fun here in this lane. Flame Spitter against a melee target, certainly something that you want to be utilizing. As I will see whether BDD does make any adaptations to the build. Adaptations meaning an adaptive helm that is very, very strong against the Rumble. Maybe not what he wants to be building first up, because we'll be able to check out his first item as he goes back now. As T1 take themselves the Ocean Drake. Look to continue to move this game forward. Gen.G so far on the top side have been more successful, but as we move to Infernal Drake.
The thing is that this Camille Ornn matchup should never be going this way. And this is, again, it's a testament to just Rascal outplaying the Ornn inside of this lane, and we saw level 1 Kana mismanaging the wave. We saw it again at level 4 and 5. Just very peculiar trades and setup, and then obviously where his positioning was prior to him being killed. And so Kana definitely getting outclassed this series.
You can see Rascal actually lying in wait there as the double up lands onto Ruler. Immediately throws out the bullet time as Ruler is level 6, and now Kellen looking for the re-engage. There's the black shield, but it lasts for long enough as Rascal had teleported in and gets a free flash out of Teddy. Damn, that Make It Rain bullet time combo was a hell of a lot of damage.
And you can see BDD was trying to run down in the event that they would need the Galio ultimate, but now he's going to teleport top so not to lose out on any minions. And then Rascal, he's going to pick up the baton pass in mid lane and get all of those minions. Yeah.
Like it a lot. Bit of a Pokemon reference for those of you playing at home. Baton pass, very frustrating ability, especially if you pair it with double team. Double team, an ability that no one actually liked in Pokemon in like the first games. It was like evasiveness. Why would I want that? That's so annoying. But is actually a banned ability in competitive Pokemon for most.
That's very nice. That's a nice tidbit.
A little bit of a tidbit for you guys, as all of your abilities missing is really unfun. As it turns out.
Oh, that's fun for me.
Oh, you like that?
Yeah, I like that.
Oh, you're an unfun
Does it make
gamer.
does my opponent get mad?
Yeah.
Yeah, I love it.
Unfun gaming right there. Clid looking for the re-engage here onto Faker, but he's already got out of there. Has himself his Merc Treads, so he's feeling pretty good at this point in time anyway.
And again, the way that T1 is playing every single one of their lanes, they're playing to not lose, not to win.
Which is not what you want to do with when these compositions are clashing. Gen.G feeling very, very good with how this comp is going to run in an even situation in a late game moment. So T1 probably wanting to step up the pace as we move this game forward.
Rascal, he has the call on the Camille as well, so that'll add insult to injury later on in the game. Definitely like seeing that picked up super early. Rift Herald still on Cuz. We'll have to see when he ends up summoning it. As Proto Belt going to be completed on Galio now. Leandri's, I believe, is going to be the first item for Faker, but he did pick up a Ruby Crystal with the Haunting guys.
Might be Leandri's Oblivion Orb, and Oblivion Orb picked up first just to make sure that he has some magic penetration for the earlier game fights. There is merit to that, especially before Magic Resist begins to get picked up, and there are not a lot of champions that are going to prioritize it so far this game. So I do like the idea. Effort moving over a lot of vision down here towards the bottom side as Hextech Ultimatum went down once again, but a great knock-up from Canna as Clid's going to make his way in. Flash comes out from Canna as now Ruler has to go into the air, but remember, it doesn't break that tether. Battle Dance gets Kellen in there, but the equalizer comes down and Ruler has absolutely nowhere to go. Looked at by the Rumble and destroyed. A double kill for Faker with a great roam to the bottom lane.
Ends up picking up 2 kills for himself. That should put him at a point to get the blasting wand.
In comes Clid. Now looking to start off this dive. We'll see where the barrel is going to land as BDD.
Oh, man.
He puts him in a real awkward position as now Canna gets the searing charge, but who cares? Clid was tanking up the turret, and it's all too easy. But 2 kills for T1, 1 kill for Gen.G, and all of the plates and a Rift Herald cast on the bottom side of the map, giving all the money to Teddy. I think I know who traded that one better.
T1 definitely making out on the better end of this. They're also going to end up getting a really nice reset timing for the Infernal.
아무도 없어. 크게 해볼게.
Look at the F keys.
천천히.
Trying to pay attention to everything. He says, go slow, go slow. Go slow, go slow, go slow.
야, 천천히 내가 잡을게.
He says, go slow, I'll get this. And then the replay cuts in. But, you know, Faker's probably about to F key up there, too.
Yeah, he was already looking at it. We probably could have just kept the replay running. As that was a decent bellows breath there from Canna, who was trying his best to make a good thing out of nothing, but I wasn't able to. Sacrificing himself for the good of the colony. Not too bad at all. 2 kills coming in for Faker there on the bottom side. Did allow for that blasting one that you were talking about. Not going to be completing an Oblivion Orb just yet. Looks like Leandris is going to be the first option as T1 looking for their second Drake in the Infernal.
Well, Turtle Dragon now going to go over to T1. Let's take a look at how much AD Rek'Sai gets here. 165.
And Gen.G are hoping for a Mount Drake, but it's not going to happen. Oh dear.
9 AD.
Not
so
bad.
Almost a longsword.
All right. Kind of moving up here as we've got another plate that came in. Rascal claims the last one as 14 minutes ticks over.
If T1 could have gotten a Mountain Dragon, it would have spelled disaster for Gen.G. Because they have a reliance on that Wombo combo, and if the shield and resistances are there, it just takes so much away from it, and it really makes Galio hurt, as well as the Gragas. So, a bit fortunate for Gen.G that Cloud ends up being rolled. Faker, bit of a savant here with the Leandris picked up. You're able to get that in your shop for 3,100 gold.
Indeed, thank you very much, Leandris Salesman. We certainly have the best when it comes to delivering on the marketing that people want for their items and skins. Faker, of course, not running a skin. I'd like to remind everyone that it's all about the originals. That being said, it's Rumble. And pineapples all the way. Rumble, you understand that Rumble in the jungle is the best Rumble skin.
Let me think about that.
Pineapples.
I think it's Super Galaxy.
Oh no, come on.
I'm really sorry, but
you had to go with the weeb call.
I think it's Super Galaxy. Yeah.
It is a cool skin.
It really is. I really do like it.
I believe that's 30.
I hope that, you know what would be really cool? A Rumble in Friends skin. And there's just lots of people in Rumble's little cockpit.
Oh, that'd be cool.
That'd be really cute, yeah. We'll have like Teemo in there and Tristana or something. The Yordles all just together.
And they're riding on Skarl.
Yeah.
And actually the skin just it makes no
sense.
It's
a giant Skarl?
It just looks like Clem.
Yeah.
And he's just casting Equalizer and stuff. It's doing weird things.
Cast an Equalizer that's like lined with mushrooms like a red carpet.
Oh, perfect.
Has a bone at the end of it, like it's trying to get Nar's attention.
Love it.
Yeah.
Brilliant stuff. I like it. We need this. Right? Make it happen. I want a Yordle Rumble skin, which is Yordle and Friends Rumble skin. So Rascal just zoning Canna out of the way of this outer turret entirely. As his Trinity Force not quite completed. Yormon does come in just to clear out some minions, and won't do so quickly enough before Rascal gets a lot of damage down here. PDD suffering a little bit, but not as far as farm is concerned. Got himself to 20% CDR so far from his items. And that feels good. Haven't seen much out of the ultimate other than that top lane gank onto Canna, which was pretty easy. So far just been dealing with Faker burning his minion parades down. Moves in with the proto belt, clears out the full wave, and then gets out with the Justice Punch. I like it. Very clean as Canna just has no rights in this lane, apparently. Just being told to leave.
And they're going to end up raising this top tier 1 turret as well.
But the trade was for bottom lane.
Yeah.
I feel like it's actually just fine for Gen.G. There's 4 people up here. We're looking for a second charge.
Not if they end up having Galio die as well as the Rift Herald. Getting
down
the
to
tier 2
168.
turret,
That's real nice.
And
Shirley
so-
will be able to sacrifice herself for it, but that is a lot of global gold going over to T1.
And this ends up being a victory. Normally, the top tier 2 turret you don't get without having the Baron buff.
Yeah.
In most games, so it's perceived as an economic or a luxury turret. So it's really nice that they're able to pick that up here so early on.
Yeah, 17.5 minutes so
Yeah.
far. Still early in this game. 3 turrets to 1 in favor of T1. Both of our outer turrets in mid lane are still standing. The more important towers, of course.
Just a minion.
Did.
Oh,
no.
Cut the scene.
Don't worry.
Oh.
He just upgraded his Forge Fire cape, so that's not going to happen again.
Oh, man.
I guess. Oh, dear. Hate to see it. Rascal does have Trinity Force now, so things getting better and better. Here for the Camille. As Ninja Tabi is an odd choice. I would have thought Mercury Treads could have been good this game, although I guess it's a lot of knockups. Slows, not necessarily a lot of just general hard CC outside of the Dark Binding. Swifty Boots could have been good, though.
Well, right now, T1 posturing around this Cloud Dragon, and when they have the low ground, it's so powerful for them with the bullet time,
and Anakin
the amount
position.
of space that Morgana controls as well, Ornn as well as the Equalizer, so the low ground is definitely favorable to T1. Gen.G, I think they're just going to have to give this up. Clid might try to steal it, but I feel like if Gen.G takes the fight here, it's going to be a disaster.
Well, Kellen's got flash, he's got quickness, he's got options. As yep, Cuz did it last game, and Clid says, well, I mean, you showed me how to do this one, mate. It's all too easy. And he just walks over, casual as you like, and steals away the dragon.
Needed a moment of silence right there, Atlas.
Yeah, I understand.
For that one.
Yeah. Can we put the Fs in the chat?
Yeah, we're really going to need the Fs in the chat there.
Any truers? Oh, God. Okay, well, Rascal continues to push. Gen.G on the board when it comes to Drakes, but not so far when it comes to the gold lead. But 1,000 gold not to be a worry here for Gen.G. Rascal still powering towards those 3 items that you were talking about. Next one going to be most likely that Ravenous Hydra, given that sustain in lane. And then moving towards something like a GA or Asterix as this game goes on.
And so, Kana trying to get these golems right now, trying to reach level 13, gonna build Abyssal Mask second.
Yep, I like that.
And
upgrades.
At this stage of the game, there's really not that much that you could do. Galio could try to be freezing top lane because there's no way that T1 just takes a team fight under mid-tier 1 turret. Not when Xayah has her ultimate, and also just the wave clear that they have. The Grog is able to be in such close proximity. Galio's ultimate is also in close proximity, so it's not really like you could dive. So bit of a lost opportunity here because there's no real neutral objective up for the next 3.5 minutes. So there's no rush for either party, and obviously Ornn can't really freeze anything with the Sunfire cape.
Currently Ruler is 0, 1, and 0, and just recently had a gold bounty that has since reset as he spent some time back in base looking for his Infinity Edge that Teddy has already put together for himself. Gen.G probably waiting for that timing in the next 3 minutes so they can fight around a Cloud Drake with 2 items on their Xayah. Now that the Essence Reaver Infinity Edge combo is the more popular one, 2 items is what you're really looking for. Feels like things definitely get better on 3 items, right? But these are still able to pack a big punch.
3 core item plus ornament is when T1's comp really starts to peak. At 4, 5, 6 items, that's when things start getting...
Oh no, the minions are gone.
Yeah, the minions are all dead. So Effort taking a lot of damage. But 4, 5, 6, that's where things start getting a little dicey, because the Camille starts threatening so much. And then in addition to that, the Xayah gets so strong. And so in a vacuum, you have the Xayah versus the Misfortune, but the Gragas ends up becoming more effective than the Rek'Sai, and the Camille doesn't really need an introduction at all. So the ornaments and 3 core items will carry T1 for a certain point in time, but if this goes the super distance, it becomes a lot easier for Gen.G.
So it's all going to be about T1 playing around their timings and utilizing tempo very, very well, because they need to be the ones calling the shots this game and dictating the pace. It's now Cuz going to do exactly that, moving towards this bottom side, but Rascal's good. No reason to fight the minion wave just there. Tiamat going to help him clear it out very, very quick, smart. Once again, a slow game for Cuz. 0-0-1. Game number 2 was another one that didn't quite get off the ground for one of his other farming junglers. But Faker is very, very large. We've got Molten Edge done for Teddy. And you were talking about item spikes. This is definitely, in the AD carry department, a huge advantage for T1. Rascal moving down towards bottom lane means they will be able to fight around Cloud Drake, but the Baron is up, has been for 3 minutes, and is another point of contention on this map. Still, both of these teams, you can just see how much this particular game means to both of them.
And goal score is only slightly favoring T1, but that's not really the talking point. Goal score doesn't really mean anything unless there's a gross discrepancy. Equalizer coming out.
Equalizer rule actually is walking down the red carpet. You want to be doing there, but able to create enough distance. T1 now moving over towards this Drake pit. And Rascal lying in wait. Spooky Ghost, spot him out. It's not what you want. He does have Hextech ultimatum, but the Ornhorn is going to be called. That's a great barrel, just to make sure that Rascal does stay alive. Hookshot to get him out the rest of the way. But now we've got Flash on cooldown, a broken stopwatch, and half the health bar on Rascal. A big opportunity for T1.
And there's no opportunity here, Alice. They're just going to reset.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Never. I apologize. Well, Clid can just come over.
Clid's gonna, yeah, he can come over and steal it again if he needs to. Another stat thing that we can look at right now is the levels between all the players in the game.
Yep. 1
level advantage for the Camille up there in top lane. 1 level advantage for Cuz in the jungle, but that is less relevant than the Camille's.
Yeah, and in fact, it's even levels across both of these teams. As you can see, lead for Rascal and a lead for Cuz. Puts it directly on even as the rest of the map is in the same position.
Equalizer back up. Ornn ultimate still down. Gragas Cask almost up as well. This could be the decisive fight. Teddy shoving in mid first.
Yep, there's the Equalizer just making a wall.
And getting a lot of damage down, and Leandre's able to do quite a bit there.
Yeah, but it's just so easy for Gragas to burst it down. So unless you get him out of that pit, you're going to lose the Drake. It's how...
Atlas, watch out, watch out, watch your hand. Watch your hand.
Okay, sorry.
The paint's almost dry.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, don't worry about that.
All right. Were you watching that instead of the Drake fight?
I was watching the I was watching the grass grow right here on the left.
Oh, okay.
I have a mini plant.
Yeah.
Yeah, you didn't see that one?
No, I didn't see the plant.
I'm trying to see which actually occurs faster. It's a bit of a science experiment I got going on here.
Well, I mean, right now we've evened out the Drake count, so we might go to the magical 7 before we get this one really sorted out. Gen.G have closed the gap of the gold by the 500 mark over the last 7 minutes. And this game has come to a standstill.
All right.
Yep. That's my update for you.
Thank you so much.
My forecast. I wonder if it's still snowing.
Oh, it was so beautiful out, and you know what? You ruined it.
Yeah, well, we got a team fight here as BDD. He's going to eat a lot of time as Rascal's going to dive on in. BDD flashes out. Rascal not going to survive for too much longer, though, because that stopwatch is broken. Faker goes down low, but is going to survive, as now another beautiful equalizer comes in to guarantee that Gen.G aren't going to be able to take down that Rumble. T1 might just move over to this Baron. I like that we had our discussion about grass growing and then all of the action decided
I
to happen.
feel like we need to just try to pog state a little, or a lull state a little more.
Yeah.
Because it seems that when we lull state, they pog state.
Yeah, we need to enforce the lull state.
Yeah, I feel like...
Just to gather more pog states.
Right, we should try that again in about a minute from now after they reset, and let's see if it actually works.
But in the meantime, we can talk about the fact that it's snowing.
Yes.
And it's just so
No,
good.
no,
I've
save
been
it,
waiting
save it,
for
save-
snow
save-
all winter.
Alice, save
Yeah.
the snow talk for
Okay.
about 45 seconds from now. That way we get another team fight.
All right, so
Yeah,
I apologize.
hold on. Talk about the game for now.
Yep.
Okay.
Well, Rascal has just respawned, no teleport available, and Flash is going to be coming up
And-
relatively soon. Looking for Guardian Angel, and he has a 43 CS lead.
Molten Edge completed, by the way, for Teddy. And now Faker, I think, is moving towards Rabadon's Death Cap. And so it's really important that he moves the Zanya's Hourglass to the second slot in his inventory, or
Yeah.
the furthest most right, and the Death Cap to the furthest most left. That way Ornn's upgrade prioritizes the Death Cap. That's the way that Ornn works, in case anyone listening to this didn't know. The
Yep.
furthest most left item in your inventory gets upgraded by Ornn, so you can control it.
And Rabadon's Death Cap is definitely one of the best ones to possibly upgrade.
Okay, can Clid be a hero?
I mean, he's done it before.
Yeah,
And,
PTSD.
T1 instantly, get me the hell out of here. We're not going for a 50-50 against the Smite Lord himself.
All right.
On the champion that makes smiting look so
About
easy.
30,
As,
here we go, here we
Faker's
go.
had his item upgraded already, and therefore
You
didn't
know
have
what?
the opportunity to get the Rabadon's Death Cap.
Hit me with it. Talk about the snow so they commit.
All right. Well, it does look stunning as Kellen finds himself a gleaming quill onto the opponent.
It's snowing outside. What kind of snow do we have going on?
We've got it was almost a blizzard last night.
It really
Very
was
exciting.
actually. It was the clarity outside of my window was not very good.
No, which is exactly what you want.
That is what I want.
But it's
We haven't
snowing.
had snowfall.
All winter, man. There was
All
was
winter.
one day where like it kind of happened, but it wasn't like
Yeah.
the stay on the ground snow, which is the exciting snow, and now we've got the stay on the ground snow. So
Yeah.
everything's just brilliant. It's currently about -5, so that snow going to be staying.
Yeah, that snow should be sticking. Sometimes it has snowed, but it just doesn't stick on
Yeah,
the
I know,
ground.
it's
and
frustrating. Yeah,
that is really frustrating.
Feels like fake snow, you know?
Right, it really does. Alice, you're going to need to try a little bit harder. They seem to be very far away from each other.
Rascal just popped into the screen. I like that. He's going for a flanking play on our monitors. The 1,000 gold is still the lead. I mean, this game is just, it's parked. We have a parked game, and we need someone to put some gas in this machine, or recharge the battery, depending on how climate change conscious you are.
Well,
did you hear about Europe? Now,
What?
like, there's going to be like a big tax on
Really?
fossil fuel cars coming in.
Ooh.
So it's pretty forward thinking over
I
there.
hadn't heard about that.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask you, what do you think about Summoner's Rift being a globe?
Not a fan.
Not a fan of
Everyone
that?
knows that it's flat and floating in the sky.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's how that works. Underneath it, though, I don't know. What is Runeterra? Runeterra's a disc. On top of elephants, we've been over this. Everyone knows. Okay? You failed the test.
All right.
Do you know who won the test?
Who?
Rascal.
Okay.
He's got 3 items.
He has 3 items.
T1 have 3 Drakes.
And
So
T1's
it's good
finally
enough.
going to get their first Cloud Dragon of the game. So we're not quite at Drake point yet. Well, we are if you're a T1 fan.
Soul
but
point, come on.
Well, honestly, I'm having the Twitter poll after.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
All right. Well, we'll see who's going to win out on that one. I'm pretty sure Soul Point is going to be voted for. As this inner turret getting taken down very, very quickly. You can see 4 items now on Teddy, who's been caught out of position. Great Black Shield will save his life. A few extra autos onto Canna, but it's not the target ruler needs to be focusing here. As a full item ahead is Teddy. He's got a luxury Phantom Dancer here in this matchup, as Faker might be caught out of position, but just going to take half of his health bar and damage and evens it out. He's angry now, because he doesn't want to move too far forward, but he would have killed Clid if given the opportunity.
Almost has that Rabadon Death Cap sitting on that Ruby Crystal for a really long time. I think that's just his favorite item.
Yeah, he just likes it.
It's like his, you know, it's like a teddy bear or something.
You know how you go to a place that you really like as okay effort, has to Black Shield himself as Rascal taking a few autos. Yeah, you know how you go on a holiday to a place that you really like and you get like, you bring a rock home?
Yes.
To remind you of it?
Yes.
That's what Faker did. That's the Ruby Crystal. He went on a holiday to the shopkeeper and brought a Ruby Crystal. This is part of his favorite item, Leandri's Torment. So he did that to remember it. remembered the humble beginnings of the Leandri's Torment. Of course, the Ruby Crystal being the most affordable portion of that particular item. I'm pretty sure this RP has worked out relatively well as we're checking out the goal difference. It was Gen.G for a little bit after that gank in the early game, but then T1 did turn it around. But this is 1.8 to -1. We're back to game 1 all over again, despite Soul Point being once again threatened by T1.
1,000, not even 1,000 actually. 300 gold, I'm sorry. 300, 500 gold is the discrepancy. And you gotta remember the Ornn items. This is actually where T1's comp is a lot stronger.
Rascal, searing charge, actually just going to completely miss. But now Rascal's looking for Teddy. GA gonna be utilized as Teddy flashes to get himself out of there, and Ruler is destroying the front line right now as Rascal escapes, gets over the wall as now Canon's trying to hunt him down. So far, only Ruler has fallen in this entire exchange, as the health bars on T1 are still very, very low, but they're still recognizing this as a huge win given the amount of DPS that is now missing from Gen.G. Canon can just tank up the Baron. I don't know why they're going for a reset, but they're too scared to do the Baron buff.
And Kana didn't just give Faker... Oh no!
Yeah, he upgraded it earlier. Yeah.
He upgraded the Zanyas!
Yeah, ages ago. I spoke about it. Active listening, come on. Yeah, no, it was sad. Now, Clid's here, so it's once again a 50-50, guys. Still looking for it. Cuz looking to try and jump on top of Clid, the equalizer. The Gragas is just dancing on it, but he goes golden. BDD deals with Rek'Sai as Clid gets himself over with the flash, and that's a huger deal than having Ruler go down because he's respawned, and now there's no jungler for T1.
Ruler has respawned. Teddy's going to try to push out the mid wave. And what a loss of stats on Faker. And so it's going to change some of the things right now. And this is starting to become the tipping point where Gen.G, they're going to start getting stronger. Rascal just going super alpha there onto T1.
Onto Teddy, trying to remove him from the fight. Somehow manages to escape. It's actually a huge deal.
So insane that he did manage to get away right there. BDD almost back into the fight, and then we take a look at this as they go over looking for Clid, and Rascal, who should have been dead, is still here.
I think Cuz missed the knock-up as well.
Yeah.
Onto Clid. Just a mechanical misplay.
And Clid, he did, I do believe he missed his R, but
yeah,
did not end up mattering. Steric's almost going to be completed for Rascal, and at that point, Ornn cannot really hold Camille anymore.
That true damage is going to be too crazy. And not even building towards the Thornmail or anything like that, so won't be able to deny any of the healing.
Now, Faker built Oblivion Orb. I'm actually really curious.
That was what that Ruby Crystal was turned into.
The MR is on the side of the opponent.
Well, Zai doesn't have a lot.
But perhaps Faker can actually see that BF Sword is built on Ruler and knows that Bloodthirster is coming in. And so with Ravenous Hydra as well, if their MR values are low enough, getting the M-Pen from the Oblivion Orb completing into Morello
might actually be worth it, yeah.
Can be worth it in some instances.
Well, Gen.G looking to soul point themselves.
The Rakan heal and whatnot, so.
Yeah, on going to be blown as Ruler has been made brittle. And now Cuz going to take that Cloud Soul for himself. That's how he's supposed to do it. Is 3-man taunt from BDD. We're trying to get this fight going. Great quickness and grand entrance for Kellen, but he is going to go down. T1 members have been softened but haven't gone down, as now the heroic charge will get BDD in again. It's back-to-back 3-man taunts from this Galio, and they will take down Teddy. Goes golden as well. BDD taking that team fight by the haunches and destroying it.
I mean, what a miraculous play, honestly, by the Galio in this team fight. Faker, he does have Equalizer available, and so we'll see what he can end up doing here. As Gen.G, they're going to be forced to posture. Now, this isn't the end of the world for them either. Just because they lost the Dragon Soul, it's only Cloud Soul.
Yeah, it's not one of the big ones.
And so with all that scaling continuing to come in on their champions, even though there's the ornaments, the Rek'Sai not as valuable as the Gragas at this point. The Camille gonna just start doing so much. So this team fight is started off with Kellen missing a bit of HP. Look at that engage out of BDD, followed up by Kellen. Bullet time comes out, ends up killing Kennen. Galio, heroic entrance, helping lock up Kana, as well as Cuz. Kana gets out onto the left-hand side. Ruler following him, BDD, who ends up going golden. Almost dies, but Faker not quite able to kill him. Goes golden again.
Used his double stopwatch, so won't have that opportunity for the next fight, but now can sell it to construct himself some more items. 2-0-1 now for BDD after that beautiful engagement. Remember, it was a 1-for-1, so actually, you know, I was talking about that like a huge win for Gen.G. They were able to take the mid-outer turret, which, given the state of the game, is actually a very big deal. That means the ping pong that they're going to be playing is on a bigger table.
I feel like Faker is really just trying to send me to the hospital right here with the dichotomy between his items and their location.
Yeah, and the completion timing. As, yeah, an ornament not worth as much as that Forbidden Hook is. Okay, Equalizer not gonna actually do too much here, but Ruler gonna get knocked up alongside Kellen immediately, has to
They got Ruler!
But those Soul Shackles are so powerful. Teddy might go down here as well as Rascal trying to control his situation. Teddy survives for approximately forever. Now will keep himself back up again, has a minion wave, and finishes the fight at 100% health. I have a feeling this is enough for T1 just to roll down the mid lane and win this one.
And yeah, they have the cannon minion. Gragas not going to be able to do enough, doesn't have his cask available. And you can see Kellen, he's trying to run over on the left-hand side. Orange just going to say, you know what, I'll tank the turret. Watch him
if Clip
probably
dies here, it's a huge deal because he needs to kill
Kana.
2 minions. If he can kill these 2 minions, he might save the game. But look at that, he's dead. He can't do it. These minions will survive. The Nexus will not, and T1 will win the 2-1 victory over Gen.G.
Well, what a climactic ending. Ruler getting eviscerated at the very start of the fight makes that so one-sided, and you can see they couldn't quite bring down Teddy. At the very end, he managed to get out and escape there. The scaling on T1's team composition, it did come in handy, and right as the tides were starting to turn, they started, well, they got a very good team fight at the very end where they clipped the AD carry, and that is so... I don't even know. I don't even know the percentage chance. If you run the game state from like 15 seconds prior, how often does that end up occurring?
But also the Soul Shackles is just so powerful against Xayah because you just can't move, right? And even if you press Featherstorm, you're up in the air, you're not taking damage, but you will be stunned when you land, and then you just die.
Mage supports are pretty cool.
Yeah, as it turns out.
They are pretty cool.
Morgana actually counters both Xayah and
Morgana keeps building more items that become more and more effective. So
yeah.
Has the Twin Shadows, gets the Zanyas, add on another AP item as well.
Also has the Glacial Augment, so you're adding even more with the Spooky Ghost that can then like slow everyone for even longer, does a bit of damage. It's all good news. It's all great stuff.
I gave the player of the game to Faker.
Yeah, so did I.
Just for getting the early ball rolling. Some of his equalizers were
the double
really
kills.
Clutch.
Plus, he was the one actually starting fights. Like, he was engaging with Equalizer almost every time. And some of them didn't work, but because he's pulling the trigger, it's actually creating opportunities for T1 to get further ahead. And we were talking about the composition on Gen.G's side actually working out well, and we saw it work decently well when BDD was able to have that heroic triple-man taunt into a second triple-man taunt in a team fight. Like, you saw how this composition is supposed to run, but just wasn't enough. If Ruler keeps getting caught out of position, then it's just not going to happen.
And you know what? The drafts today, they weren't that bad.
They were much better. Much better. Like, even this one, this was like, we called the Ornn first pick. The Xayah Gragas was a great second-round lock-in, of course. Then Rakan on that side is an obvious one.
Yeah.
We enjoyed the Camille up against the Ornn, given the scaling advantage in the later stages of the game. Weren't able to get there, obviously, but honestly, a lot of these drafts did feel very good.
Yeah, the game one of T1, the Renekton, the Victor, even though they ended up winning.
Yep. So,
but
I need
game 2 and 3.
I need to warn everyone, the POC state will be coming out relatively soon. And this was prior to today and yesterday, where we did see drafts improve Not remarkably, but definitely a bit.
Also, the ban's improved a lot. Soraka got a lot of attention in the ban phase, which is really nice to see. Because that means that they recognize that she's arguably the best champion in the game right now, given her quadra flexibility.
We're about to patch the game, all right? 10-3 is around the corner, and obviously she's going to be nerfed, right?
Not in 10-3, she's not.
Yeah.
10-4. And in 10-3, her cat actually gets a buff, so it's going to be very nice to see how that pairs up as Faker. This was his initial roam down to bot lane. Galio, you can see, was trailing him. Just didn't really matter as Kana on the top side of the map ended up
dying at the same time, but we're going to cut the video there.
Rascal doing an absolutely sicko engage here onto Teddy. Comes out of Guardian Angel and manages to get the hook shot and live as well.
Oh, Faker killed Ruler when he stopwatch flame spitted. That's player of the game right there. That's how you get it. That's how you get it. As Cuz popped up and then hit Clid with an ability, which is certainly a whoopsie in that last fight. But T1, they were just too strong in the end. Able to control what was a tiny gold advantage for an extremely long time until they just decided to get a team fight that worked.
Yeah. And this was such a good fight by BDD. Honestly, had Gen.G won, BDD was the MVP for me.
Oh, 100%.
Even though Clid with the Dragon Steals did prolong a lot of stuff.
여기까지 들어볼게. 오른쪽 이퀄 잘 봐. 오른쪽
the last team fight here. Equalizer, zoning. This is it.
Good. I keep saying good.
But Teddy held his flash for so incredibly long, baiting them into thinking that he was going to be able to die. But then, as soon as they're in position, they break it, and then Gen.G understand that, oh wait, this one's over. Clid at this stage had one job, it was to kill the minions. You see that siege minion? There's a casting minion there. Teddy recognizes it, he understands that he just has to kill this guy. And that's what they focus on, so that the Rakan that's holding the minion wave won't be able to do anything. Even Equalizer thrown down on top. That's a very happy cut.
Faker seems the least amused.
Well, Faker also deserves the player of the game because he killed the Nexus. And how do you win League of Legends games?
Well, that's exactly, I mean,
it's solved. It is solved. As that is a large damage discrepancy between our two AD carries. Ruler didn't necessarily have his greatest game here today.
Ruler didn't really get to do that much in this final game, but we're going to end up seeing who actually won the player vote in just a second. And I'm looking forward to that. So it's the climax of this week, and we're going to have to see how LCK keeps rounding up, basically.
And progressing, because we have to remember that there were so many roster shuffles after 2019. There are always going to be teething issues, and already we're seeing notable improvements from almost all of our teams. So it's really great stuff. Even APK Prince able to pick up a game win here or there. Feels like Humble Life, they're pushing the other teams as far as drafts are concerned as well. So that's great to see. The guys, that was exactly what we wanted out of this series. Extremely close, extremely competitive, and I couldn't have asked for more. T1 come out ahead as well, which really does squish the top four. Really, really tight. So, and also DRX now our #1 team in the LCK.
Yeah,
as it turns out. So, what a day. It's been exciting. Damwon, not expecting them to come out of the gate swinging so hard, as Teddy's going to pick up the player of the game for this one. I was actually umming and ahhing between Teddy and Faker. Did end up giving my vote over to Faker, but Teddy did provide a lot of damage.
It was between Faker and Teddy. As we see right here, Teddy getting locked up. I mean, he's kiting. The Ornn obviously helping out as well, but you see Faker to the north, Flame Spitter in the Zanya's Hourglass, bringing out Ruler.
And remember, that was like a 1-for-1 trade in the end, so the fact that Ruler died there was a huge deal for T1.
Bullet time ends up coming out. Teddy, I mean, he gets jumped on by Rascal, and then it is a full-on defense to defend Teddy here at the end. I mean, he's locked up indefinitely, just permanently auto-attacking, then he flashes out, so.
Yep, and also I believe Effort accidentally put his Black Shield on himself instead of Teddy, and Teddy still managed to do that. So huge props to the AD carry of T1. And once again, like, you just have to, the stats don't lie as far as Teddy's carry ability. On my sheet right now, 36% of his team's damage, which is a lot more than a fifth. All right, guys? In fact, 16.4% more than a fifth. So incredibly well done from Teddy so far here today. So we'll have words from the marksman in the jungle from T1's side along with Mina. And that means that Faker, unfortunately, unable to get above that 300-point mark. But let's throw it over to Ji-sun for some interview translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Ji-sun with the interview translation, and we'll be hearing from Cuz, Teddy from T1. So last time, you guys made a word that you were gonna take down Gen.G and you never want to lose to Clid. How are you feeling right now? Today's match, we really worked hard for this. So we got game number 1, but game 2 and 3, we were a bit shaky, so we aren't really that satisfied, but I'm still happy that we got this win, and we are gonna keep up this good work. And Teddy, while we were waiting for the interview, you said like you were actually worried after losing game number 2. So I think we made some errors in our draft, and also we like talked to each other like let's be more calm and let's play with our confidence in game number 3. So let's rewind back to game number 1, where Graga's performance was really fantastic. So we have this highlight to check out because you are actually using your sweeper, checking out your jungle. So you didn't really know where exactly Clid was at, but I mean, you weren't really surprised and you did your full combo. Well, I could make those predictions because I was expecting such play out of Lee Sin at that point of the game. So as soon as I saw him, so I was just able to do my combo. So game number 1 actually was Faker versus Cuz POG food competition as well. Faker wasn't really unhappy about the result because, I mean, no matter who got the POG, we are just happy that we got the win. Well, bit of a hard game number 2. After that, we had another T1's game in game number 3. So you guys decided to ban out Akali. There was no specific reason. I mean, we found out that banning Akali would make our draft easier. And you guys tried MF Morgana again. Why was that? MF and Morgana, when you have mid and jungle priority, it's a really nice comp, but we made some blunders in game number 2, but we still were very confident, so we went back to MF Morgana. So that last team fight was like a picture. I mean, how did you survive that? So let's take a look at the final team fight of game number 3. Did you expect that this is gonna be a huge clash? So we used the Ornn art really well, and also F4's his Q was also really great. So I thought we were gonna win, but Camille went in so aggressively. So I was like, I'm gonna survive. So I was just like doing my autos. So you even like attacked the minions to get some life back, right? Yes. So with that fight, you guys closed out the game. GG to T1, and I know you guys really wanted this win. So how are you gonna prepare your upcoming series? Because T1 has hit the 3rd rank in LCK. So we are going up against DRX in our next series. You know, it's my former team. So I'm gonna do my best to take them down. I really want to. Now this is Cuz time to make his revenge. So, Teddy, any words? So we stopped Gen.G's winning streak. But still, DRX is also on the winning streak, so we want to cut it again. So this will be the end of the interview with Cuz, Teddy from T1, and I'm gonna pass it back to our casters. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jisun, for the interview translation as usual, and thanks for all of them throughout the week as Week 2 draws to a close. Week 3 is just around the corner, only a couple of days off until we're back at it again on Wednesday KST. And as you just heard, T1's next matchup is DragonX. DragonX now top of the table. And once again, T1 in a top of the table clash. That will be a sick matchup. Teddy versus Deft. What more could you want? I honestly don't even need to rifle down the rest of the matchups, but Chovy versus Faker is another super sick one. So going to be a lot of fun. Also allowing Cuz, the more veteran player, to play up against Pyoshik. Both of these players are debuting on the same teams, in fact. As Cuz taking revenge against his former organization. He debuted with DragonX when they were Longzhu all the way back in the day. And Pyoshik trying to run the Golden Road, much like Cuz was able to do when he was on the team. So really excited to see what is going to happen in that matchup. Feels like whoever faces against T1 is just full of storylines. They're just everywhere.
So we see the standings right here. As you mentioned, DragonX 4-0 at the top, +5. 4-game winning streak, obviously, as Gen.G now 1-game loss streak with +4, however.
Yeah, this is huge.
And so T1 is still behind them.
And then if, like, DragonX loses to T1, and Gen.G and T1, like, T1 of course wins, but Gen.G wins their next match, that's going to be like almost a 3-way tie at the top of the standings. It's going to be really, really exciting. And will mean that we are going to be talking about that Hanwha Life match that T1 couldn't quite get over the line in because of the creative drafts that Hanwha had, and saying, well, if you could have just done it, then all of this would have been a complete wash, and we'd be talking about T1 as remaining the top team in the LCK. But you make blunders like that and you suffer the consequences. Afrika Freaks still there as well. T1 and Afrika both tied and haven't faced each other just yet, which will mean that they both occupy that third place.
Yeah, we take a look at the next upcoming matchup. So Wednesday, I'll be here with you.
This is a big one.
Gen.G takes on Hanwha Life Esports in patch 10.3, I believe.
Yeah, and that's going to be after Hanwha Life versus Gen.G. 10.3,
and then DragonX versus T1, so we got a banger of a day.
DragonX has a banger of a week Friday. Yeah, DragonX versus Gen.G. That is going to be real tough for these guys. Afrika this week up against Sandbox and KT, and T1's second matchup is APK Prince. So, out of the woods after taking DragonX on Wednesday, to be able to take a relaxation for a couple of days, and then up against APK, who have certainly been struggling. Looking forward to seeing what Damwon can do as well against Griffin and Sandbox, two other promoted teams that were in around the time that they were. So certainly some exciting storylines to be followed up with next week. But I think you need to take a couple of days off.
Yeah, I'm gearing up for next week and the week after that.
Well, we'll see when Bryce Jim Paul does turn up. Hopefully it's soon to save your lungs. But for now, it is good night, and we'll see you back on Wednesday.
And I am ready to take it on. You told me to be myself and never feel alone. You're all that I want.